How you doing? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hi. Hello. Hi, Bath. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Oh. We're gonna be playing Game Jam today. Which, if this looks familiar to you, you're correct. We streamed this like 2 years ago. It feels like yesterday. I've been wanting to replay it for a long time. And I'm excited to get to replay it. So hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're gonna go. Thank you. Thank you. Hope everyone's good. Fave Tabletop Sim game. It's so good. I know, it was late 2019. September, I think. Which is nuts. No, I'm not flipping the table. Gam already did it by mistake. It's fine. Hey, nice, Evelyn. Hello. I've been streaming for 20 years. It's true. Hope everyone's good. What is happening in my zone? It says streamer corner and it's surrounded by poop. I wonder whose color is red who might be doing this. I guess we'll never know. I guess we just don't have the technology to find out who that is. What is what? What, huh? I remember a good time? Yeah! Also, in case anyone's like, what the heck is this? There is a Moobot command. What? Which is just like, it's a game that Todd's making, and you can follow him on Twitter. He might tweet about it eventually or something. There you go. What? So in case someone shows up, is like, ooh, how can I play this? You can't. Not yet, but maybe someday. And follow Todd for Todd updates. What? Follow Todd anyway. He's great. Yeah. It's to protect us. Yeah, no, you should. You should have a barrier up. Oh, thank you, Cleve Marsh. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, no, seriously. Todd's great. I love this game. I'm excited to play it again. Scaredy is drawing a Dongtober, which is wonderful. Invest in Monk. Monkey. Hey, Paradox. Hello. Welcome. What time did I end up ending stream last night? Gam fell asleep. Oh, yeah, Gam went for a while. Gam had, well, we can probably talk about it once I hop in the call. Gam's stream was a journey yesterday. You know, I had an idea for barrier. Not an idea for it, just I was like, oh, that's a pun. Didn't have a good idea for an emote that'd be useful. So, anyway. Battle Royale. Shift says hi, chat. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna get into it. I just want to say hello and hope everyone's doing good. And I'm gonna get caught up in alerts. We're gonna hop right into it. So normally I start with in between streams, but actually at the end of the Mario Odyssey stream, Max Wales resubbed for 19 months. It was during the stream. It was very good, Octopi. There's been a lot of good Donktovers coming out so far. Plenty of time left in the month though. So, get in on the festivities. 12-hour Lego VOD. Oh. I'm glad that's a face switchy snake and not you watched it 3 times, because I would be very concerned. During the stream. Yeah, at the very end of the stream, Maxwell's resubbed for 19 months, and I just didn't acknowledge it. And at the moment I hit end stream, I went, ah, shit. I saw it in my queue, and I was like, dang. So thanks, Max. Sorry, I'm a butt. Thank you very much. In between streams, however, I may have made a mistake, resubbed for 28 months. Chess Mango subbed with Prime Gaming. And Mr. Pig gifted a sub to Juice 17776. So thank you all. Also, friend, 45 months, an actual toddler. 45 months is a lot. Thank you. That's a lot. Thank you, Fish. Swervo27, 2 months. Thanks for having me, Barry. Also, I pronounced my name like the tequila. Cuervo. I was like, Thanks for 2 months, Cuervo. Sorry I keep mispronouncing your name. Thank you for correcting me. And I'll try to remember that. I might not. Just so you know. Enjoy your bronze key though, upgraded from Crayon. Thank you. Yeah, Alex. We can watch this in a sec. It might.
Oh God.
It might do a. Come on, Twitch. I click pause and it's like, what if I play? And I hit pause again and it plays it anyway. This is a good time. I program games in a sweater vest. Game Gym. Please call me Shady Octopi. Can do. Shady or shadiest. I can do that. Also might forget, but I'll do my best. I promise if I mispronounce your name or something and you let me know, I will probably fuck up again. Just remind me again. It's not intentional. It's not malicious. I only have so much room up here. And that room is limited by Donkey Kong, taking up like 90% of it. So thank you. It's the streamer brain. Well, no, that's actually just my normal brain. I'm just bad with names in general. So, hey, Fireworks, how you doing? My name's pronounced Donkey Kong. Gotcha. Not the Donkey Kong wizard. I do think about Boba. Oh, I should have gone a Boba. Nope, not getting one. I can't have Boba while I stream, because then I'm just chewing the entire stream. My corner is super messy? What do you mean? Also, Shiv says I miss Bath. Hi, Bath. Crying. Big mood. What happened in my corner? What's happened in my... Oh my god! Why blame me, chat? Le curb. Oh, he's got wine and a baguette. P like. Cat chat cute. Get good, bro. Sub for emotes. Barnaby. Like on Discord. Le Poggers. Use Prime. It's stinky. Great. Awesome. You know what? Thank you all. That's... Bath. I think that's Onsta. P liker. Oh. That was like P like. Check the box for that. I feel welcomed. I feel at home. Oh my god, Onsta. Appleton, 87, 30 months. That's an outhouse key to you. Hey, Barry, hope you're well. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you. 3 Rowdy Rats, 17 months. That's almost 8 months. Happy math year and a few months anniversary. Rat jam. For those 3 rats. Thank you. And Parmesan, 7. Thank you. And a tier 2 to boot. That's incredibly kind. I hope you enjoy the emotes. And thank you. Hope you're doing well. Wants to draw in a trunk. She's allowed to. God, she's allowed to. Everyone's just writing Beth. What? Beth? I'm gonna hop into the call. Against my better judgment. So let's jam, right? Let's jam. Let's game jam.
Long eye.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
How we doing?
Why did your corner get all messy?
You know,
That's really,
just made a bit of a mess.
A little bit.
I just made a bit of a mess.
Holy shit! This Onsta down here is really good.
Oh, thank you.
I
don't know how to draw in here.
Where is it?
Oh, it's like
I just zoomed out.
it's
you draw
got
it like out of perspective.
It's
so
like
it's
really-
I think you drew
Yeah.
it out of perspective.
I think I drew that at an angle.
Yeah.
Oops.
That's
I like it.
Might
I
have
like it.
drawn it at an
I like
angle.
it better that way.
Oh wow.
It's like sidewalk
Gotcha.
art.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, but before we start, I did need to watch a clip from Gam's stream from yesterday that Alex shared.
Which one?
The starting one that just simply says Gam's been kidnapped.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, do you mean the starting one where like I look out onto the ocean and see the ship coming towards me, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna be one of those days, and then immediately my mood changes when I learn that they're children.
Yeah. Gam was kidnapped by children yesterday. I'm gonna watch the clip.
Oh god, I've just realized what's happened. I've been kidnapped by kids.
That sounded more sarcastic than I meant for it to be.
This is payback for the time when we kidnapped kids.
That's really.
We didn't
bad.
kidnap kids. We only kidnapped the one kid. So don't make it sound worse than it is, Gam.
Like, stop reeling me
Don't
in.
get twisted.
Oh no!
Listen, they only know about the one part.
No, you got Bessie.
I'm gonna
So,
redraw
what
my
is it?
Okay,
face.
wait. Did they harpoon the other boat and drag you along?
That's what it
Yeah,
looks like.
And
Oh
the
my
best part was that
God.
constantly
That's
I
so
was like
silly.
turning away because they kept trying to like, they kept pulling me in, and I'm like turning away so I don't hit the ship. And like, no, don't turn away. We're going the wrong way. And I'm like, okay, I'll stop turning then. And then like the ship runs into the other ship, and the kid driving the other ship was like, no, oh sorry, that was my fault. Like I was turning that way, and I'm just like,
It's really sweet.
these kids are really sweet.
Mhm.
It's like,
Aw.
how the
Literally
fuck are they
very
level
wholesome.
5 Reapers?
Gam spent 2 hours trapped in an alliance with these children. Gam was only communicating through text and talking to his chat. And every time Gam would write a message, you would wait a beat, and then you would hear them slowly read it out loud to see what he said. And it was just so wholesome and pleasant. Not like a typical
It's
Sea of
literally
Thieves
like-
day.
Mm.
Mm-mm, not
And
at
then
all.
I came into chat.
Well, yeah. Once they kicked Gam out of their group.
And then
Yeah.
Dia started
It's
talking
on-
Yeah,
about
did
Dusty.
somebody clip me absolutely excoriating you guys?
That was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It
was
was.
great.
It was.
Oh man, the teacher
Tom was like,
came
"Is everyone
back
okay?"
before the sub left. Didn't like what they saw.
Like y'all talk in the back of class.
And then at one point, the reason that you stopped, right, was that they would like, we have another friend who wants to play with us, so we're gonna leave.
Mm-hmm.
Just like-
Aw.
hmm
They kicked Gam
And
out.
then
It's
and
just
then
the
they
most
sent a
like
friend.
8-year-old
They
thing
sent a
to
friend
ever.
request like right after.
Mm-hmm.
So congrats to Gam on being the older cousin. Like,
Mm-hmm.
congrats on getting 2 new nephews. Because that's
Yeah.
it was exactly what it's like to hang out with kid relatives. It was extremely funny. So like, am I gonna we'll play the game and then we'll play and then like it's like 2 brothers very clearly, so they're kind of like
Oh, yeah.
fighting.
Because you
Mhm.
could,
Like,
because
so
at
funny.
one point, one of their computers like crashed, so you could hear him running into the other room and like hear him in the distance of the other one's microphone. But the way I described it halfway through was like, I was like, this is like when you go to like a family gathering and you're told, oh, there's no more seats at the table, you have to go sit with the kids.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're at the kids' table and you're like, oh, okay.
You're at the kids' table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it felt like.
Yeah, congrats
like,
to
you
Gam
know
on his
about,
new nephews, because that's basically
know
what
about
that stream.
Stinkmaster's nephews.
Yeah, Stinkmaster's cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
Cousins.
Yeah.
But yeah, watch the first 2 hours of Gam stream. It was a journey, an emotional journey.
Emotional journey.
It was very fun. We're gonna play some Game Jam, right?
Yeah,
Game
No.
Jim.
We're just gonna draw on the
Oh.
table.
we are
We're gonna-
going to play some
We're gonna
games.
talk about our favorite Ninja Turtles.
Raphael, right?
I don't,
No, it's
Mhm.
Donatello, you freaking.
Yeah, I like-
nerd.
No.
I like Donatello.
I like Steve.
That's my
Steve.
Yeah, I like
favorite Ninja
Steve
Turtle.
Buscemi, the Ninja Turtle.
Oh, that really does look like some good drips. Ooh.
Teenage.
Dude, why are you dripping
Ninja
all over the place?
Jimmy.
Well, I'm glad we got to meet up
I'm
at
not
this table in the
various.
middle of an abandoned field at
Mhm.
sunset
Yeah.
at dusk.
Well, it's not abandoned. We're at someone's house.
Alright,
Um,
what do you mean a
Hmm.
Ben field?
is that
It's
is
been-
that
it's been
is
a
this
little
someone's
more.
yard?
Yeah.
Jesus,
Yeah.
it's like a park.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea. I didn't actually I didn't set this up with any kind of particular background.
You didn't ask permission of the owners.
Well, I mean,
We're
I think that we
trespassing.
this table just is here,
Mhm.
and I could just play on
We just
it.
set up. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the thing to me is
Ooh.
we're actually in the middle of tracks right now, so if a tractor comes by, it's gonna hit us.
Yeah, but there's not trap. Look, the
That's
field
not
is
gonna
perfectly
happen.
Dusk.
even
It's
already.
dusk. No
Mhm.
one's
Yes.
gonna be in a tractor after dusk,
Yeah,
especially right
exactly.
now
What if it was
with the John Deere shit.
Right, and there's 7
I'm
of us in the
unclear
middle
on
of the
what the
field. I
joke
think
is,
we'd
but
be able to at least gum up the works, if not outright
Yeah.
stop the track.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Enough
Yeah.
human bodies in the way, it'll stop. I promise.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It'll gum up everything.
Yeah.
This is for on-screen
everything is
editing.
breaking again. Why
Oh,
you
it's fine.
keep? What is your obsession
No,
with
this
this
is mine.
bag?
No, it's mine.
not.
No, it's
Oh, I
mine.
want the bag.
Leave
Give
it
it back.
there.
Oh,
Can I fuck the bag?
honestly,
No.
eat this.
Someone moved some of the
I-
You know what
stacks
Shiv's
of cards
can
obsession
lock
with
it.
bag
You
is?
can
It's
lock it.
something
You
that
can
Shiv
lock
can
it.
I can see
and-
Todd
and
trying to
move.
reorient the cards.
God's man.
Todd,
That's
you
what
can
Shiv's obsession with the
lock
bag is.
the bag.
It's something that they can touch
Oh.
and
Just-
move.
Just
Yeah, I'm
Tom's our
just-
kindergarten teacher. We are all the
just-
children.
just let Todd set it up.
Here,
No.
here, hold on.
Well, it's
Okay,
more
I'm
stop
I'll
screwing
hold
up
on.
the Todd's setup.
Hold on. This is for
Next
Shiv.
time,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
And this is you
failed
two
to
can
load.
play
Failed
with
to
that.
load. What are you trying to spawn in?
Mega
sorry.
Legends.
Why are you trying to spawn Mega
Failed to
Man
load
in?
model
Oh, I
video
forgot to put
stuff,
it-
fucking
I forgot-
around on
I
stuff,
forgot to put it
PlayStation, Mega Man
on
Legends.
online. Oh yeah, that's
amazing.
that's what my folder's called for whenever I make you guys stuff for no reason. It's my fucking around
Fucking
folder.
around.
Fucking around.
That
Mega
what
Man
part of
Legends.
this looks like fucking around?
None of this is.
None of
fucking
this.
around.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
forgot
this.
to,
Oh,
I
this is
forgot
the
to set
drippy.
that to cloud.
Oh.
So
That
it's,
is
it's,
so
Oh, that is-
weird.
that
it's
is
locally
nasty.
saved.
Wow.
I
That
thought
is.
I did something personally.
This
No,
this
no,
this
no.
feels mean. This feels like bullying.
This is funny. Okay.
Found out how to
that
change
Should I,
pen
should I explain
color.
how the game works now or no? What do you guys
Yes.
think?
You're great.
No, let's
Yeah,
draw
Okay.
for another hour.
That'd be
It's a
great.
draw pile.
It kind of is a
Straw
draw
file again.
all right. So
Love
this
drawing.
is Game Jam. If you hadn't figured out by the title, we're gonna be making games together. It's gonna be very, very fun. The way that the game works is it's kind of like your Cards Against Humanities, those kinds of games where you have like individual cards with a little prompt on them, and you're gonna combine them in creative, fun ways that you're gonna pitch to your friends. Unlike Cards Against Humanity, there's a lot more humanity, I think, in the cards in general.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll note that there's 4 different decks here, 3 of which are the same size, 1 of which is significantly smaller. Your character, feel, theme, and genre decks. Your character, feel, and theme cards are what you might be able to guess. So characters is like they tend to be like protagonists or like characters that might be featured in the world, etc. They don't have to be the main characters, but they can be. Your theme cards are also very straightforward. What's the story about, or like what's the overall vibe, or what's the challenge of the setting. Avoiding traffic. What's
It's very
wrong with
good.
me?
The Messiah
and then-
Reborn, avoiding traffic.
and
Isn't
then
that just Fogger already?
Yeah.
it is. And then field
Yeah.
cards are your game mechanics. So it's like how the game works. It tends to be like some kind of function, some actual aspect of how you get the game to do what it does, rather than like some part of the actual experience rather than just sort of the backdrop. And those are your 3 main categories. The last one is the genre category, which you probably already know what a genre is, and
Genre.
it's much more broad. So it tends to be like I cut it down to just 50 genres that I felt games could fit into, but still have enough leeway with. And I think even just looking at this lovely section, you can get a good idea of the kind of cards that are in this game. There's currently 500 cards. There's 150 character, feel, and theme decks cards each, and then there's 50 genre cards.
It's a lot of cards.
During our turns, it is a lot. It's a lot of
Wow.
cards.
I'm
It's a
sure
lot
that
of
would
cards.
reduce printing costs.
Well, let's not even think about that. The idea is, and there's multiple ways to play the game, but the easiest and more straightforward way is to have kind of what I call a split draw. So, like in all those other kinds of games, you'll have a judge. So, like, let's just say for me, I'd be the judge, right? Everyone's gonna have a hand of I believe 7 cards. And we're not going to draw them just yet, just because I'm still drawing cards for examples. But what would happen is I would take, let's say I've got, a handful of these cards. I would pick one card that I like. So I could pick, this one, a god who's lost all of their powers. Classic, love it. And then I would pick a deck to draw a random card from. So I could go in and be like, let's see, what kind of genre could this game be? It's going to be a pet/animal raising game.
Oh.
There's a very open idea. I think there's plenty you can do there. So this would become our prompt. And the way that it's going to work is everyone else will use 2 cards from their own hands to combine to these 2 prompt cards to make their game. Now, it's important to consider we're not combining all of our cards. Each person is making one game combined of 4 prompt cards.
Gotcha.
The fun thing is everyone will have this similar aspect based on the shared prompt, and then they'll all have their own personal twists along with, of course, their interpretation of what the cards mean. One special rule, there is a special rule for the genre cards, because as you're noticing, there's less of them. Whenever you play a genre card, you can play a second genre card if you want at any time. So that way you don't have to play multiple genre cards. You can just like you don't have to use it multiple pulls for genre. You can just, if you play one genre card, you can always play a second one if you want to add to it. You know what I mean?
Only genre, not the other categories.
Just genre, because that's the thing with games like nowadays. what game is just one genre? Like what game is just a puzzle game? What game is just a survival game? So I thought that that's a fun little way to kind of share a closer facsimile with reality.
But that is one of your 2 cards you're adding, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but that exactly.
Gotcha.
And that's really the game. I think everybody's gonna pitch their game. In the past, people tend to yes and each other's games rather than kind of trying to boohoo each other or like compare or be directly competitive. You can, not against the rules, but it's just kind of fun to just be creative, have fun, do it however you want, and that's pretty much it. Oh, I guess whoever wins, you give them your prompt card that you picked out of your hand, but everyone else, whenever you want, when everyone's done pitching their games, you can give them a 10 out of 10 if you thought their game was super awesome. Be like, you know what, Gam, that idea was so good, I'm gonna give you 10 out of 10. And they're kind of like likes in Jackbox. They don't mean anything, but they feel good.
Or Twitter.
A 50 out of 50,
Well,
though.
you can.
Yeah,
You can
thanks
do
for the
them if you
Reddit
want.
gold, Todd.
collect 5 10s out of 10s, and you get a 50 out of 50.
Thanks,
Which
kind of non.
still
I
means
see.
nothing.
Thanks,
You
Anon.
can eat that if you want.
I guess you could eat it.
Kind
Much like
stranger.
video game
Good
review,
mouthfeel.
number is pointless.
Do we start with a
Mhm.
certain number of 10 out of 10s, or do we just draw them from the bag?
No,
The
yeah, it
games
doesn't.
are made
It
up
doesn't
and
matter.
points don't matter.
Whenever, if this ever gets to become an actual boxed physical thing, there will only be so many of them. But since we're on tabletop, it doesn't matter. Just give them out however you please. Not a big deal. But yeah,
Oh, hey, Bemmy.
that's pretty much it. So I shuffled the decks. Everybody can draw 7 cards.
How do we break up the 7? Is it just
That
whatever
was
you want?
That was a
That was
mistake.
all feel.
That was all feels. You can, yeah.
you
I
can-
would say you're gonna probably want at least one of each, but feel free to take however many
Nope.
you want. Don't
Nope,
if you
nope,
hold
just-
grab, don't hold
No,
grab.
just
because
just
if you,
press the 1 key and you'll just get
Yeah.
one in your
Okay.
hand.
Here's what we're doing. I'm gonna lock these.
I think if you lock them, we can't draw from them.
Everyone's drawing.
I
from
got a
them.
blank card.
Does it
Is
work
that
still?
just
Just
whatever
Yeah.
I want?
You got a blank card?
I got a blank card.
You shouldn't have. Did you have a lot of blank cards or just one?
Just the one. I put
That's weird.
it. Donkey
How many
Kong's holding
reach?
it now.
Oh, it's not blank for me.
Oh, weird.
Wait, is this card blank for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's got character
that's
on
the
this
blank
side.
card.
Oh wait, no, I can see it.
Uh,
Oh, no,
It's
no,
it's
no,
a
see
blank
it? Yeah.
slate character.
That's the blank slate character, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
not. It's not though. So that's. I'm worried that there's other cards that are
it's-
gonna look like that. Then.
This
Who's
one
flipping
here,
over my
it has
cards?
more
Who's
for me.
Stop fucking with my cards. What are you doing? Scaredy,
Nothing.
get out of my hand.
I would-
All right.
never-
Well, whatever. Just leave it. Yeah, just leave it there then, and just draw a new card.
You guys can't
Oh,
see my cards, right?
Nobody can
How-
see each other's cards now.
Okay.
How
so
many cards am I supposed to draw again?
7.
Seven.
Seven.
Seven of
Seven
any
total?
which you feel like.
3,
Seven.
4, 5, 6.
Oh, whoops,
I
sorry, I
have
took too many.
6.
Yeah. You don't. You also. You don't have to like when you're making your combination. You don't have to have one of each type of card. You can use however many you want. I think there was definitely a couple of rounds in our last playtest 2 years ago where Bath picked like 3 theme cards.
Mhm.
They definitely are designed. I try to come up with fairly broad ideas, so you can do that if you want, but it's all up to you. I will judge first just to make it easy, so that you guys can focus on coming up with fun ideas. And I think we're good to go. Are there any other questions?
Not
Card, can you take
currently.
my extra cards?
Your extra cards?
I took too
Oh, you
many.
took a lot of cards. I
I
see.
took too many.
Just
Uh,
cards.
Well, then just like grab whatever and
Just grab some character
and-
cards. I did take a lot.
yeah,
of them.
and then just
I
like
see.
flip them and shuffle them and
Mhm.
Okay,
yeah.
pick
But
up
these
that.
should all
Go.
be
Mash 'em,
okay. These are
oil
not
'em.
locked.
Stick them in
Oh, that
a
one is.
stew.
Let's do.
Pick 'em in stew.
Kura Pikachu Chain Jail.
That's the wrong pile.
There he is.
Mm-hmm.
Kara Pikachu.
Why is he in chain jail?
There we go.
Because he's trying to avenge his clan.
Yeah, feel free to, color correct.
Looks like he's having a good
Mhm.
time in that chain jail.
He does love
Hmm.
it though. He loves rolling around in the chains.
Mm-hmm. I see that.
At the speed of sound.
Nice sound.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Bemmy, but yeah, no worries.
Okay. All right. I got my base card. If everyone has had a chance to read over their cards.
Yes.
Oh, right.
No, but I will follow.
Also, if you hold the Alt key, it gives you a preview of the card, so you don't have to.
You get a nice
Oh,
zoom in.
Alright.
Yeah. It's just true of
Ooh,
anything
oh,
on the
yeah.
table.
Put it down upside down.
If you hit the
Oh.
F key, you flip it upside down, and they can drag it
Yeah.
out of your
Right,
hand.
that's right. Thank you. I'm remembering all the buttons.
Oh
Yeah, it just
god.
takes a second.
Yeah, everyone's cards are well, I guess because they're invisible.
Well, they're
Yeah,
because
'cause
they're
there's no
invisible in our
back to them.
hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
like a
also
setting that
'cause-
you
Yeah,
can
probably
do
in
to have
tabletop
them-
you
yeah.
can define
It's a
a
setting-
hidden card.
Yeah, hidden
there's
card
a-
backs.
Yeah.
It's the setting when you make a card deck. It's what do you want to show on the back when
Mm-hmm.
it's hidden, and you can choose it to be either blank or the card back.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
right, so
10
everybody ready?
seconds, Duke.
Sure.
Maybe the character card was
Probably.
Todd's then.
Choose
Well,
it.
once it's out of
Everyone
someone's
choose
hand,
a
it should
card.
be
Yeah.
visible. So, yeah.
So, wait, so ready or no? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I put my card down.
Okay. So,
Okay.
my card from my hand for our first game
Flip your
prompt
card.
is going to be a field card. Says, you're trapped
Okay.
in a building with someone who wants to kill you, but you don't know who they are. So that's your central game mechanic. Super fun and very safe. And I'm
Mhm.
going to add in a theme card because I'm curious as to how we ended up here. And the game is about dealing with death.
Oh.
So look, it works out perfectly.
Mhm.
Should be simple to build around. So yeah, take your time, go through your cards, pick two that you want to add in, and then put them face down in front of you when you're ready, and then we'll know everybody's ready and we can go.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm.
I understand now.
I think I got the perfect things to add to the game.
Yep.
I know exactly
Yep.
what
Gonna
is-
I'm gonna
gonna
get sued.
gonna do that.
I'm gonna get sued.
And,
like, because of the
gonna do
yeah,
that.
in general.
Boom. That just
because the idea.
So how do you know if your card is flipped or not?
Well, when you
it'll-
take it out of your hand, well, okay, so all of your cards are face up right now. So if you mouse
Oh.
over one and hit F, you'll see the card back,
Oh.
and then that's how you know when they're flipped. Yeah.
F
Did you
for
just
flip.
draw all character cards? Okay, no, you didn't.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, listen. I told you to take some of my character cards.
That's true, and I
Once
did.
it's just like I like
Um,
characters and nothing else in my games.
No one else.
Characters,
No one
characters,
else.
Yeah.
characters.
So,
Monster,
Onsta,
why do
if
you
you're-
have 9 cards?
I didn't count right. It's fine. Don't
Should
worry
probably
about it.
pair these two together at some
It's
point.
not a big deal. Just so honestly, once you have your two cards picked, just put them face down in front of you rather than in your hand. So put them on the table.
Okay. Well, there's one. Let me double check again. Where is it?
Oh, it says character on it.
Character. Store. Email.
Yeah, and anything in your hand, none of us can
You
read.
forgot what I.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nobody.
That's right.
Kill confirm.
So you don't need to worry about like keeping all the stuff in your hand face down.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Oh, also one last thing. For a spot of fun, you can come up with a name for your game. It's always a good time.
Oh, I already have.
Oh, name.
My entire prompt is just gonna be the name of the game.
Excellent. Shiv, you ready?
I don't know. I'm stupid.
Oh,
I'm not.
You're not
we're in this
Okay,
together. We're
here we go.
struggling
It's perfect.
together.
It's perfect. I'm done.
All right. Waiting on dear. And
Yeah, I was
okay.
just-
All right, we're ready. All right. Does anyone want to go first?
No.
I'll go first, but
Okay,
I don't
Scaredy,
know what
Yeah.
I'm
go
doing.
first. That's all you gotta do is talk and just pitch me a game.
Oh,
That's all you gotta do.
Okay. So
Put it over with the other
imagine,
top.
right?
Mhm.
Right.
What?
The game
Oh, your
starts.
game. Yes. Yeah.
And
Okay.
like you're like informed like yeah man, I'm trapped in the building and like on all that stuff, and like whenever you're going around it's like kind of grimy looking, like as you look around you're like, man, what the heck is, like it's got like that kind of gritty feel, first person perspective, and as you wander around, and you won't know until you like the game prompts you to like go to the bathroom to like wash your face or whatever, and when you go in there to get your stuff or whatever, you learn that you are in fact recently brought to life snowman.
Oh, no.
So you're like, wow, no wonder I thought it was so hot in here. And then as you explore around and stuff, you're like, man, like going around and you're like, someone like it's getting hot in here. And as you walk around, there's like weird traps, like someone turned the heater up and the oven is on. Someone has like left a cup of hot coffee on the door. You gotta make sure that you don't die and you have to figure out who it is. But also, like, you're actually not the character. You are just controlling them because it's a pet animal raising game. So like, you are trying to raise this snowman. It's kind of like Pac-Man 2. Remember Pac-Man 2, the like beloved?
Right. Click the little guy around. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks
it's
for the
like
$10.
that. But also, there's someone in the house trying to kill you, and you need to find out who it is, and they're just trying to make you really warm and melt, and you have like a meltiness meter, and like you can't find it out. You just get like meltier.
Sorry. My bad.
But like the meltier you get, you can like start messing with things like electrical sockets because you're melty.
That's amazing. It sounds like really painful for the like the audience of people who typically like these kinds of games. They'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna raise my little snowman." It's like, nope, we're trying to murder you with heat, with AC, HVACs.
Yeah. It's a commentary on something.
On
We'll
warmth.
find out what. Yeah, once we get the game done, we'll figure out what it's a
Love
commentary.
it.
Do you
have
know
a name for this?
Yeah. Do you have a name for it?
Frosty's Nightmare Hellscape in July.
Oh god.
Oh God.
It's a reference to Rudolph and it's a reference to Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, the critically acclaimed film.
Oh.
You can get it on
Love
VHS.
That
It's a real movie.
sounds
I didn't make that movie up. It's real.
sounds excellent
Yeah,
Oh my
and
God.
scary. Okay.
yeah. It's a horror game.
Nice. Very nice, Scaredy. Why don't we just go? We'll go
I can go.
clockwise. So Onsta, you can go.
There-
next.
Okay. So
No, that's anti-clockwise.
there's a
No, wait,
there's a
no, it's
clock
not.
that goes that way somewhere.
No, Todd's right. It is clockwise.
Yeah, Todd's right.
Okay, so for this combination of prompts, you're stuck in a building where someone's tried to kill you, and you don't know who it is, and
Yes.
you're dealing with death. I had the thought of what if it was about purgatory, and you're in purgatory. Someone has killed you. You don't know who has done it. But if you get to the top of the tower, it takes place in a very, very tall tower. Then you get to go back to heaven. But in order to figure things out, you are wait for it, you're a time detective.
Oh.
You're a time detective, and you have to figure out the events of not only like your own death, but also the events of everyone's deaths in this big Tartarus-esque tower.
Dude, this sounds like upside down Zero Escape, and I'm here for
Ooh, Zero Escape, hell yeah.
Love
And
it.
so, like, you're doing all these battles, you're meeting people, you're trying to figure out why they're here, how they died. How do you get to the top of the tower? There's sabotage, there's drama, there's infighting and whatever. And you're also a dog. You're also a dog. You are a dog time detective.
Oh my god.
You're trying to figure out the events of
Just
your own
grab one of
death.
these.
You're trying to help people who are passed on. You're trying to escape purgatory and hit the top of the tower.
Slam that home run with a title.
I got it. You ready for the title?
Yes.
I'm
It's
so
called-
ready.
It's called Doggone.
Oh my
All right,
god.
for that title, you gotta.
I got
I can't
possessed.
Tell
Give me
me
one
that.
of those.
What are we supposed to
Yeah.
do?
That's a good title.
Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Look at it. Ansa's fucking raining in cash.
I'm just rich and
Very-
Jesus.
It's very anime. It has a dash of like Blinks the Time Detective. It has a little bit of Shin Megami Tensei in it.
Damn.
Blinks,
little
Well,
bit.
the budget of this game just got really big all of a sudden.
Mhm.
I'm hoping Atlas will call me back.
Please return my calls, Atlas.
Please.
The dog has very fluffy anime hair. Yeah.
Mhm.
Incredible.
It's an
Actually,
opening
that kinda-
cutscene animated by Trigger.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Please.
Oh my god.
Are
I'm
you
just
like
like
a
producer
stylist?
sweating right now. I'm just like, oh my god.
I'm
Someone
like,
someone
"Todd,
needed to
actually
stop
do
them
it."
way earlier in development.
I brought this to Todd, and Todd doesn't know what to do.
Listen, our Kickstarter raised
Oh my God.
$5 more than our goal, and our scope ballooned. So we just,
It's like $2 million at this point.
yeah, just for the
That's all I
opening.
know.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm about to say just to get triggered to answer your phone.
Right.
Okay, beautiful, lovely, doggone it, excellent. Shiv, your turn.
I believe in you. Shiv.
Alrighty,
Ooh,
so
doubling up, feeling theme, love it.
yeah, so we're in this building with someone who wants to kill you, and that's interesting and fun when you go for like these like sort of fantasy themes that everyone else has gone for so far. But I wanted to go for something more like gritty, more like real. One moment, let me remember which card is which. Okay, so we're all familiar with the land of like television sitcoms, yes, and all our like our favorite characters, and we get to meet everyone, and it's like, no, it's an ensemble show, it's not about one person. So the intro of the game is you are meeting everyone who lives in this apartment building. They've been friends for a long time. Friends. And one night they realize they wake up and one of them has died.
Oh no.
And then after this occurs, we bring in my first card, which is after you've met all of the characters in the game. Someone's hands in the way, I can't read it.
Sorry. We're all holding all.
Yeah, just hold
reading
on.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A large roulette wheel decides. Stop touching it, Scatty. Everyone's room. Suddenly the story begins. So, after the dead body is discovered in the hallway, you get to you randomly assigned Phoebe. Wait, what are the other characters from?
Wait, you're just
Chandler,
ripping off other
Monica.
characters?
We got Rachel,
Yeah.
Monica, Joey, Ross, Chandler, or Phoebe.
Skip
Uh-huh.
to-
One of them's
You're
dead.
friends with
So
Street
you
Fighter
have to-
characters?
Yes.
Yes.
Street friends.
He's one of them. So then it turns into kind of like this detective game. It's like kind of like a point and click situation. You're going around and you're talking to Joey, and he's like, "Da gabagoo," and you're like, "Ah, you fucking Italian idiot." That's so funny. Eventually, the other friends are going to start accusing you of being the killer, so you have to prove them wrong, right? So it's all about like defending your honor in that way. And I've played it like a trap card for some reason. I don't know why it's like.
Love it.
I play Pot of Weed.
I've activated that
Or
line
the-
card.
It comes.
You've
to
activated my Joey
the-
card.
Hey, you, this is the wrong game.
Oh my
Once you get to the end of the game, it ends in a kind of like Danganronpa-esque like trial situation, and you have to defend your honor and prove that it wasn't you who did it.
Love it.
But because of the like random generation feel, it's like
It's different every
playable
time.
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And also
Wow.
it's
Hugely generated means
based on friends,
technically
so you can
millions of hours of content.
market to the millennials.
Love it. And
What's
I
my
assume
story?
that you can have like there's like guest characters like
Yeah, of course. So
like fucking Bruce Willis.
Ow.
yeah, Bruce Willis is there, and
Urkel.
Aisha Tyler.
Aisha Tyler, yeah.
She's got to be in
Brad
there.
Pitt pops up. Alec
Yep.
Baldwin.
Wayne Brady.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
let's
Reese
get Wayne on there.
Witherspoon.
Ryan Stiles.
Yes.
Patrick
Right.
Wilburn.
Yeah.
This budget's getting a little bit out of control, just like the last one.
This always
it's fine, it'll
happens.
be great.
This always happens.
This
Okay,
is
cool.
Turning
Do
into
you,
an Adam
somehow
Sandler
less
movie.
expensive than the last game.
do you
Really
have
quick,
a
it's
title
back.
for your friend's murder mystery?
Yeah, it's gonna be called Friends No More.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, it's
Like
so
super-
dramatic.
Mhm.
I like that.
I like it, yeah.
That's tasty.
Okay.
Nice. Okay,
Thank
good
you.
job.
Thank you,
Next
thank you.
up is, I believe, is Deer. Yep, Deer's name is hiding under the card.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Okay. So
Oh, another
we've
thing
talked about detective games, but hey, get off, get the fuck you. But here's the
Idea.
thing, my game is film noir.
Ooh.
So it's very
Wait, what
black
did
and
you
white.
say?
It's very
No.
film noir. noir, whatever.
Vincent
Anyway,
Film black.
it's very gritty, a lot of cigarette
Film black.
smokings, stuff like that. So
Just
you're
everybody's smoking all the time.
Everyone zoom over to
Yes.
French Kirby real quick.
so you
This is the mood board for the game's
So-
aesthetic.
A mood board.
So you were called to an apartment building on a case, and at some point while walking up to the room that you're supposed to go to, you are knocked the fuck out.
Oh no.
And you wake up and you can't seem to get out of the building. None of the windows will open. It's all really fairly strange. And when you walk into a room, you weirdly change size to very small. Okay. So Detective Smalls, okay, is walking around from room to room. He's changing size constantly. He doesn't understand what's going on. And you have to figure out who knocked you out. You have to figure out who, is the murderer in the first place. You, of course, realize that you are dead already in the end. Spoilers. But for the most part, it doesn't seem to click with you, even though everybody is varyingly very small and very big. So you have to so you have to just wonder your way out through this entire apartment building, dealing with the fact that you are dead and you're coming to terms with it because basically the murderer ran out of the building and stabbed you on his way out. And so you're stuck here forever. And, yeah.
Bye.
Wow.
I'm
How
just-
does- how does the gigantism work into the? It's just you're tiny. That is
Well,
the extent
you
of
are
it.
you are both tiny and large. You're changing size and different things are changing. It's very hallucinogenic as you're going through, and things just don't seem right.
Got it.
Sometimes rooms will be upside down. People are big or small, or suddenly it's color, even though this is film noir. And you're just I don't understand. That person
I
over there is not
see.
smoking, and it doesn't make sense.
Why are they?
Mhm.
Why
That's
aren't they smoking?
suspicious.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We brought it home. What's the name? What's the name of your unevenly sized film noir adventure?
Big Trouble in 406.
Oh.
Ooh.
Nice.
Why 406? Is just because it sounds.
Yeah,
Nice.
I just figured out a
The
number.
apartment number.
Sound, I like it. 406 sounds great. That's a great
Yeah.
sound.
That's a solid
If that
tenant
was my
apartment.
room at a hotel, I'd feel pretty good about the weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, the cards are
On the
smoking
ground
now.
floor.
Good. I'm glad.
One of them's got a gun.
I'm surprised.
Gotta go.
Oh, the hat. Oh, the hat's very good.
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
You have to have the window with the drawn blinds.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah.
And
Really,
the
why?
letters
Yeah.
is
This is the
true.
problem with playtesting this on tabletop. Is now I feel like if I ever get to make the
I
game,
like
it's gonna
it.
need to come with a giant whiteboard for people to draw. on.
Thank you.
You could have
the-
a round that
flavor.
uses the whiteboard.
You could
It
totally
really does encourage drawing. I think everybody. It's because it's such. You just have to sit here and come up with stuff, and people the creative people are like, "Ooh, I want to make that."
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of creative people, Gam, it is. Oh wait. Oh no. We got your name. Okay, yeah. So Gam, it is your turn.
Yeah.
I guess.
First of all, I just want to say I'm surprised you said 426 there because
406.
just 406. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so-
Sorry, I've ruined your joke.
It wasn't a joke.
What?
It was.
What would happen if it
something I
was 426?
Anyway, no, my apartment's now
Hey,
426.
don't
What's
worry.
up? What's up?
Oh, congratulations.
Go to
So,
LV
Okay,
426.
so we've got this game. We've got a building that you're locked in. You're essentially trapped in. Someone wants to kill you. You don't know who they are, and you're dealing with death. A few thoughts pop into my head, and then I look at the cards that I have, and I go, "Hang on a second, Todd.
Uh-oh.
You have just come up with the prompt for the next Life is Strange game."
Oh my god.
Oh, beats.
It's one of my favorite things about this game is how many games I've unintentionally made. There's so many. It happens very often, which is weird considering how specific some of my cards are, and they're very specific
Wait,
sometimes.
Hold on. I wanna give one to Todd for making the Life is Strange.
I get the judge for that.
Judge points.
Oh my god!
Don't
Don't
amazing.
bribe
Well,
the judge.
This is
Hey.
great. Okay, well, look, you've got your foundation, but you still got to make a game out of it. So how does this differ from the other?
No,
Life
I
is
don't. It's a
Strange
Life
games?
is Strange game. I didn't have to make a game out of it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go. It's
Alright,
done. What's the title? Life is Strange. What?
Life is strange. Give me your
Here in
money.
Duckburg.
Okay. Life is Strange here. God no. If I could put another card down and I had one that said "You're all ducks," yes, I absolutely would have done that.
God, I wish.
Wait, I've got it. True colors.
You got it?
Perfect.
No.
Just like
Perfect.
Sonic.
No, that sounds
Alright.
like a dumb name for a title. Yeah,
that's
Life is Strange
awesome.
High Rise is what I was thinking too.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm.
There you
Something
go.
like high rise or like something to do with the building. Something like
Mhm.
Life is Strange apartment living.
On
Something really
Stranger
dumb.
Tides.
Life
Sounds like a
is,
Sims
Life is
update.
Strange gated community.
Oh, there we go. That's great.
Life is strange.
Oh.
Pay your taxes.
Excellent. Gated community is excellent.
Mhm.
Life is
Oh.
Strange rent control.
Good. Fun.
Life is
Downtown.
moderately weird
Yeah,
because I don't have the time for strange.
Mhm.
Yeah, you'll have to. Life is Strange Room 406.
Life is Strange
Okay.
the room.
Lovely. Okay, all right. Barry, it is
Yeah.
your turn. You
I'm
are the
ready.
final.
Just
You're the
go over
anchor.
here.
All right, I'm gonna bring it home. I'm gonna
Oh,
move
you use the
everything.
genre card.
Oh,
I think.
I'm gonna move everything over here.
Oh no. You already used it.
Gentrification.
So we're all.
Wait, where are we going?
Amazing.
I just with the other two.
Oh,
Todd
that
made.
makes sense. Yes.
Okay, so picture this: you wake up in a building. You're like, "Who am I?
Yep.
How'd I get here?
Yep.
What's going on?" Turns out it's a
Oh
casino.
god.
Ooh.
You're waking up in a casino
Ooh.
because this is a gambling game. Okay, what kind of
Oh,
a
yeah.
gambling game? Well, there
I
is,
don't
of
know.
course, a twist as to who you are. I'm just going to jump right into it. You are a ghost who just realized that they're a ghost and don't know why. So,
Wow.
you're in a gambling casino den of the damned, and everyone in the casino is playing with chips of their life. So, the
Oh,
chips
no.
you build up are how much time you have. There's an in-game timer directly tied to how many chips you have. And you're being hunted by death itself. You're dealing with death, literally dealing with death, who's a pit
dealing.
boss on the floor. You don't know who they are, and you have to go around gambling as fast as you can because time is precious. You're losing chips as you go from table to table, trying to gamble, stealing the life force from other people in the casino, and
oh my god.
and trying to prolong your time. And then the showdown is against death, where you have to build up enough chips to survive a game of dice
Oh,
against
no.
against death himself.
This sounds great and,
And,
morbid as fuck.
Yeah,
This sounds dope.
and it's
I'm
called
here
Roll
for
the
this.
Die.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Drop the mic.
Nice.
I'm done. Any questions?
Damn.
Any questions, Your
Roll
Honor?
the die is tight.
What
I'd
flavor
play
chip
that
though?
game.
Nacho cheese.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice. Nacho Libre.
You can eat your chips, but then you die because you ate your life force.
Oh.
You'll be satisfied.
Yeah.
I like the
That's your
gamble
choice.
That's important for me.
Nice.
Lightly
Man,
salted.
I'm giving 2 points for that.
That was clean. That was clean.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I had time to
Wow,
think
we got,
about
what a slew of games. I definitely did appreciate the twist in Scarity's pitch where, by the way, you're trying to raise these snowmen and stop them from being melted by some kind of rogue janitor or something. I thought that was great. Onsta's like Zero Escape-esque like ghost trick game is like that's very much my vibe.
It's true.
That's
But
a
you
good,
play as a
that
time
was-
traveling
Right.
dog.
Yeah, that was very appealing, very appealing to me. I like look, anytime anyone works in any of the longer field cards, I'm just sort of happy because some of the field cards are the longest ones. And you know what? I'm down to just like blame every murder on Ross. I think that's totally fair.
Yeah, it's
that'd
probably
be good.
true.
That's
Yeah,
100%
Yeah.
Fucker
fair.
thinks he knows everything about dinosaurs.
yeah.
Wasn't
I-
great.
I like that this kind of like the like Onsta Shiv deer corner of the table was all kind of went with like these like mysteries, and then there was kind of like a sort of a different sort of approach on the other corner. I thought that was really cool. But I gotta say,
I shouldn't win. I would
this is
not
so
want to
hard.
play my
It's
game.
actually really hard. This is super hard. Oh my god.
I would want to watch people play my game and suffer through it, but I wouldn't want to play my game.
It's gotta go to Onsta.
Whoa!
Onsta gets Barry was an extremely close second. I think both of these games would be so much fun. I can imagine the aesthetics. I can imagine the story beats, the music. I just like, I would play both of those in a heartbeat. But I'm gonna. It's a slight edge to Onsta because fuck me if Zero Escape kind of vibes aren't my just
goes on.
right up my alley.
Get it.
Also a hell of a good title.
Yes,
Yeah,
and a hell of a good title.
Yeah.
Barry, what do you like on your pizza?
You nailed it. It looks
Pizza.
tasty.
Oh, there's
Okay.
pizza?
No,
All
where?
right,
What?
so real quick
What about
before we get distracted, so
Pizza.
everybody, you can turn your cards in, keep them face up, and put them adjacent to the decks from which they come. That
my
way, they're easier for me to shuffle back in.
Wait, I
Mhm.
did that
How
wrong.
do I zotate
Wait.
them?
Oh,
Middle
mouse
so you
wheel.
use mouse wheel in the top right on
Or
of your screen. There's a little degrees. You can
Oh, yeah,
click that
right.
until it says 90, so that it's easier to rotate your cards. Like just do.
You guys are
They're
just
not.
real good at this.
Everyone's doing a great job cleaning up.
It's not.
just
It
drop
wasn't
it. Just
schlipping.
drop it.
Oh,
It'll
it's over
slip.
here. Let's
It'll
do this.
get
wasn't.
there. Yeah.
I'll schloop. Yeah.
Schlip.
Yeah, and so now that we're done with that round, everyone draws back up to 7, and then and then the next judge is going to be Deer. We're going to go we're going to go clockwise, like
So-
typical.
Grab one of these.
I can pick whatever or what? From here?
So the way it works, to remind everybody, you're picking one card from your hand and then one random card from any of the 4 decks.
Okay.
Let's flip this.
Ooh.
Okay, so we'll go with this and eeny, meeny, miny, moe. All right.
What does that mean?
Oh!
Let's go.
What does it mean? What does this mean?
The human equivalent of like, comment, subscribe.
Mhm.
And
What does that
during a
even
massive
mean?
blizzard.
Yes.
Whoa!
This card definitely came up the first time we played.
The what?
Mm.
Oh,
I
I have an
remember.
idea.
Oh, I got a card for
Do I
the.
have this stuff to me? Sadie?
Well, here, do we want to, I'm sorry, Donkey Kong, do we want to get rid of Monkey and put the cards
Hey.
here?
That is what that space was intended for.
Yeah.
The cock of monkey. It's fine.
Yeah.
He can just be there.
Okay,
It's
well,
It's decoration.
Oh my god, this is
what-
weird.
yes.
I think I got something. I think.
By the way,
Stop
if you
trying to
hold
load in
it-
ServeBot.
Yeah,
Serve
I broke it. I forgot to set it as available for online.
Oh,
Yeah.
I found a spelling mistake in one of the cards, Todd.
Oh,
Do you
okay,
want me to
cool.
just mark it down for you.
can't.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Um,
What?
There's definitely some spelling mistakes because some of the cards I just wrote directly into Photoshop instead of copy pasting it from a document.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh no!
By the way, if you place your cards face down, you can hold Shift and then press Alt to look at the underside of the card.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yes.
That's very nice.
Get on the table.
Oh, oops.
I'm just
I am
gonna
ready.
Ooh.
use those.
This
I
is
guess we'll figure it out.
Okay. I'm sorted.
It's fine.
Okay, 5 and 5.
Give me another one of these.
I placed my card face down, defense mode, and then my tongue.
And
Hi, Scaredy.
What? That wasn't me.
What? I just said hi. I saw your hands.
I haven't made a single.
It's okay.
I like
You're
you.
doing
I
great.
like purple, which
oh,
makes it really
that's what we're doing.
Stop touching.
Yeah.
Stop touching hands. You too.
Oh,
Stop.
no.
We're not touching
cool.
him.
We'll
We're
be
just
talking-
Emforetta,
just
thanks for
wake up.
7
Hey.
months. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, Emforetta.
Happy birthday.
You have a wonderful day. Rose of the Real, thanks for 6
Happy
months.
birthday.
Toaster Posey, a year. Thank you so much. Flavir, thank you for the impeccably timed hammy. I can already tell it's going to be a hilarious game. Thank you for playing it today. Oh my god, I'm so sorry to hear about that, Flavir. Thank you. And be well. Kurt, thank you for 16 months. Oh boy, time for a license. Ugron, thanks for 21 months. Exactly 32 months. Bitter Coffee Bean, 16 months. Wildcard, 33 months. And Killer Chair, 3 years. Holy pet.
That's a
Yay.
long time.
3 years of subbage. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Well, if we touched hands on the game jam table, what if that was the game?
Wait, who took? Someone took my card.
Someone
Wasn't
took.
me.
Wait. Why is? Did someone put one of my cards back into my hand?
Someone
Yes.
was
What are
being
you-
a haha funny person.
Don't
and
fuck
took
with
them
my
back in
cards.
Who did
Yeah,
it? Wait, where did my card
can-
go? Wait.
Can everyone
oh, this
stop
got-
doing that, please?
That's not fun. That's just
It's
annoying.
It's annoying.
Who did that?
I don't know, but they
Check the
hopefully
tape.
they can quietly look back on themselves and decide, oh, maybe I should stop this.
I mean, technically, if chat saw it, then
Mhm.
Sure,
they know
chat
who
has
did
the
it.
answer.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Hold
everyone's
hands
cards
on
are
the
ready,
game
right?
jam table.
Nice. All right. Well,
Oh,
dear,
weird
it's up
then.
to you, or whoever you want to go first.
Well, let's see. I mean, Onsta probably
Oh,
should go
okay.
first since Scaredy went first last time.
Okay, and then and then next
Oh my
time she
God,
goes
Sue.
first, and so on and so forth.
Works for me.
Okay, so my premise for the human equivalent of like, comment, and subscribe meets being in a blizzard. So you all know the snowboard kids. You know how they're all stars. They've got they've got 2 games. They're doing great. But who do you think supports them? Who do you think is like the B team that's hanging out at the ski lodge and they're just like, wow, look at Slash go. Like look at them all just like shred out
Is it
there. It
Ninja?
needs to be our time. It might be Ninja.
Ghostbusters?
It's actually wait for it. Nope, other one.
That's
it is
not what a character.
a team of fix or
Thank you,
die
Shady.
folks. Move your hand. I can't read.
Press alt.
Team fix or die. The helpful folks who will fix any problem or die trying. So they take care of the maintenance on the slopes. They're also doing their own thing on the less challenging slopes, but they just really they think that they deserve to be in the spotlight as well as Team Snowboard Kids 1 and Snowboard Kids 2. And I think that they're great. And so the game is about trying your best as you like fix up the slopes, as you go out and try to get some interactions, some online clout to help build your name and your brand
someone's
online.
got to fix the slopes, right? Everybody's sliding down the slopes. You got to get somebody to fix it.
Also, living out there on the slopes is not cheap. Like their part-time
It's not.
jobs are fixing up the slopes as well as shredding and just trying to make it as content creators out there in the Little Alps. And the feel of it is there's tons of mini games. So you're like tempering the hills. You're like making sure the rental skis aren't broken. You're fixing up your board. There's little championship runs. Like those are like the big games where it's like, okay, it's a big race. Oh, Slash is here too. Oh, maybe Sonic the Hedgehog is also here. And if you beat them, you get points and you get internet clout and renown that helps you with your promotions and funding, and you might get to do like special brand deals, and it's great.
Okay, I have one question, and please excuse the pun, but I also have to ask it because of the pun. So you're saying that there's a lot of mini games, right? How are you going to make this not feel like shovelware?
I feel like there's definitely going to
be
there's a story mode. There's definitely a story mode.
Okay.
If
it's all just mini games, you can't. Yeah, shovel. Haha.
Oh, well, there's a story
I
mode
say
for
you
sure.
lean into it.
I mean, I think it'll be fun. Honestly, it's not. I don't think it will be too much of a detractor to be like, "Hey, here's a whole bunch of mini games. Have fun." But there's definitely a main storyline. And the main storyline is okay. You're practicing your snowboarding, and you're doing your things, and you're trying to get your clout. And it's the mini games are like, say there's like maybe 2 or 3 mini games per like main race where you like up your rank and up your up your clout and whatnot.
Yeah.
And they're just trying out there. They're really trying out there.
Nice. I'm interested in their journey.
I
would
too. I miss
subscribe.
snowboard kids. I
Look,
got really excited.
Even though I've never watched
Mhm.
such a thing or made any kind of indication that I'd be interested in it, YouTube tried to
Mhm.
recommend me some guy who just mows people's lawns. So and it had millions of views. So
Sure.
I think that they could definitely
Ooh.
succeed in just being like, hey guys, today we're gonna build this ski ramp. By the time the snowboard kids get down the ramp.
By the time they get down here.
You're already on the lift. Let's get hurrying.
Nice. Does this game have a name?
It's hard to think of a name. I'm thinking maybe like, comment, and slip and slide.
That's a good name. That's a good name.
Okay.
Nice.
Then you can play the little Mario slip and slide theme on the snowy levels with the penguin. It's great.
Love it.
A little tie-in. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Shiv?
Shiv, is your turn.
Okay. I'm going over to Donkey Kong Zone.
Ooh,
do it.
Donkey Zone.
Kong Zone.
So, yeah, let me pause my music so I can concentrate. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my pitch, and this time it'll actually be funny, I promise. So we're doing the human equivalent, like, comment, subscribe, and there's also a massive blizzard. So, the premise here is that you are up on similar to Launch's idea. We're up on a ski slope. We're hanging out. It's the winter break, classically. It is actually only 3 days until Christmas. So we're getting excited for Christmas Day and getting prepared for all the people who are coming in last minute to come ski Christmas Eve. You know how it be. And then you are sort of realizing that business is really down this year and you're trying to work out why. And then the characters start getting ads on like their Instagram or whatever of this other new ski lodge on the mountain next door.
Oh no!
They're like hip with the kids. The kids on TikTok love it. They're up on the slopes doing the little like renegade and fucking doing the little dancey dance. So these people on the OG ski slope need to work out how to get with the kids and learn how to do social media marketing in the new age, which is where the like, comment, subscribe comes in. And so the genre is a strategy game. So it kind of plays like Civilization. So there's a few different like win conditions that you can use. So you can go for like a marketing win where you do research into the social media and modern marketing and how it works these days, and then you are able to thank you for the 50 and then you're able to bring these influences over to your slope and then get the kids back, right? But you can also go for like a war victory where you just sabotage make them like seem problematic, make them seem like racists or something. You can pull like shady shit like that. And then you can also go for like a scientific win where you just improve your slopes. You have like magic snow that is like just like the powder's so fresh and they love it.
Bro,
or whatever. I don't really know how skiing works, but like I know if when the powder is fresh, it's better.
That's definitely correct.
Yeah, there's like
fresh powder is a
kind of like
term.
Right, yeah. So it's kind of like open-ended in that way where you there's a few ways that you can win. But yeah,
oh my goodness,
that's it.
Shiv.
It sounds great.
I would play that
like
game.
that.
Any questions? Or
Can I
Why
just
is
like
this- I
trip
have-
the kids when they're doing like a
So-
TikTok dance? Can I just kind of trip them and then like post that?
I have one question. Why is your
probably.
brain so big?
So here's my
I'm really
question.
smart.
If it's going to be more like Civ, is there going to be multiplayer?
Yeah. So in multiplayer you can have up to like probably maybe like up to 3 other people playing with you to start with, and then maybe we could extend it to be a little bit bigger with all the different mountains that are around.
You know,
It's
the
in Colorado.
well-known neighboring mountains.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
but yeah, so it's basically like I don't know if I made this clear, but the 3 days till Christmas is like the time limit that you have. So you need to try and like make it happen before. That's like your deadline to try and get a win condition.
This sounds great.
This is
sounds
relatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a tight, replayable little strategy game. I think, frankly, I think we need more strategy games that don't take like 5 days of my life.
7.
So
Only 3 days.
I'm super into this. Yeah, just 3 days of my life.
Yeah.
So yeah, this
Nice.
sounds
More
like a lot of fun.
It does play in real time, but you can put
Oh,
it
it
like.
does.
Oh.
Sorry,
Hope you're not
I'm
going
just
to
kidding.
sleep.
Yeah. Turns out it's like Ender's Game, where it's like you're posting real stuff to real skills.
Spoilers.
Spoilers for Ender's Game.
Oh,
So yeah,
shit,
that's fine.
sorry, I
Thank you,
didn't think of
everybody. Thanks, everyone.
didn't
I'll open my cards back.
Nice.
There we go.
Chip, take your
I
coin.
love it.
Anyways, that
Oh,
was
is it
one of
mine?
the heck out of that game.
Thank you.
I put a
That's
10 over
lovely.
there too. It kind of clipped into the table, so I don't know where it went.
Does your game have a name?
I'll get you another
Hmm.
10. Sure, hold on.
Skiv 1.
Okay.
The first one.
Civilization.
It's we got
Lizzo!
big plans for the
And now I'm
franchise.
gonna take a 10 out of 10 away from you.
Oh,
No.
no.
Oh, nuts.
All right.
Thanks,
Is my turn?
everybody.
Yes, go Todd.
Yeah, let's go,
All
Todd.
right,
Let's go.
over
I need
here.
$2 million.
Let's go
So
over
Mhm.
here.
Give me $2
While,
million.
while Shiv is petitioning investors, I'll pitch my game.
Mhm.
Mhm.
All right, so this game doesn't take place in the modern era, despite having the human equivalent of like, comment, subscribe. But that human archetype has existed for millennia. So we're going back to an unspecified time before electricity in a fantasy world. And of course, back then, the human equivalent of like, comment, subscribe was the bard. Now, you're thinking, oh, a bard. Okay, so they'll play music and they'll do like supportive things. No.
No.
This game is about the quest for the sword.
All right. I like seeing
Welcome-
bards being active.
I welcome you all to Frostblade, the quest for clout. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Is the sword actually called Clout?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna get there. But yes,
I love
That's
that.
amazing.
you're
I
too
love that.
clever.
Is it
So
too
the
clever?
quest for clout takes place in an unspecified land, and there's been, for years, it's been told about the possibility of the Frostblade clout. Everybody knew it could happen, but the prophecy wasn't quite clear. How it was going? How would we know where it would be? When would it show up? And then, who could even get it? Well, turns out anyone with the power to create music and entertainment were the only ones who would ever be deemed valid wielders of clout. Now, one day the sword appears in the center of the land, where, of course, obviously, there's a gigantic mountain, and no one lives on this mountain because it's cold and there's a constant eternal blizzard blowing and destroying the land. It makes it almost nearly impassable without a full
Just like Snowpiercer.
army of friends, a questing adventure party. Now, what makes it so hard, other than just, okay, well, we just have to find out, the right people to get up this mountain, right?
Yeah.
No. During this massive blizzard, your speed is entirely dependent on your temperature.
Ooh.
Now, this is an active, real-time adventure. All of your opponents, this is a single-player game, but all of your opponents are all making real-time moves. So whenever they make it to certain lodges, they claim those lodges, and they will be blocked off to you. You will not be able to access those supplies or meet those characters or get any other kind of advantages that you might have by getting to those lodges or those areas. You also, whenever you complete any kind of interesting feat, defeating like monsters or rescuing people who are stuck, by blizzard-related issues, you gain clout because you're a bard. It gives you more songs to sing about, which inspires more people to join your effort to get the Frostblade Cloud. And of course, you're trying to constantly stay warm. You want to find like the right path that like lead through caves that have maybe geothermal hot springs, things like that, or through forests. It's really like it's a lot of like learning the land, but also taking the right opportunities and making those kinds of interesting decisions to hopefully claim the Frostblade Cloud. And that is my game.
This fucking rules.
Rubber.
Yeah, I love this.
Rubber loves it.
Can the fan base just call it Call of Duty Bardic Warfare?
Oh my god, Jerry.
That's
When,
also hilarious.
Todd, when you first mentioned the bard, and then you were like,
my
but it's
God.
not like a regular bard. I was like, Shakespeare? This is
The bar.
Yeah.
There's
There's
gonna be there'll be an Easter egg where like famous thespians and like screenplay writers throughout history will like show up in your party. You have to know who they are. Yeah.
One of them is a rapper, and he's like really good at keeping warm while spitting hot rhymes.
That's a great idea. That would be so, oh yeah, that's like a role as hype man, and like they're designed to like keep the mood going. Yeah, and like they have like rhythm mini games or something. That'd be super fun.
I do love the idea of like a bardic based event. Bards are like I think some of the coolest like fantasy class stuff, just because they're so non-traditional. I would love a whole bardic adventure.
I love the introduction. I love the introduction and like idea of like a guy, like someone rapping hot bars and like elements to do with like you have like like faster rapping is heat, but like something like R&B is like for cold. So when you're in a hot climate, you like get the bard to start singing like cold like R&B.
This is cool. And then you're like,
Oh,
like this is giving me chills because it's so good. Yeah.
But like blues like slows the enemy team because they're just so they're sad now because they're listening.
To blues like reduces like enemy enemy perception.
Morale.
And morale. Like they're more likely to miss attacks.
Yes. I think all this would all be super fun. I would play this game.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
He's actually like the wise sage that teaches you the
he's the Deckard Cain
that teaches you certain spells.
Yeah. There's like a few
like you walk up to him and he's like,
tell
me, what's cooler than being cool?
Oh my god, he's cool.
Freezy cold.
That's like the secret password to get into the bardic hangout.
The secret city.
And he also restores all of your MP, so you can do your ice magic.
Absolutely.
So, music points.
All right. There's
music points. What? Gam.
Oh no, you're the judge. Gam.
Yes,
you're Gam.
Go Gam, go.
So, human equivalent of like, comment, and subscribe, right?
Yeah.
And there's a massive blizzard. First thing that runs through my mind is you are trapped at home.
Oh no.
What does that mean? You're not trapped home alone though. And if someone else is trapped with you and you're the human equivalent of like, comment, and subscribe, well, your SO is going to be mad at you. Like, that's just natural. No. But it's not just because you're the human equivalent of like, comment, and subscribe. It's because the point of this game is you kind of have lost your minds. It's been a long time. This blizzard has been going on for a very long time. And you've been preoccupying yourselves. And how have you been preoccupying yourselves? Why, of course, by stacking as many things on top as possible on top of each other.
Wow!
And this is how you decide. This is how you've decided to win arguments with each other, with your SO, is that you go about your normal day. You wake up, you go to your computer desk, you have your Zoom call, you get off, and then suddenly here's the day's task. Your SO is mad at you for doing this, or you're mad at your SO, and it's like, okay, let's go to the blocks. And suddenly,
go to the blocks.
Just go to the
blocks. The rules of the game are simply: here are these blocks. Make the largest tower possible, and the player discovers for themselves. Like first off, the first sort of turn, it's like, okay, you just use the blocks because it's here are the blocks. I'll use the blocks. And then suddenly the next time, your SO uses something that isn't a block, and you go, wait, that's allowed, and then suddenly you realize you can use anything in the house. And the thing is, whoever makes the biggest tower that doesn't fall over wins the argument.
Can I
The
say
argument.
I have the mental image of just like a stacker game, and as soon as it's done, it just says argument 1.
Yes, yeah, that's actually it comes up
I
like
love
dark, like
this.
a Bloodborne boss, like being defeated as well. It says
Okay.
argument 1.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking more like Halo. Argument 1. That
Todd
works
just wanted to
too.
do his really good Halo
I
announcement.
did, Chip. I did.
Yeah.
That's
This is the
exactly.
time for it.
I was like, this is the right time for it.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
right. This sounds
To
like
brag.
fun. Do you work in like your content creation in there anywhere as well?
Oh yeah, that's part of it. Is like in the beginning, you make it works hand in hand. It's like the more arguments you win, the sort of more confident you feel, and the better content you end up making, which in turn makes your SO more mad at you because you become more obnoxious over time.
I was gonna say.
And that's how you unlock like the harder arguments that you go between.
I sort of feel
Because
like
like
it could
initially it's
benefit
like,
from
hey,
from
you haven't
the
taken out the
idea-
trash. Or like, hey, you
Yeah.
haven't done the
Right.
dishes. And then it evolves into, hey, why are you spending more time with this person? Or like, hey, you haven't even looked at me in 4 days. And it's like it evolves into like bigger problems.
So I kind of feel this might benefit from just the player character recording everything that's happening in the house, because they don't have anything to do. They're trapped in the house,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
that
That's
could
actually the
easily
final
be the main
argument.
reason. Okay, I was gonna say that could be the main reason why your
The
significant
final
other
argument is that your
angry with you.
SO
You
has-
are recording everything
Yeah.
that
Mhm.
happens.
Yeah.
The final
Your
argument is your
significant
SO
other
has
poops
discovered that you've
recorded,
actually been
put on
recording
YouTube.
every single one of these and has been uploading them as content. And your SO is absolutely pissed at you and is like, okay, this is it. This is the final one. Like, if you win, that's it. I'll stop and like we'll find a solution. But if I win, you have to leave. And it's like, but there's a blizzard
Oh.
on. It's like, you should have thought of that.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
If I win, I get the house and the divorce.
Yep.
Oh
And
my
the-
god.
Mhm.
And it plays like super triumphant music as she's just like walking away in the cold.
Into the snow. You did it. You
This
won.
is-
Hey,
And you're single now.
She's in tears.
You won and you're single
Oh,
now. Yeah.
no.
it's
And
perfect.
you're
It has a
single
good-
now.
It
It
has a
says
good
love
moral
is dead to
center, I
fucking
think.
Catherine, but it's triumphant instead of sad.
Oh God.
I love it. It's perfect. 10 out of
Oh
10.
my god. This sounds like horrific, but I would play it. I think even just the mechanic, like well, I guess you could confirm. I was thinking it's like a 3D stack 'em so that you have to deal with physics. And
Absolutely,
that sounds,
absolutely.
Okay,
I was
great. Yeah, that
imagining
sounds
the,
amazing.
The, like,
I'm
Mario
thinking
Kart
like
game.
either you go a system where it's like you have to like a Jenga rules where it's like if anything falls off or if the tower falls over, that's it, you lose.
Mhm.
Or you just go, you have 1 minute to build a tower that is stable. At the end of that 1 minute, you cannot put anything else on. If the tower falls over, well, obviously your tower is nothing.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
also
Dude,
you could work in like sabotaging the other person's tower. Like you can do it so long as they don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
I would
The-
just do this
a
right
secret-
now. Like I would just with my girlfriend be like, all right, we stacking.
All right, we're
Yeah.
stuck.
Not to solve an argument because that way madness lies. But for fun, I totally would do it. It'd be
The
so much
argument
fun.
is who can stack higher.
If
Yes.
if your
Correct,
towers
Barry.
if your towers never fall, you unlock a secret ending where you get a bonus argument is a divorce hearing.
Oh my
Thank
god!
you.
I thought it was gonna be. I thought you were gonna say you reconcile your differences, but no, you went the other direction. With
No,
that.
that's if you balance perfectly, like your towers are equal.
Mhm.
Like if you like
Ah.
that's the hidden ending. If
Yeah.
after every argument you've managed to like make them semi-equal, so you've had to actually talk to each other, that's when you
Ah.
like are able to reconcile your differences, and that's when you get the good ending.
There
Of
it
like
is.
it's either
Mhm.
hey, it turns out you need to actually talk to each other for a relationship, or hey,
That's
Right?
we talk to each other and realize we're not actually that good for each other, so it actually makes
Yeah.
more sense for us to like leave on
Plot
our own
amicably.
terms.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I want to
Leave on our own terms into the deadly blizzard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you go to leave, and you're like, oh, that's right, the blizzard.
Right.
There you go.
Forgot about
It's
that.
like beams,
Amazing.
and then it.
All right.
It's
So,
called towering arguments, by the way.
Oh, love it.
It's really good.
Shit.
Towering arguments.
I like
So-
the thought of it just being a judge
Gam.
and just like, get stacking.
we
The
So-
judge, the judge for it is like it's not it's like the judge is like a background character of like sort of like a voice in Mario Party. Where it's like it's not really a character, but like visually, it's just like the Uber driver that's there to deliver your dinner. Like you just drag them in and just like it's not even like questioned or like mentioned. It's just like they're just there and like you see them holding
Yeah.
the bag, confused, and you're just like that one's bigger, and then they walk out.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
All right. To Barry's
Barry.
turn.
This is me.
Barry,
Yay.
let's go.
Okay. So,
Bring
I'm
your
excited
cards
to
to the
be-
Donkey
bring
Corner.
them to the Donkey Kong corner.
Donkey Kong's corner.
All right.
Donkey
So,
Kong.
corner.
setting wise, you're on a mountainside in a little log cabin, and it is just you and your single parent. You're trying to
Oh.
reverse your misfortunes.
Ooh.
You're trying to get away from the city. Your parent just kind of grabbed you. Was like, "We're going to the wilderness," but it's winter, so they didn't think it through very much. You are the human equivalent of like, comment, subscribe, which means you're trying to start your own YouTube channel.
Right.
This mountain is it's sort of a fantastical magic realism mountain. Because what you can do is go out, venture outside of your little log cabin, and the trees are, they're made out of a coaxial cable, and the
Oh.
grass is RGB, and the flowers are ring lights. And you can venture out into the world. It is, of course, a sandbox game. There's no hardcore set rules or what kind of channel you have to make or what your sort of end goal is. You determine that for yourself. But you want to go out into it's like light survival mechanics, not like health or hunger or anything like that.
Okay.
But you're heading out into the mountainside in between the blizzards. You sort of have like time to spend on the mountainside, and then blizzard's coming in. Got to gather all my shit, bring it inside, and then work on that crafting table to assemble lights and a set and improve the internet in your PC with not with like actual tech, with shit you find on the mountain because it's a magical mountain.
Requires like 50 RGBs to
Exactly. So you're like, I better like plant some crops so I can have some new RGB lighting in the spring.
plant some Ethernet cable.
Mm-hmm.
Plant some Ethernet cables.
Yep. Yeah, and maybe you can mine for crypto. I haven't thought that far.
Ooh.
Literally with a pickaxe.
Safely.
Yeah, safely. Yeah.
Safely.
Yeah, Death Stranding meets the Long Dark. Exactly.
Amazing.
So that's the main. So you can make like a gaming channel or like a lifestyle channel, whatever you want. It's an open-ended experience. It's kind of like The Sims in that sense. A little more sandbox.
gardening
Go
channel.
harvest my ram.
How
Down.
does your parent work into the game?
I mean, they're just watching Netflix, so they use up a certain amount of bandwidth during the day.
I was
Um,
thinking, is it like
Watching
a
true crime.
It's a small cabin,
like
so they're
WarioWare? Like
no, they support you, but they're just mentally checked out. That's why you're on a log cabin on the side of the mountain.
okay,
But you have to be like, I want to film a video here. Like, I need them out of the way, and they're gonna grumble. So maybe you gotta build like an iPad for them, so they can like go into the other room to watch.
So it's like
They
a
want to
manageable
actually grow
sort
like
of
food,
thing.
and you're like,
Mhm.
no, I need cables.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
So
a
it's-
very
yeah,
light
it's wanting a
Tamagotchi, where like they
survivability.
have their own needs that you need to kind of like coerce them to doing what you need for them.
Mhm.
So instead of like hunger, thirst, it's like a parental emotion.
Like
Like, you have to-
attention.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
You have to
Oh.
deal with
Yeah.
parental neglect.
Like
Well, that's the
internet speed
subtext
versus,
beneath
like,
the whole game that you
parental
don't
anger.
acknowledge. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's that level of neglect because you're a child going out on the mountainside with like an axe.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and it's working title is Internet Mountain.
Nice.
Mountain.
I like it.
They couldn't think of a pun.
Mountain of
Alright.
content.
Mountain of content. That's pretty good.
Content
pretty
Mountain.
Content
Mountain
Mountain.
of Content's
Mountain
pretty
of
good.
content.
Is the sequel to Games Game? Maybe. Your parent
you have to move back in with your parents
Oh.
at the end of the game.
No, you play as the child of whoever won the argument at the end of Gam's game.
Oh no!
And they're like, fuck it, we're going on to the mountain.
I really like this. I'm
Mount
imagining
Evernet.
it could play as like just like a regular game, but it could also be like a mobile game, like
Sure.
Farmville-esque. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like you just come back
Yeah,
every
it's
so often during the day and tend to your crops and stuff.
I mean, it's not like Animal Crossing in gameplay, but in terms of like, oh, you can just kind of check in on it every now and then, like, you know,
Right.
presumably the blizzards are real time, so
It's
you have
real.
like a set amount of time out to do stuff, but it's like, all right, well now you got to be inside building stuff and, you know, either streaming or making your content or, you know, whatever, reading fake social media and getting sad, like all that.
Right.
That's what you do during the blizzard times.
I got a negative comment today. My mood's down.
Yep. Yeah, and then you share it with your
Yeah.
parents, and they're just like, "Why are you reading that?" And you're like, "Oh."
Like, oh, don't worry about it.
And if your like relationship with your parents, if you've like managed to maintain it and keep it high, like they are able to like reduce the sort of stress of like negative comments that builds up with you. 'Cause it's like, hey, like they sit you down and they're just like, hey, sport, like don't pay attention to those comments, like they don't matter. Like,
No,
it's all, like all that matters is that you care about your content. Like plenty of people love watching you. Look at these numbers.
Yeah, or
And it's
like,
like,
you
oh
could
wow.
there could even be like another route where like you include your parent in the content, and that has like a whole different flavor to things, where it's like now you have to manage the like you know, how invested will they be? Will they be too invested? You know, like is it gonna be
Like,
oh, I
take
need
over
to...
your project.
Exactly. Like is you have to, you know, keep some boundaries up, but they also might help you go mine things, and they're, you know, bigger and stronger, so they can be more efficient. Yeah, this
That's
Well,
true.
I mean, what I was thinking was
Target.
like the end game maybe is like you max out your parents' points in all the categories, and then they're like, oh, I feel better. Let's go back to society and move off the mountain, and then you have to be like, no, but it's a magical internet mountain. I don't want to go. So it's a
Yeah.
open-ended question.
I
How you
really
take it
like
from
this.
there.
I like the
I
idea as well. If you
like it.
if you like go the complete opposite and you absolutely fuck up, it's like it's revealed that all the negative comments have actually been from your parents.
Oh my
Like, they've just been
God.
making sock
Oh my
accounts
God.
trying to get you to stop.
Oh,
Oh no.
I don't like that. No, that's not part of the
Like
game.
that's if you absolutely like catastrophic failure, like you fuck up
No.
everything.
If you bottom out if you're like really mean to your parent, then you see comments that are from them on like your videos and stuff.
It's
They're not
like
even
them
hiding.
like no, it's them like but it like with sock accounts, but it's like very clearly them because they don't know how to like hide their name.
Mhm.
So it's like
this kid looks
not
like the type
mom.
of person to not pick up their trash.
Yeah.
Not make their
This is the
bed.
kind of kid who didn't do the dishes when I asked them to.
Last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What's the kind of kid that didn't do the dishes last night? How do they know?
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Nice. All right. Well,
Thank you.
seems like you got a lot of good ideas to pick from.
Brother. Yeah,
well,
good
we
luck
have
to you.
to have Scaredy to go.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
Scaredy,
I forgot
yes,
that
right,
Scaredy didn't go
right.
first. My bad. Sorry, Scaredy.
Oh,
I forgot that
I
Scaredy
forgot that I
exists.
didn't go either. Let me look at my cards and see what I have here. Okay, I remember what I was doing.
Okay.
XX, not your
Bring him-
mom
bring him over here.
420 XX.
Okay, yeah, I'll bring them over to Monkey Kong.
Do you want me to flip around for you?
Monkey Kong.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Invest in
I'm at
monkey.
upside down camera. Invest in monkey.
He's just peeking behind the cards.
He said,
like,
hello,
Invest in
Okay.
banana coin.
I'm monkey.
Invest in banana.
Okay, go ahead.
Just normal banana.
So this whole thing is you wake up like trapped somewhere, kind of like in just like a locked room, and there's just a blizzard outside, so you can't leave and you can't go back. Like it's just like a barren Iceland outside. Not like the country Iceland, but like an Iceland.
Mhm.
That's important
Right.
to clarify.
Thank you for
'cause
that
one of those- Those
clarification.
things would be nice. It's not the nice one.
Uh-huh.
But in the whole
Anyway.
thing there, like you're left like a computer desk and like some equipment and basic stuff, and
Yeah.
every day you start off and you have to like create a tweet, or like not a tweet, but like you have to use like not Twitter in game brandless
tweet.
Twitter. Yeah.
Oh,
you
Twitter.
have
Yeah.
exactly
No.
200
Twitter.
words that you can put out in that tweet.
What the hell is this
Um,
card, Todd?
What?
This is really
Uh-huh.
good.
Oh.
This is really good. What are you talking about?
I play Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm used to this.
I love this card.
Look, I may or may not have mentioned earlier that there's some cards that are pending revisement.
It's a good card.
like
Why do I feel like this is exactly what happened last time as well? Like Barry said exactly the same thing of
I
like,
might
what
have.
the fuck, Todd? And Todd said the exact same thing of like, listen, there are some that need revising.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Working on it.
Some of the cards I went really far in on, and some of the cards I created before I changed some mechanics. So
Sure.
there's definitely cards that here. Look, let's make a little. We can
No,
make a
it's
little
fine.
zone.
It's fine.
wait, sorry.
It's
Keep going, Scaredy.
yeah. Sorry.
Oh,
dude.
that's okay. I was just saying, like, each day starts with you creating like this tweet or whatever, of whatever you put out, and you need to buy over as many people there because you can't leave, but you can get like your followers, like your likes and all that stuff are essentially like them getting you things basic for your survival. So you have to play like the social media game in order to get like basic necessities and stuff, because for some reason like the way you're hooked up to this dark area and like why are you trapped here with like, and you learn that there's like other people in the same area nearby, but they're also locked in and can't get out, and you're competing with them as like kind of like a twisted reality show type deal on who can be like the #1 influencer person. But like you're limited that day for the only with the words that you put out in that initial tweet, and you have to use that to keep on buying and interacting with your audience for the whole day. And the whole reason for that is because they are essentially like, it's like bringing in new customers, and your you get is like you want everybody to come to you to provide you with like, because your likes and stuff are like, how likely are you going to get food? How likely are you going to get that? But like they of course don't know that. It's like some like weird reality horror type thing. So like
It's
if
like
you
a weird
don't
Hunger
buy
Games situation.
yeah, like if you don't buy over the audience, then you're not going to be able to get like the shit that you need to like not die. And it's like a weird thing for like some crazy person to be entertained by, and that's probably you as the audience, considering you're the one playing the game. But you know, we're not going to go into the morals of that.
This sounds like an extremely fucked up, unhealthy game.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the kind of game where you
really-
start playing it and you're like, is the developer okay?
Yeah, it
might not be
speaks
okay.
to our current state that we've got like two like
It's very much like a
content
social
creator and toxic propagates.
Yeah, it's kind of like a social commentary horror type thing.
Mhm.
Happy birthday, Adam.
And I'm trying to figure out a clever name, and there's nothing
No,
coming.
Gary
to
just
my
said it.
brain.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Adam.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
That's the name. What is a good name for this?
Because that's the day that it starts, is your birthday.
Well, I was trying to think of a pun.
Oh.
Oh,
Mhm.
well.
The best titles are punny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of one either.
Titles are hard.
I think something engage. Engage sounds like it's relevant to the concept.
It could
but
just
I
be
don't know how
called
to use it.
engagement.
Mhm.
Oh, like comment survives pretty good.
Yeah, there we go. That's common.
Ooh, like
Yeah,
comment
there you go.
survive.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
man, they are.
All three of our games are part of a connected universe.
Yeah, it's all the same corgi at a cartoonish-looking desk running all the shows.
We all got bought by the
Aw.
same publisher.
Yeah.
And that's exactly it.
Dinosaur
Is like in all of ours, you have to like there's a super secret hidden ending where like you have to do like super specific things, and then it's like Silent Hill ending of like it was a dog. It's the dog ending, but it's the same dog in all our games, and it's controlling all of these games.
Hey
Oh my
Todd,
God.
I
what?
just thought of you could make an expansion deck for the game that's a publisher deck, and you randomly draw it, and it's just a random variable. Thank you, Spooky. How you doing?
Oh my
Spooky?
god, publisher notes.
So it's,
That's-
it's just
that's already a thing.
okay, good. Because it's like
Yeah.
it's like, oh, here's
Hi,
my game, and then it's like the publisher says, and you flip it
Yep.
over, and it's like you gotta
Yep.
incorporate this to this brand,
Yep.
or
So
you gotta add more
Or, like,
female
it's
characters.
It's like a
budget.
twist
Yeah.
card.
Like
I
Yeah.
thought
or
I
you
thought
have
you
to
were gonna
include
be like-
celebrities.
Has to be a pachinko machine.
right.
you pick the
You like a battle
publisher, and
royale.
it's. I thought you were talking about like you pick the publisher, and it's like trying to not say EA, for example, but it's EA. or something
Oh,
like
no, no,
a
no, no,
publisher
no.
that has a lot of microtransactions.
No,
and-
but it would be like you flip it and it's like add more microtransactions. And you're like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
here's how the microtransactions get added. You
Yeah,
have to
please-
include Chris Pratt in the game.
I
Basically,
absolutely
like
love
when I was working on the
Smoking.
game, like originally that was part of the original concept, because all these other games tend to have a bad card where it's like, oh, I'm gonna make, like, Super Fight has like, oh, like your character has this other weird problem now and things like that. So that was
Negative
part of the
traits.
original idea, and I play tested just this version, which actually took me forever to balance out with the card types. And I play tested it without that, and like it was like really wholesome and creative, and I was like, I don't know that I need publisher
No,
cards.
you don't. I just like the idea
it's so
as
lovely.
again
But
as an
now,
expansion pack of
that's
just like
exactly it.
I'm used to the game, now I want to fuck with it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I haven't actually put those cards in the game. There's like, I think I have like 37 or something. Yeah, I have like 37 that I came up with forever ago. So yeah, it would be a thing that I could add and you could play once you've like played the game a bunch and you want to get.
I can
mean.
already see like the advertising for it as well, of like, hey, you've played Game Jam, but hey, oh, you've been bought out by a publisher and they've got some notes for your games.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I just
no.
like that the base
Must
game is really
incorporate
wholesome and
wine
creative and inspiring, and then the expansion is very bland and cynical, and you're just like, oh
yeah,
right,
very
it's
Yeah.
a business.
industrious.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like you like build off it from there. Like every expansion is like a new type of card. It's like publisher notes, and then it's just like a market research. of,
Player
like,
player feedback.
like
Slowly ruining
player-
the game.
player-
yeah.
player demands.
Hey, Chad, don't be shy.
Oh, thank you for the hammy
Or a
bagel.
loaf of
Even
rice.
though
If you're
Have
hungry,
a
just
Jimmy.
grab a snack
Boy
or a little
protagonist.
bite. Or you could just go ahead and spoil your appetite.
Grab a
I
snack.
have the
Thank you.
honor to
Market saturation.
sandwich ingredient.
All right, yeah,
All
dear.
Alright, dear, good luck.
Pick a game.
Thank you.
There are-
I'm
oh, God,
I'm
it's
struggling
so
because
hard.
I'm stuck
There's
between
so
two
many good-
games.
So many good ones in this.
Oh, are these my money dollars?
Those are your money dollars.
I don't.
What are you thinking, dear?
I'm stuck
Explain your
between Gam
thought
and
process.
Todd
Ooh.
Shit.
because
Todd just like throws their cards on the table.
like
Bullshit.
I love
the
the
tables.
mechanic, like the stacking mechanic in Gams, but like I went back and looked at Todd's cards to remind myself what he had, and I was like, "Fuck, that was a good game."
Yeah.
So I,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Todd.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
I made this.
I mean, this-
I made the whole game.
So the game should have been called Todd. As much as I love
Oh
the
my
name
God.
Game Jam.
No, that's
Game
what
Jam
you
is
call it
great,
if
right?
you
I
want to
get-
make it like
wait,
streamer bait.
I get one of the
Yeah,
cards.
you call it like I
Yeah.
made
Okay,
this
cool.
with the smiley face and everything.
I made this.
I mean,
That's
that-
if you want to be like streamer bait.
yeah, I definitely could make it that, but I don't think I'm going to. I think
Please don't.
no, I'm not going. I'm gonna leave it like this because the branding. I really like the logo a lot and the colors.
Oh
and
yeah, yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Don't change the thing
Yeah, it's
unless you want to.
Yeah, no, no.
Alright.
I really
It
like
looks
the
like-
logo.
Cool.
For the record, I saw some people were asking, and like things haven't really changed too much since the last time we played, except that I have decided. I finished the cards in terms of like all 500 cards are done.
The base
but
cards, yeah.
I'm gonna the base cards, but I am gonna make. I do have some I'm gonna replace, and like we're obviously testing stuff right now. Like just so
Yeah.
you guys know, if there's a card that you think is like maybe not super good, like not just like, oh, I don't know how to use this, but more like this seems like it could
It's
could
way
use
too
some work.
specific.
Yeah, just
Unhelpful.
just put it here, just face down, and I'll look at them all later. So just make sure you don't flip the table, please,
I
because if you do, I'm gonna lose this.
Can you lock us from
Um,
flipping the table?
I
Yeah, you
don't know
can.
how to do that. Yeah, I
You
can,
can.
but I don't know how. Configuration, lock,
Shit,
I
I,
mean,
can't
it's in
see my
options.
Discord.
options. Oh, options. Permissions. Table flip. No.
Huh?
No, not allowed.
There we go.
No, I can disable your
No
video.
flip
You're fine. I
table.
was like, I can't see my
There we go.
Discord.
Nailed
it
it.
kept-
Okay.
Oh,
keeps
you don't have
popping
to.
up.
You don't have to look. I just put. I've got a Willicam up if anyone wants.
Well, no, I know, but like whenever you click
It's
away,
chill.
even if you're not specifically watching it, like it
Also, I
pops
got
up
a
in the corner.
BRB.
Okay,
Okay.
BRB.
BRB.
I do point out
Okay,
that
alright, go
Gam
for
and
it, I'm
Shiv
sorry.
are both dog profile pics across the table from one another.
Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
Which is
Killer.
Funny.
Staring at each other.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
It's very
so
good.
it's so I'm not. I don't have any
Yeah, I'm
plans
dog
right now
James.
to release it like as a physical thing that you can buy. I am going to make some. I'm gonna make some test ones for myself and for some friends to play, and I'm gonna release it on Tabletop as a free workshop download. So you'll have all the cards.
That's cool.
And you can just play the game, kind of like with when Secret Hitler was around. You can just play. You can just do it. Just play. Have a good time. And then I'm also gonna make a print and play. So you have to get your own card stock and shit, but you can cut it up and play it as you want in person.
Yeah.
And the only thing is that I'm gonna have. I already set it up, although it's not fancy or anything right now. But I have a Ko-fi, and so if you end up playing it and you like it, just if you wanted to throw me some money for it, that'd be great, and it could go to eventually making an actual physical version of it.
Okay, I'm going.
I like the idea of that, of essentially like supplying it and like basically being like, hey, you can print it out if you want, but then like eventually down the line, you're like, what if you want like a really like solid like I do all the work for you version of like, here's just a prepaid like one that you don't have to print out or find paper or do, like here it is, and it's like it's all fancy looking and everything. I like that idea.
I realized like I don't know, it's as much as I would love to like make lots of money off of this, I'd rather people play it.
Yeah,
it's fair.
So in the long run, if I can make it and I can make money off of it, that's great. But I don't want to spend a bunch of my life like trying to pitch it to publishers and have them fuck it up.
Yeah, dude, that's
blah blah
Come
blah.
back with no cards.
Yeah, exactly. So
well, that's kind of the thing with like passion project versus like doing something as a job. Is like when you're doing something because you love it, it's kind of like I kind of just want people to enjoy it. Like I care more about that right now than.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that's done. I need to go pee, and then we can go to the next round.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna go refill my water
Barry,
bottle.
go be a streamer.
I'm gonna be a streamer.
Everyone go pee.
Go to your streamer corner.
Okay.
Everyone
I'll
look
go
at my
in the
cat.
streamer corner. No one's allowed in the streamer corner unless they're streaming. Half Moon, thanks for 9 months. Instead of a Twitch babe, I'd rather have a Twitch avocado, as they also need 9 months till they're ready to harvest, like a baby. Stop it. Oh, I'm allergic to bullshit. Oh, fuck. Moby, thanks for 5 gifted subs to Pallium76, NetTruck44, Shadow18, Ivory V, and Carrot Coon. Adam327, happy birthday, 14 months. Hope you have a wonderful day up and at them. Spunky, thank you for 2 gifted subs, Spooky. How you doing?
So loud. Hi, Spooky.
Welcome back to Nerd Gnostic and Iron Hitman 2000. And Bagel with a hammy and a teeth fact. Sharks grow a new set of teeth every 2 weeks to replace worn teeth. Some sharks lose 30,000 or more teeth in their lifetime. Thank you, Bagel. That's very kind of you. And I've learned a lot about teeth, thanks to you.
Teeth.
I stream sometimes, not a lot though.
My cat.
Thank you.
Okay. If you're done, you can leave the streamer corner.
Okay, I'm out. I'm free.
I love my cat.
Oh man, I love this game.
I really like the 1 rock and 1 mushroom on your pizza, by the way.
Oh, one of those is a rock.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's for extra crunch.
Wait, you guys are having pizza? What the hell?
Thanks, unable to load.
That looks delicious.
Appreciate it.
What is this music playing?
It's just
Scam.
Just scam things.
From Fire, right?
Yeah.
It's Magic Mountain from Spyro 3, Year of the Dragon.
It's the best song ever.
Stuart Copeland didn't have to go hard, but he did.
He did though.
He did. He said, "Let's make a ball."
He said, you know what? I'm gonna make Spyro 3 all funky.
I already know that card is gonna be changed.
I want to make Spyro.
It's true.
It's a little chilly. It's Spyro, but funkier.
Oh
Yeah.
Screaming Flamingo, thanks for 3 months.
I think honest is still.
Enjoy your silver key, thank you. Have a scrum.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, I didn't specifically mention it, but Dear Maid updated Bar Clank and Bar Shy.
I did.
And we also have
Listen, it was a whole conversation.
It was watch Gams VOD if you want the behind the scenes exclusive.
I was about to say, yeah, if you're watching the highlights video, here it is.
Yeah, I mean, well, if this is part of the highlights, then sure, yeah. Well, we have a bunch of ideas for Clank. Dear made many multiple versions, including.
You should go back through the living room, honestly.
Well, I should just share the only one that I saved to my computer, besides the one that we went with. which we were talking about different ideas, and Quank
well.
was, I was like, well, what about Darth Maul? I don't remember where that came from. He's like, what if he's
I
Darth
don't
Maul?
know.
So Deer started by just tinting Quank orange.
Oh. Before I forget.
And yeah. What?
Oh no, dear, forgot.
Okay, well, Deer tinted Quank orange, and the very first thing I thought of was the scene from Terminator 2 when Sarah Connor has a vision of a nuke going off and blowing her away, and she's all onto a chain link fence. So I posted that GIF in response, and then in response to that, Deer shared this and said, "Can we upload this?" And I said, "Absolutely not." But I did want to share it with the class because this gives me a lot of joy.
Here,
it's the same energy of the
No,
picture of that
I'll go-
kid like
Why did
standing
you
in
add
front of a burning
Quank
house,
back?
and she's like,
Why did you add Quank back? Fuck.
I added it. I added it to your channel. I
No.
didn't upload it. You have a free slot
I love-
still.
But
love
you,
Quank.
you-
It's alright, Barry. I've already added it to the documents saying that we can get rid of it.
we should get rid of it.
Here,
Hmm.
let me go get all the because we're still waiting on Onsto. Let me go get all the Quank options.
There
I
were
had.
a lot of Quanks.
There were a lot.
There were many, and so that one's Darth Maul. Which also we have what was it? Oh, Dark Side. We tried adding a double bladed lightsaber to go on either side of Darth Quank. And it didn't really look like right. So there's just
Here we
a
go.
single. Thank you, Spook. Yeah, that one's Deer also did that one.
is it good?
There's
Fuck, I gotta.
fuck. I forgot
Hold
about
on.
some of these.
Well, I
Hold on.
gotta refresh.
Why is everyone saying quick?
Because it's a
Because it's an
BTTV
emote that
emote that Deer made, and then I refused to accept. I wanted
Yeah, I
nothing
don't
to
get
do
it.
with it. So
Yeah.
there you go. It's vile. It
is.
gives me a feeling
Okay.
in my soul.
I've sent all of them to you. Well,
Oh jeez. Okay. Oh, and there's a Willa cam. Okay, yeah, I can just share this briefly, and then we'll
If
get
you
back
want.
to.
Yeah,
Well, so
let's wait on
one of the ideas was a mad scientist, which I do like this a lot. I just think it doesn't entirely read. That's the part of the problem with Quank is like he fills the whole emote frame.
Hey.
So adding stuff on the top of him, it fills up the room real fast. Gam said add a mustache,
Ow.
which also looks very good.
Ow!
Another idea was pirate, which I did enjoy. What's that,
Yeah.
Gam?
I was just gonna say the reason I said I had a mustache because I just wanted to start making fucking Half-Life scientist jokes.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Garden. Quank.
I
Um,
really
The
like
pirate
it.
makes me very happy. Except
The
for the
pirate's
fact
really
that
good.
he has an eye patch just on top of the eyeball, just directly
No,
applied,
it's perfect.
and not even encompassing the eyeball. And once I noticed, it made me really uncomfortable. So
Like
Deer
when
did make a
Yoshi-
version without the eye patch, but I was like, well, then it doesn't really jump out as being a pirate, so it's fine.
I'm back.
Then I
Sorry
forget
about
what the
that.
context for this one was. What was it? Just was it a ghost? You wanted to put a
Is it
sheet
the
over him.
pinhead one?
I just was gonna make a ghost, and then I was like, wait, no, it looks like that thing, and then I made it red.
And then we're like,
so
make it
that
red,
was-
and then it's
the
one of
Sesame
the
Street
aliens
alien.
from the Muppets.
It's Elmo.
The with the
The
big like,
Martians. Remember
Yeah,
that
the
we
Martians.
found out they were actually they did actually have
Wait a
an
minute.
alien,
Yeah, the
Martians.
yip, yip,
yeah,
yip,
yep,
yep.
yep,
Ow.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep,
It just,
Ow.
which again,
Ow.
delightful.
Nope,
Doesn't
nope,
exactly read as Bar Quank. Then
I
Deer,
love some.
even though I was like, please don't. Deer was like, I'm gonna make a version of Quank dressed up as Deer's mascot Deer, or Deer's little avatar
Yeah,
Deer.
I want to note every single time Deer like was like, here's a variant. Barry and I were jokingly like, oh, we really like this.
What about Darth Maul?
Still hung up on like the Darth Maul idea though. Like,
Yeah,
still
All
think like
lies.
maybe
because
and
Deer
Deer
did
every
Darth
time was
Maul
like, I'm
first,
not
and I
doing
was like,
Darth
I don't
Maul.
know, but well, yeah, and it was also like wanted doing it later. Also, the splotchiness is because Deer tried to evoke the idea of like very sloppily done makeup,
Yeah.
which is great. And then for some reason,
I did it because I have a Halloween emote that is Deer dressed up as your Barbatar.
Right.
So I was like, we'll just trade back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. Which I don't hate the idea, but I don't. This feels bad. And then I don't remember why, but there was like, what if Pinhead Quank? And
That
No,
was me. That was
you
me
were-
who said Pinhead.
No,
I was
was
gonna
that
say,
game
I
around
was
ideas.
not.
Blame
why?
me
Why?
for Pinhead.
Why?
That
I
was
I
so
don't
Wow.
I don't like this.
I like this was the best one. I like it. Fuck
No.
Doggo.
No, so he's
And-
Darth Maul for Halloween, and you can have him or anyone else wield a lightsaber,
Mhm.
with dark side.
I still say I could have drawn the atomic blast in a
that.
good way that would
Yeah.
have read.
Well,
Oh, there's
Right.
Willa.
I even
Willa's
whatever.
here.
I just
It's her,
love
don't
it
point at her.
by itself. It makes me happy.
Mhm.
Shit.
Yeah, and you can give Gambler one dog a lightsaber, and that makes me very happy.
The council are
The
ready
council's
to
here.
attack.
Yeah, and then the
Oh,
goofy
God.
one is Gwenk, which I
found
didn't
it
send me a JPEG of, but apparently it's on
Oh, hold
BTTV, and I refuse
have
to
a card
upload it
game.
myself. So Deer, as an
Hold
editor to
on.
my BTTV,
Yeah, we
which
made
I
that
really
joke
should
too and
revoke
stuff.
Deer's rights from my BTTV
Wow!
for uploading
There you
Gwenk
go.
against my permission, which
There you go.
gives me such vivid dislike.
I sent it to you in Discord.
Just disdain. Sure, sure. I can look at it. It's just
It's
God. Ugh,
pretty good.
ugh.
Pretty good.
I don't like this at all.
Mhm.
That sucks.
He looks
That's quite
satisfied
bad.
with himself.
He does.
It's
Right,
because
it's
Deer had an
appropriation.
epiphany working with Quank to go. Oh, the bill, the duck bill is
Yeah.
reminiscent of a goofy mouth.
Yeah, because it was when I was working on Deer that I drew like the one side of his heart nose, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like Goofy."
Yeah, and
And
the moment Deer vocalized that realization, I said, "Do not," and Deer said, "I'm doing it anyway," and it was I was correct.
And I was like, why?
It was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, yay.
So
But then I
enjoy
hated it.
Gwenk because I'm gonna delete it from BTTV probably after stream. So
That's a really good
I
Mario
mean,
skit.
I can go do it
Thank
now.
you.
The
Mhm.
bit's already
Like
gone.
dejected and tired Mario.
it's a me or whatever.
Oh,
Mhm.
Anyway, back.
Look at
This
Chris
Mario
Pratt's
looks
actually-
like Johnny from Ed, and Eddie.
Thank.
It's
It's
so
Raz.
weird.
It's what
For
Raz
whatever,
is dressing as for Halloween.
Yeah.
for whatever reason, Gwink doesn't work on my side chat-wise, but all other BTTV emotes do.
You probably have to refresh your
Oh, I had
BTTV.
to- yeah,
or
I
I've
your-
refreshed like 3 times.
and you
now.
added it to your channel. Well, you
Yes.
uploaded it to your channel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just sometimes it takes a minute.
I mean, it's been on there for a while, but it's fine.
Oh, he's also Sonic.
Anyway.
He's also Sonic. I
Oh,
like
he's
the goggles, so
cosplaying.
he's Raz.
He is
Mhm.
already removed, Barry. You're welcome.
Thank you, dear. I miss him every day.
Hedgehog.
I miss Gwen.
Do you?
No, I
Okay.
secretly
Okay.
not.
Well,
who's
good
judging
news.
this?
Good news that you miss him because check the living room.
What have you done? What have you done?
What did
Oh,
Did you
he's,
open it?
he's in here.
Oh, great. You
He's
uploaded
here.
it to the private server.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
He's here for you.
Hey, Chad, do you want to look at Willow real quick before we get back to the video game?
Yeah, look at her. She's very cute.
It's Willa.
I'd show you Stinky, but he's not.
Don't point at
It's
It's
Willa.
like a pile of hair.
Don't point.
Don't point at her.
She didn't fall off the boat.
Hey, wake up. Wake up.
Wake her
Oh my
leg.
god, Alex.
Oh, poor Willa.
She's just trying to have
Anyway.
a sleep.
Is everybody back?
Oh.
See? That's what happens.
That's what happens.
Please forgive me.
Oh, Willa.
Okay, have a good sleep.
Pet the
Aw.
kitten. Did she fall off the boat, though?
She did fall off the boat.
Yes.
She fell off the boat and got
Okay.
flat.
Point. Everyone point.
Everyone point.
Barry, it's your
You
turn.
can
Oh,
actually
sorry. What are we
pull off
doing?
The couch.
Is
I
everyone
haven't
back?
had
Are
his
you
your
back?
turn.
turned yet.
Yep. It's my turn
Also,
to
Tashi,
judge.
Yes.
Okay, Ghost Party, thanks for 20
Why
months.
do you
Hello.
bark like
Oh
you're
my gosh,
running
a
out of
Hammy
time?
from Off
Work
Thank
day and
you.
night
Oh,
like
Hammy.
you're running out of
Oh.
time.
Yeah.
Every day you are
No?
like you're running out
No,
of
it's
time.
Gam. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna
Walking in the
say.
meantime.
It's
I
not
was gonna
mine
say,
yet.
it's Gams.
Hotflex, thank you for the Hammy. Happy early birthday. My favorite chat to be in. My favorite sometimes makes a video streamer to watch. Sometimes makes a video. I'm working on it. Thank you, Hotflex. Happy early birthday. Hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Thank you so much. I don't understand being generous to me on your birthday, but thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No, I
All right,
really
go
want
ahead.
All
to.
right, Gam, what you got?
It's really
Okay.
good.
Okay. So I am going with I'm gonna flip things up. I want to change things up. I want to restrict us in a different way that we've had before. So I'm gonna go with a genre card,
Ooh.
and the genre that you all have to
I'm gonna
stick
take a
with
card.
is an on rails game. Not necessarily a shoot, because I remember last time I wanted to check if you meant like specifically just an on rail shooter,
Nope.
but it's like no, just
Nope, it could be Pokemon Snap.
on
Yeah.
Like
rails
Snap.
in some sort of way. So it could be a shooter, it could be like Pokemon Snap, like any sort of thing where you are constantly moving
Tours.
essentially, and you cannot
Star
control. You
Tours.
just move a camera.
Mhm.
Hours.
Roller
Well,
Coaster
kind of
Tycoon
you.
technically
And
counts.
you know what? I'm gonna go with. Fuck. Let's go with a feel.
Ooh,
Good
Just a
choice.
random feel.
How we
That's
feeling?
gonna be.
Uh,
It's
I
gonna be
I
interesting.
want to make it interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Okay. A
Well-
combat player can target individual parts to interact with. Again, doesn't
Oh.
have to be a shooter. In fact, I'm be honest with y'all. If you refrain from doing a shooter, you'll get bonus points.
Bonus
Oh,
points for
bonus
refraining.
points.
Be creative. I
Um,
want something fucking creative.
Todd, quick question
yes.
about the genre thing because I can't remember. But
Yes.
genres you can is it like does it work as like an extra card that you can play, or is it like one of your 2 cards that you can play?
So if you play one genre card, it counts as one of your 2 cards. You can, however, add a second genre card to that for free.
Okay,
so you can
they have
play
to
any
be in your hand.
combination of cards from your hand as long as it's one from a separate category, but you can do 2 genre cards, is my understanding.
Yeah, think of it. Let's think of it this way: 2 genre cards is 1 card.
Okay, so it combines. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, got you.
Nope.
Thank you. Okay, now I have
No
to think of
problem.
something funny.
Like you can go
Oh,
with
no.
funny, but I'm gonna be honest. I just want something super creative.
Uh-huh.
I'm stupid though.
But you
Hey,
know what?
Glank deserves better.
I'm a big dumb.
Yeah, I agree,
Alright.
Spooky.
I got mine.
I bet the person who made this game is super cool and smart and funny.
Shush.
Yeah, they're really cool and
How-
cool
How
and
dare
attractive.
Yeah, and you should subscribe to them on Twitch.
You should
Really
subscribe to them on
video
Twitch and
games.
get the emotes because they're good
Probably
emotes.
They're good emotes.
Whether or not
Maybe-
Todd
they
ever
might even look at
streams,
coffee that you can-
Hashtag
They're good
get
emotes.
Todd to partner so he can have more emote slots.
yes.
Yeah. Get Todd the partner so I can make Todd more emotes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
use them.
You guys are
Hmm.
very, very kind and generous. I appreciate it. I will. I definitely like. I don't know. This game has
Oh,
had
this
like
is
an interesting
wretched.
intersection with like my
Okay.
self, like you know what I mean, like kind of my perception of who I am.
Mm-hmm.
So it
Mhm.
has been really nice to be like, this game technically is done.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
I finished the game, and that's really cool because I have made about 11 card games. One of them is also technically done. It was fun. It was like a dodgeball mind games game.
Called Uno.
Yes, called Uno. And no, and it was really cool to have made that. I got that play tested back when I was like 19 with like, because I used to go to a convention in California with a lot of game developers and stuff, because like my parents have been in the board gaming like space for like basically like 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really cool. It was really validating. But I never really did anything to that level again up until Game Jam. So it was really cool. And Barry's always very like nice about being like, "Hey, let's play the game again," like out of nowhere.
Because it's been living in my brain for 2 years. I've been
Mhm.
wanting to play it again.
Some of the games can live in your head for a long time. too.
Seriously. Like, I'm always thinking about game design, both in the games I play and ideas for games that I have. This game is literally... We talked about this last time. You can literally use this for a game jam. You could literally play
can.
this game and then
You
rank your
can.
favorites and then make them in like a weekend.
Mhm.
Yep.
Make a little
And
prototype.
there's a lot of cards in here that are like some of the field cards in particular are the biggest swing in terms of like me just being like, let's come up with some shit
Mhm.
that is maybe untenable. So it is a lot of fun. I think I don't know. I've been very pleased. I played this game a couple times with people who don't play games at all, and it was a good time still. So it's just a creative game if you want to be creative and play with your friends.
It's good.
Looks like we're ready.
That's what I like about it. Is that it allows that freedom of personal creativity of like it's essentially you've created the tools and people will make combinations that even you didn't think of because
definitely
they've given you life.
Somebody once, I forget the game that they made because it was so convoluted, but somebody once used 4 genre cards and that was all they used. And they just freeballed the rest of it, and I was like, that was incredible, and I would never play it.
Viz is asking how many can they buy? How many copies?
For now, you won't have to buy any of it, but I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna try and finish that print and play pretty soon, and then also get it put up on the tabletop workshop. Basically, I'm gonna go through all my cards and fix any ones that I don't think fit, or any cards that show up today that people are like, man, the cards maybe not that great, and then I'll have it up on tabletop. So probably by mid next month at the latest.
That's soon.
At the earliest.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the cards are done, so it's just a matter of like me getting over the like anxiety of being like, now people can play this without me being there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's scary.
It's pretty scary, but
I like that you chose cards because I like cards.
I like cards.
We know you like cards, Scary.
No, Scary, you like cards?
You guys, Scary, like
great.
Yeah.
Wait, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell anybody?
All right, we ready to go?
We're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Does anyone want to volunteer, or is it just going to be Shiv?
I think it's me first, yeah, so I'll go.
Go for it, King.
Yeah, that's why I said if anyone just wanted to volunteer first, or if it was just going to be
You want to come to the Dong Zone first? Or it's the depressed Mario Zone now?
The Sonic Tails Mario Toad.
The Dong Zone.
Welcome to the Dong Zone.
Late night radio station.
It's a guaranteed way to get people to leave your apartment.
Yes.
Good. I'll keep that in mind. I don't like people.
That sentence is the entirety of my Tinder profile.
Oh no.
0 matches.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay.
Welcome to the Dong Zone.
So
nope.
I'm gonna
dab away.
make it fun. I know that because we're looking at this field card, we're all thinking Fallout, right?
No.
So I'm not gonna go straight Fallout. I'm gonna go. I would like to do like a post-apocalyptic, like dystopian future setting.
Ooh.
Where you are trying to you're with a group of survivors of whatever this disaster was, and you are trying to you're trying to contact other groups and bargain with them and make trades and stuff like that. And then you come across this group. Oh, actually, here, I'll flip my first one. So an important part of this is that obviously when you're at your home base, it's safe.
Mm-hmm.
But once you go outside, there are dangers all around. So you need to be aware of that.
Nice.
And then you eventually find this group. And they have a lot of supplies. They've like set up shop near like a shopping center or something. So they've got shit for days, right? They got all the instant ramen you would ever need. And
you could eat.
but you realize that their leader is a little bit strange. They're really into games.
Sorry.
But specifically they're really into games, but specifically like arcade sport games. So things like what I imagine with arcade sport, I know it's like usually you're talking about like mini golf and shit like that, but I was thinking things like skee ball. I was thinking things like the little basketball machines at the arcade. So the goal here is to be able to beat the different like parts of this faction at their little games, and everyone has their own little expertise on a game.
Nice.
Of some kind of game, and then you have to fight them for it.
Ooh,
and then that's the only way that you're going to be able to get supplies and survive. So yeah.
So
But
it's all
every-
just between
everything-
like humans.
Yeah. So
Humans.
I don't think it's like a zombie apocalypse or anything. It's probably just like a nuclear winter or something like that.
Got it. Okay,
Or
okay.
like a,
The
I don't know,
city's
maybe
filled
like
with
a, like
jam.
It's funny.
Yeah.
I have that exact. I literally have that card in my hand.
Maybe it's like, I don't know, like a, this sounds like crazy, it would never happen, but like if this huge pandemic happened or something.
Yeah.
Like, a lot
Hasn't
of
happened in
population
100
died and like
years.
civilization collapsed.
This is sounding a little bit too unrealistic, Shiv.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too unrealistic.
You didn't draw a
I mean,
fantasy
Honestly, you
card.
had me, but I have to pull out my money now. I'm sorry.
Look, if we could like deal with pandemic times by playing fucking like skee ball and shit, are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
I miss
I'd be
skee
the,
ball.
I'd be the
That would be a lot of
pandemic
fun.
king. Like I
Yeah.
would, if this game was real
well-
life, I'd look like a billionaire basically. Be like, who did you fucking mess with to get all this money? Be like, I just beat everybody at skee ball, motherfuckers. That's all.
Yes.
I just
That's
think
trending
like
with
when it
skee
comes to
ball.
like sort of post-apocalyptic dystopian sort of games, it's very like serious. Like I've been watching Viz play Last of Us. I'm like, oh my god, it was so serious. Like, fucking relax, whatever. It's all good.
Mhm.
Take it easy.
I
Just
like
play
it.
some skee ball.
Just like have some fun eventually. So this
Yeah.
is like would be
Mhm.
like a bit of a lighter take on the genre, I think. So that would be fun.
Mhm.
I like it. This sounds like a
More
fun time.
arcadey. Yeah. Cool. Do I get any tokens? Anyone?
Oh yeah,
I'm-
sorry, I forgot
Wow,
tokens.
asking for tokens.
Asking
tips
for
Also, I'm
Hello,
taking it
tips.
back though because you asked
Please.
for it. So I'm taking my
Here.
token back.
Todd, can you spawn in a bowl for Shiv to pass around?
Mhm.
I literally was
Just
like,
rattle it.
I was like, Shiv like shakes their hat a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Jingles.
This
Like,
this
two
is
cents in
this is the thing I was thinking about with having the TED tokens is there might be like I wouldn't want anyone's feelings to be hurt if they didn't get 10 out of 10.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's why I like that there's
we'll see.
nothing really to them. It's just like, it's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would
just
hope
forgot they were
everybody
there.
Tokens to
it
people.
feels okay about it.
You literally have
No, it's fine.
infinite.
Yeah, I
in
like
the
was
bag.
joking.
They're
I
infinite.
was joking, but I will take these tokens. Thank you so much, everyone.
I'm
Nice.
just saying when we play
Oh, wait.
IRL, we should replace them with chocolate coins.
Oh,
I
yeah, so we can
would
eat 'em.
be dead of chocolate. What does your game have a name?
Wow, sounds like someone's being cocky
Oh,
with their
um,
ideas. I'll be dead of chocolate.
I'm gonna eat everyone's coins is the problem. Shiv, game name. Shiv?
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 is Shiv thinking?
Fire.
Arcade Apocalypse.
Arcade
Nice.
Fire.
Arcade Fire.
Mhm.
I like Arcade Apocalypse. That sounds
Yeah.
fun.
Same.
Yeah, it's good. That's got a good flavor.
Sweet.
Mhm.
Nice. All right. Oh, is it my turn now?
Yay.
Oh, I guess I'm
Mhm.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
sweet. Okay.
it's
Let's
really
see
nice.
here.
I'm sad. I realize mine's
This
already a
and
real game.
Okay.
Dude, that's funny.
All right.
I'm mad about it.
So we got it on rails. We got in combat, players can target individual parts to interact with. So here's what I don't have a name for this still. Maybe y'all can help me out. But I'm gonna reveal both my cards at the beginning because you're gonna need to see the whole picture to understand what the fuck I'm talking about. The
Okay.
game features the main character who is a down on their luck farmhand, and you're like, oh no, not the farmhand. I hope that they're okay. They're not okay, okay, because this entire farm has been upended by a gravity flux.
Oh,
So
Oh.
we're talking the crops are like the ground is like bent upwards and downwards in certain places. Like the topography has gotten wonky, and there's like the buildings are like floating off, tethered by the plumbing and electrical wires. Everything is all very, very exciting, but also not good for farming. not an ideal situation.
Mhm.
That's fair.
So what happens is, thankfully, the farmhand. Oh, by the way, this is like one of those Stardew kind of things where they just
I was
happen to have
gonna say,
access
yeah.
to like everything, like just like right outside. Oh, there's a mine right down there. Of course there is.
Yeah.
So there was thankfully a huge repository of actual rails. So the farmhand can then build rails to get to all the different parts that on the farm that they need to get to. Now, unfortunately, you can't just build a railway to every individual thing, right? So you have to actually play the game from the carts in between each area and try to target the areas that you need with the required resource. So like if you're trying to water something, you have to aim directly like, okay, I need to get like right sort of in the center to hit the irrigation and activate it so that everything will stay, you know, fertilized and everything. So while you're on the on your little rail, you're like, okay, you're trying to aim, slow down time a little bit, and then you can try to hit that perfect little section. And there's also, of course, like over the course of the game, you can add more rails, and you can go to different areas, you get new things, but also the gravity fluctuation increases and it starts messing with your rails in real time. So that way, every time that you do a certain section of the game, it changes in terms of your timing. It's like, okay, well, I need to send this hay bale to the horses, but like now there's like, you know, the big sprinkler system has like floated into the air and is now blocking the shot that I used to take before. And so it's just kind of like a very fun little like Stardew-esque actiony kind of game where you're just managing your resources in a really fucked up gravity flux.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like Stardew Valley meets Gravity Rush.
Oh yeah, sure, like yeah, totally. Yeah, like Gravity
I like
Rush.
it.
Yeah. It's designed to be
drew
very
a
very lightweight, no pun intended.
It's like I can imagine like especially like the farming aspect of it. It's like, oh, certain crops, like if you grow them under like specific gravity conditions, like they kind of turn into different plants of like, oh,
Yes.
this potato, if you put it in like if you grow the potato under like a really light gravity, it turns into like an actual, like the potato turns into like a potato tree.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Totally.
like that's not meant to happen to
yeah.
potato, but it's because there's no
that's great.
gravity like pushing it down, it like just stretches.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of plays into like how you basically get out of this situation where you're totally screwed by the gravity flux, because for some unknown reason, it only happened to you. So you now have these unique crops, and the difficulty obviously is just getting them from 0 to 100% and actually getting them off of your farm to the, you know, the trucks who come by and they're like, oh, I don't know how he's gonna get out of that one. So yes. Someone said in the chat Gravity Farms, and I like that. Simple, clean,
Mm-hmm.
gets the whole point
Gets
across.
across.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about Meteor Herd? But like herd like as an animal.
That's incredible. Of course you would say that.
Of course
For
I
those who
would.
don't know, Meteor Herd is the level, the name of the Knuckles level that takes place in space in Sonic Adventure 2. Yes.
Happy Noctober.
All right, we'll call it Gravity Farms : Meteor Herd.
There you go.
Mhm.
There you go.
There we
Meteor
go.
Herd is the
I love it.
Sega DLC where it replaces the main character with Knuckles.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Turns into Knuckles.
Nothing
That'd be
else is
amazing. All
your
different.
animals
It's
turn into
just
chow.
it's just 2 Points Hospital all over again.
All over
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Exactly.
sequel.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I
thank-
like
thank-
that one. I like that one.
Thank you. I just in my head, and oh, by the way, this is totally, you could totally play this game in VR. 100%
Oh.
play this in VR.
Ooh,
Yeah.
motion
Future
sickness.
space
Yeah, and your
footage.
puke.
And
Oh,
the,
yeah,
like
riding
physical
on
version
rails that
comes
are
with a buff
warping
bag.
around you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's great.
definitely. The collector's edition comes with a bucket.
A bucket.
All
Shiny
right.
bucket.
Thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
I drew you a tiny floaty horse.
I
Mhm.
liked it. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was a duck, and this was like a really short bill, and then I
Yeah.
realized that it's a horse, and
Yeah.
I love
Mm.
it. Thank you.
There it
Take
goes.
my coins.
Okay.
All right.
Yay.
Go ahead, Dio.
So I'm gonna start with the title of my game, which is actually off the rails. Haha.
Oh.
Because
I get it.
because
Oh.
it's also a theme park creator.
Whoa.
No, oh my, of course.
Okay.
Of course
Okay.
somebody drew this card. Of course.
Sticks.
Okay.
And you play these
So-
games too. It's Destiny.
I do.
Oh
So,
my God.
it's a theme park creator. So you're like, okay, so you're thinking like you're gonna be like on the like roller coasters and stuff. Nah, here's the thing. Because you can in combat target people, the main part of the game, hold on 1 second. Okay, the main part of the game is that you actually are getting off of building the roller coasters and you're walking around and you're seeing all these people with different needs, and you're like, okay, that person needs food. So you, as a player, go up and you aim, and you basically go, hey, that over there, that's where you get food. And they go, oh, thank you so much. And then you see somebody tired over there, and you take aim real quick, and you're like, here's a bench for you. There you go, because you're getting off the rails. And of course, like any theme park creator, the world slowly does, of course, fall apart, because you have to keep,
That's the
you have
same
to
card.
keep maintenance up.
That's the
Yes,
same
it's
card.
the same thing. So for the most part, you're partially doing a theme park. You're building
my
all the roller coasters,
God.
making things that the people
Right.
want. But the real gameplay is getting on the ground, taking aim at all of your customers, and making sure they get exactly what they want.
I can't believe you drew these cards.
That is the most
I know.
hostile theme park creator I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
So what
It's-
you're
it's
saying,
like
Barry,
someone's
is it's the
personal
exact
hell.
game that I would play and make.
Is this also a VR
Yeah.
game where you're able to throw stuff at people?
Yes.
Oh,
You
I-
literally pick up cups and throw them at people's head, and they catch it. And they
Pick
go,
up your
"Oh, thank
trash."
you," and your
Specifically at children.
popularity goes up.
Right.
I like the
Lovely
idea that
children,
like,
yes,
like
Odds.
this is just someone's personal hell. Like like this is just what they're forced to, like it all gets like the world like physically gets smaller as well as you're going on, and it's like it's intersecting with a roller coaster, and just like when like parts of a roller coaster are just like don't exist anymore, and so when the car gets to it, the players just like go flying off it just into the nothingness.
And so while walking by, if you see those rails disappear, you better do the QuickTime event and look up there and
Ooh,
put those
QuickTime
rails
event.
back.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, yes, the quick time.
you're a
events.
genius.
Mm-hmm.
Quick time
Yeah.
event.
Yes.
I
Thank
like
you,
this.
thank
This
you.
definitely gets a 10
Fif-
out of 10 for
50
me.
out of 50.
For me, dog. 350
Yeah.
out of 50s? Oh my god.
Apparently.
100 out of 100.
Apparently.
Don't eat those all
That's
in one place.
definitely not how those tokens were supposed to be used, but I'm not gonna stop you either.
I honestly,
It worked.
Perfect.
do we have any other questions? I know that was very short and sweet.
I literally, I can imagine this game. I just like
Yep.
in my head, I'm just thinking of this is gonna be such a specific
Is
reference.
it like
I'm gonna be thinking of like the episode of Bob's Burgers where like at the end punchline of the episode is that the entire roller coaster at Wonder Wharf falls apart right behind them while he's talking about
Yeah.
cutting corners being totally fine. In my
Yeah.
head, it's just like the coaster starts like wobbling and you just have to like fucking like bullet time chuck a 2x4 to like land right between the bars so it doesn't fall apart. And those kind of moments, I'm like, that'd be nice.
That'd be
I'd play that.
sweet.
I'd play that.
So I'm gonna be honest. As soon as I saw on rails and I realized I had this card, I remembered that you gave me Planet Coaster for Christmas.
did, yeah.
and I need to play it still, but I was like, this is perfect.
Now look,
So-
now you gotta go play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
and
like
then
a
it was called
Smart
Off the Rails, right? Yeah.
experience?
Mhm.
Lovely.
Yes, it was
great,
Off the
great
Rails.
name. Great name.
Because the main
Oh
part
my
of
God,
it is that you're
Sketty.
off the rails.
Oh, Sketty! I
Okay,
fucking
okay.
love that.
What?
Like
Yeah,
it's
like
like
a super hot
Scary did.
area.
it's like
So
super hot.
Mhm.
So you're like doing it all in
Oh.
slow-mo, and then it plays
So
it
like
back to you
time
and
only
you're like,
moves
"Ah."
when you move.
Oh no!
As you're-
my
as
God.
you're
It's like
solving
you just sort of
everyone's
sit there
problems.
looking around, and
Yes.
it's like you can see like, oh god, they're about to hit that cut. And it's like you just like see like they're going towards the corner. And it's like you just got to get there real quick, and every step it gets closer and closer.
You bounce like a soda cup off of someone's head to go to the person behind them.
This sounds excellent and very
Good.
hard, but very fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh god, this is such a good prompt.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's been so creative.
It's me.
Yes.
Barry's turn.
I forgot what my
Let's
idea
go.
was. Let's go. So it's on rails. Oh, I remember now.
Mhm.
So it's on rails.
No.
What?
What is this one card?
Oh, that's a card that basically I'm not gonna use that card, so I discarded it because
Okay.
I already it was from me. I already know that I'm replacing that card.
Okay, I was just wondering.
It's the
Anyway,
adjust
sorry.
this card zone. It says so.
Basically,
Okay.
I'll show you what it is. Basically, I was like, what about custom character creators? And then I realized that people could just decide that. But I made I made this before that. I had like 5 of these, and so there's like 5 cards that I'm gonna replace with actual characters. And like you can just say my game has character creation. Like it doesn't need to be a
Yeah.
card. So
Did
okay,
I thought
so
you, I thought,
go
you-
ahead,
I
Ben.
thought you wrote piss carded. And I was like, well, I mean, it is
All
yellow.
right. All right,
Um,
Barry.
Okay,
No, I
okay,
just can't write.
Sorry, Barry.
So you're on. Not only are you on rails, you're on a train. Mm-hmm. You're on a big old
love it.
train.
Ooh.
And sorry, game. This is a fighting game. It's not an
Nice.
on-rails
Oh,
shooter.
fuck.
Oh.
Don't say sorry. I'm already on board.
Okay, so it's like a couple parts Snowpiercer, a couple parts Indiana Jones Temple of Doom. You're moving up towards the front of the train, kind of hopping between like mine carts and different parts of the train, whatever it is, etc. And you're beating everybody up. You're throwing caution to the wind for the good of humanity. That's just the general point in the background.
So that's where the Snowpiercer came from.
That's a bit of the Snowpiercer.
Nice.
You are going through the ringer to get up to the top of that train. And as you go, it's sort of like a beat 'em up kind of fighter game. A little bit like Streets of Rage style, where you have like a single train car filled with dudes. But then you'll get to like the Indiana Jones like one-on-one minecart fight. And that's where the targeting individual parts comes in, because in those specific fights, you're trying to lose their balance to knock them off the train.
Okay.
So you have like big arena fights, and then these specific one-on-one, very specific targeting things. So it's very like stamina based, where like you got to make every punch count because it can throw someone off balance, and you like go for the legs and push them over, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you're getting to the front of that train. Street Piercer. Yeah. No, my name for it is Punch Off.
Nice.
Ooh,
Great.
punch off.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
I
Nice.
really like that.
This sounds great. Can I give you a challenge, Barry?
Please.
Can you give me just one boss that you individually target the parts of?
I mean, I literally was thinking of Indiana Jones. It's just this giant burly guy with no shirt.
Oh, I thought you meant we're gonna fight Indiana Jones.
Yeah, no, you fight Indiana Jones. We got the license. That's why we need a lot of money on
Archaeologist.
Kickstarter.
There's
Okay.
just some
Indiana-
shitty
No,
white
I mean,
guy
what-
archaeologist stealing
Well,
from third world
that-
countries that you punch him out. It's for
Yeah.
the good of the world.
It's for
I
the
just-
good
yeah.
of humanity,
I
apparently.
definitely
No,
like.
no.
I'm imagining when like you knock somebody out, it's like punch off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, so
It's
satisfying.
hot. Yeah.
Super
No, because
punch.
that's the whole thing is that's why you have the
Super
contrast of the regular dudes you fight, because they go down in a couple hits. They go flying when you punch them. Then you get to that guy, you punch him, and he doesn't even flinch. You punch him in the chest, and he just stands there. And you're like, oh god. And then he's like punches
no.
you. You go flying.
My
So I gotta, sweep the leg,
My
get in there.
hubris.
Your hubris gets checked,
Right.
and that's the that's the
Check.
the balance there. Give you that
If you-
experience.
I like it.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I love the idea of punch off being the I won like victory thing, but if you lose, it says hubris check.
This is hubris.
Your hubris.
Really good.
Every train car you move forward, your hubris level increases.
I love
It's
the
randomly
idea of, like,
generated, so you can spend your hubris. It's a roguelite now. I just decided.
Nice.
Oh my
I
God.
like the
I
idea
like
as
it.
well, like you can make it so it's like in the beginning it's like, okay, you're on this train, like you've established like it's this train, and then just as you proceed through, like it's just like, okay, so now you've walked through this train, and then suddenly there's just like an oasis, like there's a like weird desert in this train car.
Sure,
and it doesn't-
yeah,
like,
yeah.
This
Go
is a
full
bit weird that's in
Snowpiercer.
here.
Get weird with it. Yeah.
And it goes
There's a
like
train.
full like, and in the end it's like you walk through a door, and then suddenly it's like, why am I in New York City all of a sudden? Like, wait, how is this even possible in a train?
Sounds
Mhm.
great.
Yep.
I love this train.
Yeah, it's a magical
Yeah.
train. And I haven't
This is
decided
my
why you
favorite
need to get to
train.
the front of the train. It's for the good of humanity. Maybe that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
And then there's
You
some
need to get to the
twists.
front of the train because that's where the food cart is.
Yeah, the last surviving recipe for instant ramen is at the top of the train.
Oh,
No one knows how to make
no.
instant ramen anymore.
Nope.
No one
No.
knows what to eat anymore at like 2 a.m.
You run through train upon train of pallets of instant noodles, and no one knows
Nice
what to do with them.
Some people
Yeah,
have
yeah,
just
that's
been, like,
the
eating
only
condiments
kettle
and
on
they
the
don't-
entire train.
The only stove. Yeah.
Okay, now it's called
no.
Punch Off Ramen Warrior.
Ooh, love it.
Ooh.
Okay, nailed it. We got
Punch
there.
out.
Ramen Warrior.
Ramen Warrior 15
Thank-
If
electric.
you wanted to make it a Sentai, you could make it Ramen Rider.
Nice.
Oh my
God,
God.
you stop that.
Nice.
Thank you for the
Nice.
10 out of 10
Yeah.
IGN.
Here you go.
That's-
Here you go.
that's
again.
an
There you go,
Invisories.
buddy.
Yeah, you can.
Guys,
That's
Inviso-
one for-
certified
Viz,
Inviso.
can you just type Invisories real quick? In the chat?
Yeah.
Can I give a point to Gam for that?
Yeah.
I just did.
I mean, two other people did, so I mean,
Yeah.
Hold on.
For sure.
Gam's gonna get
Todd,
more
can we get
points for
tokens
that.
that, like-
than I got
Got
from
points
it.
for yours.
Todd, I know you got like 10 out of 10 and 50 out of 50. Can we get
Here.
another token that's just Inviso-Wheeze on the token?
It's like the gold
It's
It's a
standard.
super like.
here.
Yeah.
That'll
Yeah.
be that'll be
Alright.
that can't go in the public version, but that'll go in the like Hoomst homebrew.
Our stupid
Yeah.
version. Yeah.
brew.
Yeah.
The Steam mod pack for it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was lovely, Barry. I want to
Thank
play
you.
that.
I do too.
I loved it, Barry. Scary.
Here,
Your
all
turn.
these.
Train interactions are fun.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Come to the depression zone.
Oops,
Whoa.
oops, oops.
Whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
yeah.
whoa,
Scary?
whoa.
Oh god, Skady's playing a trap card.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's not even how trap cards work, you dinguses.
Just turn it sideways.
Okay.
I'm
That's all you have to
sorry,
do.
How
Gary,
this
but
stupid card
That's-
game
that's
works.
part of
none
it.
of us care how that card game
No, we
works, I'm
cannot get a
sorry.
goink
Yeah.
token.
I
No.
also do not care
No
how that
way.
card game works when I play it. So let me just remind myself in my brain of what my pitch was.
Why does
Figure
my
it out.
chat in the bottom left keep popping up?
Yeah,
It's
I
just
doing
thought
that for me
I,
too.
it's been doing that for me too. I'm not sure either.
I don't know how to
I
make it
think
go away.
it's maybe because of
It's
the
like,
failed
why?
load. I don't know.
Could be.
Well, I only started. Whatever.
Okay, I remember. So mine is kind of like a fantasy game.
Mhm.
And you need to get from like one city to another, and you're traveling along like these major, like huge, high fantasy, like very magical world type cities. But you're
Yeah.
traveling because you're a mail carrier with a dark secret.
Nice.
Mhm.
Oh wait, wait,
Okay,
wait,
okay.
I
wait.
know.
Fall
I
at me,
rethought
Vegas. You've got me.
I changed it. My original
I-
plan was Death Stranding, and I had to change it.
I was gonna say
Oh.
real quick. Can a mail carrier also be called a courier?
I don't
Sure.
know.
Sure.
I'm literally
yeah, it
just
could be a
talking about
courier.
New Vegas here.
Oh,
Yeah, I
don't-
mean, it is-
don't like
Oh.
it, so I wouldn't have
A mail
picked up on
carrier is just. That's why I
Okay,
said
well.
like it's New Vegas. Yeah,
Mhm.
carrier,
Oh.
courier, same thing essentially.
But yeah, so it's like a high fantasy world and stuff, but you're a mail carrier with a dark secret, and your dark secret is that you are a vampire. You're like a vampire rogue. So you need to make
Ooh.
your deliveries, and that's the whole reason why it's like you only work in cities, going from city to city.
Ah.
Because, also, I may as well just reveal this because its abilities change based on whether it's day or night.
Oh.
So like in the nighttime is when all the other monsters and all the other vampires come out. So you'll be doing a lot more like combat based stuff, but it's like extremely dangerous to be going around at night. But it's like a lot better if you're traveling over like open fields and stuff. You might want to do that at night because it's a bit trickier to get across like more open areas in the day. But like if it is daytime, like you don't immediately burst into flames, but it hurts like hell if you are traveling in the sun. You will die if you do it quickly. So the whole idea is you want to like you need to make your deliveries during the day because that's when people are
Right.
awake. So that's when you're in the cities. So you want to use like whatever you can to keep on darting from like shady area to shady area without getting cut. It's like very much of like a stealth type deal.
Mhm.
But you're
Um,
hiding from
so
the
it's not
sun.
like- yeah. Well, you also don't want like people finding out you're a vampire because
Sure. Hey, why are you
Vampires.
smoldering out in the middle of the field
Mhm.
there?
I-
That's a little weird.
Listen, I just got out of the vape shop, right?
Yeah. I'm vaping.
Yeah.
Stay back.
To be honest, if that's like if that was what their justification was, I'd be like, yeah, I believe that.
yeah. And then the whole combat thing, like necessarily it's considered more of a bad idea to get into fights because you are like contrary to like
Sure.
fantasy vampires typically being like these super powerful things, like typically stealth is the way you want to go. And that's
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
you can fight, it will be an option, but like it's not easy to do. And then also during the day, like you probably don't want to be fighting, but like a lot of it is because like the interactions, the parts that you can interact with specifically are like very specific parts of the environment. So like a lot of it is very physics based things like if you see like a stand or something that has like a like an umbrella on it, you can take the umbrella with you as like part of your walking, and then you can like discard it to the side when you go somewhere, or if like there's a window you can like open that. Like it's a lot of like things in the environment that you're specifically interacting with to try and just keep yourself both shaded as well as like not giving away your secret, because you know you're going to be looking
Yeah.
kind of suspicious in some situations.
Yeah, I dig that. They kind of like, and look, I know for some people they'll hear the name of this game and think it's a bad thing. I don't mean it as a bad thing. I'm thinking like classic, you know, couple of games. Kind of reminds me of like Assassin's Creed when like it was actually difficult to get through the city because if you had to be on the actual ground level, you'd be like having to actually find alleys and like groups of people to weave in and out of and like stay safe. I think that sounds really, really fun. It's like one of the things I really like about stealth. I like stealth games where you actually have to move somewhere. Yeah, I think that'd be really
Stealth
fun.
where you're empowered.
Yeah,
to some extent.
Yeah.
More of like loosely on rails because like you don't get to necessarily pick what city you're going to next, but
Sure.
it's still like the path you have to take to get there. It's just you like by opening up different puzzle routes that you can think of, you can find like your own narrative paths, kind of like how in Pokemon Snap you can like blow up a wall to go through a secret passage and stuff. There's a lot of that kind of thing, but it's a bit
Like
more
nice
puzzly rather than like actiony. But it's like just a stealth vampire fantasy mailman game.
What was the on rails segment again?
It's a lot more that like because you're trying to make deliveries and like across from specific city to specific city.
Gotcha. More of a
but
metaphorical on rails than literally
it's the
on
overall
rails.
progression system.
Sure.
Yeah, you're not like you're not picking like, oh, I'm gonna go around like through. Yeah, Todd said it best. The way I can probably think of is it's more of a metaphorical on rails. It's a linear experience. It's not an open world stealth 'em up like a Hitman or something. But instead, it's like the directions you can go through are very like specifically catered to where you can do really weird specific things, like grabbing a random umbrella you see and carrying it across the street or something. Like that's the kind of like a lot of just specifics and stuff.
And a little bit of an
I just like the
immersive
idea
sim
of it
angle to it.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
I do kind of like the idea where you're targeting as well like your own body parts maybe to like make sure like that they are getting into the shade as well when like you're throwing like letters out at people, but at the same time your hand is like burning up, and so you have to take the action to realize that you need to target your hand and bring it back into you, like into the shadow basically.
I've just always really liked the ideas of like just very like weird world mailman games, honestly. Like I was excited for that Stranding.
So Tulip
like
basically.
Yep.
Like what?
Tulip. Oh my
Tulip,
god.
yeah.
That sounds familiar. I'll have to look that up.
It's an old
PS1
PS2 game. It's PS2.
I've probably seen it.
Oh
My
yeah,
brain
it
is
was
broken.
PS2.
It's very
Sorry.
cute.
It was like super early PS2. I keep thinking it's PS1 for some reason.
Oh, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't think of a pun-based name, so it'd probably be like, I don't know, some kind of like another language word that like is a pun on like mail, but also shade.
Overnight
deliveries
deliveries,
from
damn
chat is really good.
deliveries.
I like
Yeah,
overnight
damn
delivery.
Damn
deliveries.
deliveries.
Ooh.
Yeah, Commander Squeaks is dialed into this game. I think Commander Squeaks is giving you a 10. Here, I'm gonna give you a 10 out of 10 on behalf of Commander Squeaks because I think
Yeah, I'll
that
give that-
they seem very into this game.
Honestly,
I like the
Yeah.
idea as well. Like yeah, if you like just fuck up all of your all of your tasks, like you're just doing terrible at it. It's like the lose state is essentially like the more you fuck up, like the closer on your tail, like the vampire hunter is.
Yeah.
Like-
Oh yeah.
Like the entire time you're just going from town to town because like you got to get away from this vampire hunter and try and live a normal life. But like the more you fuck up, the more you draw attention to yourself, and the more you draw attention to yourself, the more they're gonna know where you are.
Yeah, you're just trying to live like the closest thing to a normal life you can, and just being a mailman is like your occupation that you really care about due to story reasons or something.
I also
Yeah.
like a vampire that's not OP as heck and is like
Yes.
flawed and weak and vulnerable.
Yep.
That's interesting. I like that too.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe at night you could have like some unique abilities, but they are once again leaning more into like stealth and stuff. Because
Word.
like maybe like your more vampiric side comes out under the moon, so like there's like some sort of tells that go on with your body, but in return you get like abilities that go with them. Like maybe that's like when your wings come out or something, or like in like some like glowing eyes or something. Like nighttime, like you're obviously a vampire, but you gain abilities, so like you're trying to hide from view, versus while in the daytime you blend in
Good night,
perfectly,
Duke.
but you're trying to like keep shaded.
Yeah, good night, Duke. Yeah, you're really good at delivering the mail, but everyone's mad because their mail is late.
Yeah.
Because it's nighttime.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that works into the yeah. Okay, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's just
So
not
like, I don't
like
care if
cool
you're a
way of doing
vampire.
it.
My package was 2 hours late. They charge at you with a pitchfork.
All right.
I ordered my Uber Eats like 12 hours ago.
Uber Eats simulator, but
So
you're a vampire.
hungry.
Ship
Oh,
it.
no.
There you go. That's it.
Too real.
Okay.
Amazing.
Anyway, yeah, I don't want to linger on.
I
on
loved
my
it.
Mhm.
This is
Bye-bye.
perfect. Oh,
On
how do I pick
the-
up 2 cards at once?
Uber feeds.
You can drag
you
a
click
block.
and
You can
drag.
draw a little box, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
And then
I
Or
got
you
it.
can have someone
Yeah.
else help you. But yeah,
Yeah.
you can, if you use with
So-
your pointer, you can just click and drag like on most thingies.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do 2 at once.
you can do a
Mhm.
lot of
Yep.
things at once.
Oh.
True. You can do this.
The whole thing.
Mhm.
Oh.
Make him dance.
Mhm.
You can make them dance.
Now they're
You
all
can also,
here.
you can flip 2 at once.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay, so my idea for this was you were recently cleared to go to a deserted island
Ooh.
in the middle of the ocean of a very, very, very old culture. And you're super psyched about it because you're like, I'm going to do some great archaeology. I'm going to take a look at the wildlife. It's going to be great. And you get there and you notice that there's something's a little weird about this island. There's like these large arced, what look like bridges. And it looks like there's like an ancient railway system that used to be in place. And while it's like crumbling a little bit, it still works.
Yeah.
And there's still carts around. And you're
Mhm.
like, sick. I'm going to make my camp. I'm going to get in one of these rail carts. Try not to die or get tetanus. Let's explore this island. Let's see what's going on. And not only was your initial impression correct, but there's something off about the wildlife as well. They're a little off. They seem to have what looks like different patterning and traces of runes on them, and on top of that, they're a bit aggressive.
Uh-oh.
So, this is
Oh.
a brawler.
Nice.
Ooh, drive-by
And-
punching.
Well, not even punching, because all you have is like your satchel and like a clipboard and maybe like a stick. And as you're like exploring and just trying to like just get through this shit, trying to like do some research, the animals are trying to bite you and trying to like giving you leers, and you have to smack them away with your clipboard, smack them away with your bag. And at the
I am getting some Major Mist vibes, honestly.
oh, it gets better. It
Uh-oh.
gets better.
Uh-oh.
It absolutely gets better.
waiting
Because
for
the
the
feel
knuckles.
of this, each new world of the game features a new power up.
There
So
we
as
go.
you
Okay.
as you end like you go through these different biomes of this island, each is capped off with like a strong animal in the area that's pretty aggressive towards you and that you have to defeat, say with your clipboard or your satchel. And after you defeat them, you get what looks like an artifact that they're holding, say a very strong stone gauntlet that you get to wear and hit animals better. That's stretching.
Now they're getting bopped.
Make them go
It's a
extinct!
perfect game.
Yeah.
Mhm. So
The
you're
perfect-
going through these different parts of the island, the jungle, the old, what looks like an old crumbling town, and you're gathering these parts that, like, say one's a gauntlet, one's a helmet, one's a chest piece. And after a while of like, oh yeah, I'm getting a better idea of this island, and I'm getting some research where I can, and learning about this old civilization, you start to notice the bridge starts to go down a little bit, starts to go
Oh.
down into the ocean a little bit. And you also start to get a glimpse of a big creature in the waters,
Oh no.
bigger than any
Ooh.
sea creatures.
Gonna need a bigger clipboard.
Um,
punches.
Mhm.
Oh,
And
I want to punch
you
God.
you go deeper and deeper and deeper as you get armed up and you're interacting with these animals and also the architecture. And you find out once you're all suited up at the bottom of the sea, that you're meant to go into the heart of this giant sleeping stone guardian and fight the giant sea monster that's been trying to beat your ass and causing some horrible weather conditions.
Love
That's
it.
so cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me just
Yeah.
flip this. Wait. Maker.
It's still 100%, but feels better.
It's more.
Like, thank you.
Oh, dude, this sounds
Oh.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
I just like the idea that like even as you're getting new power-ups, they're like it's kind of like Metroid where it's like, oh, all the power-ups just happen to be from the Chozo. It's like all these power-ups just happen to make my clipboard stronger. My clipboard is just freaking tight.
I like
Yeah.
I like the vibe of just like with all of the secrets of this island, the magic of this island, that like the wildlife has slowly absorbed it over time and it's kind of seeped into everything.
Mhm.
That's just like, oh, this is kind of why things are so fucked up. But also, if anyone knows like what was it, Summon Night Swordcraft Story 2?
Very
That is
much,
the most
very much.
specific
Nope.
fucking
That is
game
so
name of
specific.
all time.
Mhm.
It's a real time great Game Boy Advance action RPG that deals with like guardians and like old architecture and like kind of like that vibe of like this wild old civilization that has magic infused in it. And I
Mhm.
wanted to channel those vibes in with
Mhm.
a railway brawler.
Sounds really, really fun. And I
Yeah.
like I'm imagining all the story elements and like you kind of like metering them out, so you're just always getting a little bit of something. It's a little bit of this
Mhm.
character or this place or this like shape or image or rune or whatever. It's like, oh, that's really cool to know.
Yeah. Yeah. And also just like you think that's like, oh, I'm just gonna explore the island, that's fine. Why is it going down? Hey, why are we going down? What? Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Why is it going in the ocean?
And I assume
Wow.
that I'm remiss to even ask, but I assume it just looks like Mega Man Legends, right?
You know it does.
You know
know
you
it has to.
ask, Todd.
It has to. It has to be
make
low
sure.
poly PS1.
Well,
It
I don't know if you
absolutely
have
has
my
to.
chat open, but Viz had a suggestion for the clipboard
Mhm.
upgrade. That you get a
Ooh.
pencil and you put the pencil through the little hole in the top, and then you can spin it around like a blade.
Ooh, that's
Oh.
dope.
Mm-hmm.
Viz, that's an excellent idea.
Genius.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And also, you have a little bot that will help you.
It's just the surf.
Also, a surf bot has been living in the
It's
jungle.
just the
for
surf
years.
bot.
Yes,
100%.
absolutely.
Also, you're playing as Data.
Yes.
Oh, yes. They
Mhm.
also, yeah. But say you just. Oh, by the way, you're a diaper monkey.
He hasn't danced in 15 years and he's finally gotten cleared to go do some architectural research.
Mm-hmm.
They finally let him outside.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
no,
sounds
everyone
so
did that.
much fun.
Viz.
Mm-hmm.
Spin it around.
Oh, spin it around.
What's it called?
Oh man, it's is it bad to call Mega Man Legends 4?
No, not at all. That's an amazing name.
Fucking
You have the
Man
biggest
Legends
brain in the
4.
world.
We've done it.
You have, the,
Capcom, I'm
you have
right
a
here.
huge skull.
Capcom.
You know
Filled
what?
with brain cells.
You know what? Thinking back to like the whole idea of like publisher cards and everything, it's like that should be one of them. Of like, we need this to be a sequel to another game. that we
Mhm.
have.
It is
Yep,
a Sonic
that's
game
like-
now.
that is
yeah.
one of them.
Please.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Secretly.
Oh, I'm glad, Todd.
Mhm.
We bought this
Thank you,
IP,
Todd.
so make it part of that.
Yeah,
now.
we just bought the IP for Mega Man Legends. You need to change your game to be a sequel to it,
Mhm.
You have to. It's the law.
or
You have
prequel
to.
or whatever.
Yes.
Do it for
no, it's-
Data.
We won't pay you if you
Absolutely.
don't do it.
Absolutely. That's just a fun little mix. Although, of course, it's worded to not specifically
gonna be
mention any.
Hard
No.
for you.
Mhm.
Yes, of course not.
Good luck.
Oh god,
That's
this
good.
is so
I'm glad
hard.
that this wasn't my round.
Oh fuck.
So okay, so we
It's-
have
It's great because they're
Onsta's
all so
Brawler.
different. We got Onsta's
Yeah.
Mega Man Legends.
4.
We got
Mhm.
yeah 4. We've got Shiv's pseudo post-apocalypse arcade tournament.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've got
Ramen.
Todd's Stardew Rush or
Yes.
Gravity Valley.
Gravity Farm.
We've got,
Gravity
we've
Farm.
got Deer's
Planet
like,
Coaster thing.
Planet Hot.
You're throwing cups at people.
Which is called Off
We've
the
got-
Rails.
We've got like we've got like Barry's double dragon piercer.
Double
Dragon Piercer.
Dragon
Ramen
Piercer
Rider.
sounds dope, though.
That does
Mhm.
sound
It
dope.
does.
And then
New
we've
name.
got like like Scaredy's Vlad out New Vegas.
Flat out.
Flat out.
Flat out.
Vlad out New Vegas.
Oh fuck.
You want to try and
Only
narrow it
one.
down?
Follow
a
your
little bit?
heart. Follow your heart.
Oh, okay. Here's the
What do you
thing.
think?
I absolutely
into
love
it,
all
too.
of them, and I absolutely want them all to be a game.
Okay.
I think the only way I can narrow it down is like try and figure out, okay, they're all good ideas. I like them all.
Yeah.
Who managed to stay within the confines of their cards the best though?
Yeah.
Who made their
Like,
game
we all-
literally
Read the
take place
assignment.
on a train, though?
Well,
Mm.
Onster
Good
technically
point.
wins in that department too.
No, I guess so. There are trains.
Yeah, so you're not fucking by yourself over there.
It
I
narrows
mean,
it down.
I'm on
though.
like
It narrows it
I'm on
down.
like rail carts.
Real
I'm,
card.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
literally
what-
on
that's what
roller
rail
coaster
cuts.
rails.
Okay, fine.
It's like shit. I thought I was the only game that put my
Damn
homework
it.
in. Nope, we all did our homework, punk.
Damn it.
Uh,
And everyone's homework is excellent.
Okay, it's a real toss up right now between like fuck.
But between Barry, Scaredy, Onsta, Shiv, Todd, and Deer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Narrowed it
And
down.
also chat.
Mhm.
Okay. I need to just start erasing some in my mind. Okay, that's cool, but it doesn't entirely follow that.
Yeah.
That's
Damn.
cool.
Just
It
at
doesn't
me next
entirely
time.
follow that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll cut you out if you want, Barry. I hadn't yet.
No, no.
That was easy.
Oh wait, these are Onsta's cards, right? Let's give these back to
Yeah,
them.
those are Onsta's cards.
Just put those. Just
Mhm.
put those back.
You know what? I think I'm gonna go with Barry.
Barry, you
Aw.
did
I think
it.
I'm gonna give that one to Barry.
Yay.
Barry, you did it.
It was like
Yay.
not to be a they all win, but it was like
No.
fuck, that
Those
was
all had
really
some
hard to
fun
choose
flavor.
between them all.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
did it.
Sorry that we're all really.
I don't
smart.
know
I
how
got
you
my
would narrow that
perfect
down.
cards.
I was like,
Yeah, I know.
I
got
just
my
love the
perfect
idea,
card.
like the fact that they're all completely different games as well.
They're wildly
So
different.
Mm-hmm.
That
Like you put
God,
us all
see,
in
that's
a,
exactly
you put us
what
in
I
a
wanted,
room
and you all provided.
individually and saw what we
Yeah.
made.
I mean, that's. I'm glad that you went for a genre card, Gam, because I think that's one of the. I mean, obviously, I'm always kind of selling this game whenever I'm talking about it, but that's literally one of my favorite parts of this game is the first card that comes down, especially it's amazing how much it sets things up for like everyone else, and like if you just get like that beautiful combo, you really it's so cool just to be like, oh, I see, all right, like 'cause everybody was like, some people were like, oh, like let's lean into the on rails thing. Some people were like, how do we subvert it, or like how do we subvert the card? And some people were like, how do we subvert the genre? Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
just those
Everyone
levels.
wanted, and like I love how Shiv was like, everyone's thinking this, and I'm like, that is not what my first thought was when I saw on
Yeah.
rails. I was
Yeah.
like,
No,
I was thinking like House of the Dead.
Mhm.
Like that was
Yeah.
the first thing I
Yep.
thought of.
I was
Or, like,
thinking
Star
like
Fox or
time
something.
time
Yeah.
What was
My
time?
mind
No,
went
no.
to Star
What am I
Wars.
looking at?
Time
Crisis?
split up.
Time Crisis. Thank you. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking
Time Crisis,
Me
yeah.
too.
Is Time Crisis on rails?
Yeah,
Time
Yeah.
Diary.
they're on
100%.
rails, and then you have like cover sections basically.
You like
so,
duck out of in and out
yeah,
of
and
cover.
Cool.
it's on rails, and then it's shooting gallery.
I only ever
Yeah.
played the
Best arcade
multiplayer,
game.
Oh, okay.
so I never.
Wait, you
Didn't
think
they?
about Time
But the-
Splitters?
Yeah,
Crisis
I'm
is an
thinking of Time
arcade game.
Splitters.
Yeah,
Never
yeah,
mind.
yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. I was like, really?
No.
Time
Time
Splitters
has
is
been
on
split.
rails?
No,
You're
yeah,
talking about
Time-
No, Time Crisis.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm done. Don't worry about me. I
Why
got
do
it.
they both have cats in the name?
I missed Time
Well,
Splitters.
Barry,
Why'd they
stop
do
being
that?
dumb because it is your turn.
It is. I can't decide which card to play from my hand. Chat, what do you think between these two?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by his toe. If you follows, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Every hollow.
Bum, bum, bum,
if
bum.
you
This
hollow.
one or this 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 one?
That one. That
Wait.
one.
This one?
This
Oh
one.
fuck! I forgot to draw my cards.
That
This
one.
one.
Oh, yeah, me too.
This
Yeah, I
one.
also
This
think on
one.
my cards.
I'm gonna
That one.
draw-
Okay. All non-enemy
so-
characters you encounter are players.
And
Oh.
Okay,
Okay.
we're getting a little multiplayer
Sure.
here. Non-enemy. Okay, it's not like a
Nenemy.
PvP.
It's
Yeah.
not a COD. Yeah.
And
That one.
but let's do theme.
That one.
Let's do a theme.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put this
Yep.
over here.
And flip. Okay.
Nice.
All right.
So I'll go
Oh,
to
You
okay.
blew your idea.
Oh
Sure.
wow!
There you go.
Yeah, it's just Scaredy's idea again.
Mm-hmm.
It's Scaredy's idea.
But like as an
again.
MMO.
Yep. All right.
Oh,
I like
on some.
both.
Oh, these
Oh,
are your
man.
cards that you did,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool, like a male, like a male, like a carrier MMO.
I'm not gonna lie. I have weirdly. So when I was going through all the cards after I finally finished them, I was just like control Fing like words to make sure I didn't do something too much. I had at one point 3 different cards related to male, and I don't know why. I
Just
do not
fun.
know why.
You're waiting for the Paperboy reboot. I can understand.
I guess so. I do think that there is something magical about delivery, despite the fact that our present reality is a hellscape about it.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Oh, that would be fun.
Okay, let's see here.
Oh, I wish I could put down both themes.
This
Those
is
would be
wretched.
perfect
Cool.
idea.
Go.
Oh no.
Sage, thank you for 46 months and a tier 2. Can't believe I'm only a couple months off 4 years of subbing. Been a crazy ride. Stay awesome. I can't believe it. This is a long time. Chemist, 44 months. Spectral Wolf, thanks for 31. And Lee Rugetta, thanks for 4 months. Candy Corngle. We love a Candy Corngle, don't we?
Candy corn.
He can have a lightsaber as a treat now.
Nope, my
Can.
chat's still fucking up. Oh.
It was literally the first thing I tested after making sure that the lightsaber worked with Quank was Gambler One Dog. And it immediately made me happy.
The council is armed.
The
now.
council is ready.
It's like a
I am
fight
the
against
council.
Jack.
You have been
They were
granted
prepared.
a seat on the council.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
Your
god.
hubris remains unshaken.
All non-enemies are players doesn't mean all players aren't enemies.
Yeah.
It
guess it
says
could be like
all
a-
non-enemy characters you encounter are players.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yeah.
that means that you could have enemy combatants that are
PvE.
players, but all
This
the
is true.
NPCs
Mhm.
are players.
Are not NPCs. They're not ends. They're
Yes.
PCs.
Well, they're other players, yeah.
I-
So there's no like shops or any, I guess you could have like vending machines. That's a really
Well,
weird card, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to
It's how
hold
people-
anyone's hand,
yeah.
but that card is definitely inspired by like the kind of like RPG MMO anime like trend. I was like, oh yeah, what if everybody just did a thing instead of all having to be
Alright.
the chosen one or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like it.
We
Yeah,
all
right.
good?
We're
we
all
all good?
good.
Everybody all done up?
Yeah,
You
we're all
all
good.
want to
Sure.
go
Yeah.
clockwise? Anyone who really wants to go first?
It's
Uh,
Todd can go first
sure.
I'll go
if you
first.
want, but yeah.
Well, Todd's meant to go first, but if anyone has like really,
Yeah.
really,
Our
Oh,
really-
because
current-
we're
our current
alternating,
system.
right?
Mhm.
I'll go
okay.
first.
Yeah,
I'll go
Todd,
first. I don't
what you
mind.
got?
Okay. All right. So, in this occult fantasy game it is in fact something like an MMO, but it's kind of more like a lobby-based multiplayer game, kind of like Valheim. Like it's not meant for like everyone on the planet to play it at once, but like have a large group of people. And this game takes place in this world that it mostly belongs to the occult. So zombies, vampires, werewolves, all these fun creatures, like, you know, everything, like any kind of thing that you can think of, like from all kinds of, like there's freaking like Jiangshi, like every kind of creature from all the different mythologies, and the players can pick any of them. But you do have to start somewhere. Your introduction to the game, and also kind of the basis for how you can understand the world. You start as one of the few zombies who retained all of their intelligence in death, and these zombies basically become the founding creatures of the occult world. And so all the player side is all of these occult creatures, and everybody starts at the zombie level. And what eventually happens, it's kind of like chess, where you basically, once you reach a certain level of competence, you can evolve and you can pick a direction that you want to go in. And like that kind of special, that little special magic spark that let you keep your intelligence, you're trying to figure out what that is, because there is a single surviving and massive human civilization that you are at extreme odds with, because they're aware of you and they come to you for favors, but they also fight you, and they try to settle your living spaces and your lands.
Oh
Now,
no.
What is the impetus behind all this? Well, there's a god, and this god, I mean, I couldn't say it any better than I already did on this card. This god is an Olympic gold medalist in passive aggression.
Oh fuck.
If you think, oh, dear God, what can I do to help my family? If you expect,
Hold on.
oh, there's a raid.
Yeah. Hey, Dan. Hey, everybody.
Hi, Dan.
We're playing Game Jam. Have a seat.
Howdy.
Everybody
Todd's
sit
explaining
down.
his zombie jam.
Todd's taking us out.
Yeah.
I am. My occult fantasy build them up.
Yes.
So this god, the god that presides over this land, is the Olympic gold medalist in passive aggression. They don't give you direct signs. They give you no assistance. There's no miracles. It's all like, well, you know, if only somebody could have built a town in this area, I guess that might have helped something. And then, of course, look, it's a god. It's all even. They help the humans in the exact same way. So you might catch raiding parties of like enemy human characters somewhere, and you're like, wait. Okay, there must be something over there. But but this place is in eternal sunlight. So if we have any vampire players, we can't go. We have to send different kinds of characters. Like, oh, maybe a sorcerer who can cast a darkness spell, so that we can actually enter the area and find whatever it is the humans are trying to achieve. And so like that's kind of how the game works, is you watch the enemy encampments to see perhaps what your next move should be if you can't figure it out on your own. But the other side of that is, and again, I was kind of saying this is it's like a build 'em up, like kind of like Valheim, where like you and your players are all working to kind of create the faculties that will help you survive the growing imperialist nature that will eventually encompass the humans and lead them to an all-out scale war against your encampment. And that's pretty much the game. I haven't thought of a name for it though, but I just kind of wanted to go because I had the idea about the god.
That's fun.
Yeah.
You just gotta go.
That's a great bit of lore on there.
Yeah. I don't know.
Undread, says Viz.
Undread.
Undread.
Dead
There's
end.
something
Dead
in there.
ends.
Maybe I'll come up with it
Discouragement.
later.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thought this would be really fun. I'm imagining like people kind of like leveling up their zombie character into something like that can fly, like a harpy, and that like being super useful in like as for different kinds of like scouting like techniques. And it'd be cool because everybody could play however they wanted as long as they upgraded their character into
Ooh,
a role that suited them.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
got
spec
it,
them out.
Todd.
What?
It's Dead Rise Up.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
beans.
so good,
Mhm.
dude.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Ansa, let me just
That's
You
amazing.
get,
There
get a
you
coin to
go.
Onsta. Yeah.
Why,
There
thank
you
you.
Toss a
go.
coin to your Onsta.
Give
Oh,
any
thank you.
coins that you might have given me to Onsta. Onsta has earned them all.
Then we can share them. Don't give them all to me. I'll buy sneakers.
All right.
Also,
all right,
Dan
that's
got a
fair.
sub 145 on his
Thank you.
second Odyssey speedrun attempt. That's
Nice.
wild.
What the fuck?
Damn,
That is
dude.
That's
obscenely
bananas.
fast.
I mean,
What?
that's what he
That's so
said. He did
cool.
the first one, and then someone was like, "You could easily shave off 30 minutes," and then he did.
My God,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
amazing.
30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
30
Dan, you're so
minutes.
cool.
Damn.
He had to
what the
run. He's
fuck?
not here, but everyone goes.
Okay,
Dan.
for
while
follow
he's
Dan.
not here, Dan is amazing.
Dan's amazing.
I love Dan.
I had a
so
lot of
much.
fun playing Odyssey with him the other day. It was a good time.
If I could work Dan into my game, I
Yeah.
would. But
Mhm.
I don't know.
That's
Maybe
just,
Dan
that's
Jones
just one of the
is
characters.
Yeah,
It just
un-
says Dan Jones.
Undead
Yeah.
Dan is
Dan
like the
Bones.
Dan Bones. Fuck.
Mm.
Oh my
Merchant.
god.
There it
Almost
is.
an
You know
hour
what it
shaved
is?
off.
You know what
Wow.
it is? I figured it out.
Mhm.
Dan Bones is the only undead NPC, but it's only because he's half dead. So he's actually he's like a double agent who you have to. It's kind of like Fable, but instead of you being the character who's good or bad, you have to convince Dan to be with the occult instead of but if you use him, then he'll help the humans. That's kind of the whole tug of war situation there. Thanks, Dan. You made my game better. Anyway, that is my time. Thank you.
Did great.
I like
Very
that.
good.
That's
Good
very
job.
cool.
Very funny. Good and stuff. Yeah.
It's like Shiv said that, and the director's like, "Could the extras please not just say random things? Thank you."
It just felt very passive aggressive to me. It's like, okay, very good, very funny, dear. Okay,
Good job.
good job.
I did it again.
Yeah,
I didn't mean. I meant it.
No, you're great.
Actually, for real, genuinely.
It was very.
I'm sorry.
It was.
You're
fun.
always genuine, Shiv.
Yes.
No, I believed what you were saying was genuine. It was just the energy of it made it.
It wasn't correct. It didn't match.
No,
Yep.
it was perfect.
Understand.
I'm really
I
happy.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry, Diego.
Okay,
Your
so
turn.
setting. We're in a hospital, all right?
Ooh.
You're a surgeon. Everybody else is a surgeon.
Sonic.
But there's something kind of weird about this hospital. You kind of realize that no matter how many surgeries you do, every single patient, every single doctor, if they seem happy in the end, they disappear, which is really strange. Because if you smile in this game, you die.
Oh my god.
Because there's a secret cult in the game, and you're trying to figure out who's actually the one going around and murdering everybody for their cult. You
Smile for me.
and multiple other
Holy
players
shit.
are just trying to get the hospital working. It is your job to figure that out. On the side, however, you're secretly figuring out who done it because it's a murder mystery.
You smile, you're cold.
So how does the multiplayer aspect work in?
Yeah, what's the
So
multiplayer?
it's a lot like just like your normal MMO RPG, so like Final Fantasy, say the thing, Shiv.
Wait. It's an MMO RPG whodunit?
Yeah.
MMO whodunit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
So,
hang on. I just
because-
heard the narrative designer's heads explode.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Because the whole idea is that the story revolves around your singular character. The other characters are just kind of there to fill the world. You can go and do like
But the other
boss
characters are
raids and
players.
things like that. Yes, because you can go and work together and like do boss raids and things, which would basically be searching for clues in an area. And the whole story basically can be unfolded to you, but it doesn't have to involve every single person at the exact same time.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So
So you need something compelling to do while you're not actively solving your own mystery and helping other players, but
yes.
or maybe there's
So
special
you're also
advantages.
sitting there, you're doing surgeries, you're helping patients here and there. That's like your day job, right? But people are still missing from the hospital, and you got to figure it out. So I called it One in the Coven.
Nice.
One in the coven, two in the hand.
That's very good.
Do you make babies also?
It's a hospital,
No, but
so
you're in a hospital.
maybe.
I thought
Yeah, babies are in
thought
hospitals,
one in the
Todd.
isn't one in the
Okay.
oven like a baby thing?
Yes,
Okay, just making sure.
Because the Coven was also going to be in the maternity ward, but I hadn't.
Because it's also a sex thriller.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no.
Also,
Oh,
I wanted to
geez.
shout out
Yeah,
Physiax who in the chat said Amogus, but only med scans.
Oh my god.
That sounds like a fun afternoon.
There you go.
I love it because it's like
So-
Smile for me, but like multiplayer and more of like a mystery thriller.
Yeah, I was also thinking of for me with the small
So
card.
your MMO RPG style crafting and stuff is basically going to be like your surgeries and things, how you're like cleaning up tools for the day, you're having to craft and like make cleaner and like basically taking your dirty tools, adding alcohol, washing up, getting your scrubs on.
Really
for the
getting
day.
granular.
Are there different classes, or is everyone a surgeon?
Well, no, not everybody's going to be a surgeon, of course. You're going to have your nurses, you're going to have, your doctors,
Pharmacists.
surgeons,
Hang
your
on, sorry.
pharmacists,
I
things like that.
Hang on, we just got notes from the producer. They just said the scope is way too massive.
Well,
Oh,
any
no.
producer,
Look.
the moment you say MMO, is going to get up and leave the room for scope
yeah.
reasons. They'll
Stress.
just
Of course.
silently close their their briefcase and walk out of the room. Like, good luck with your MMO.
Oh,
It's
I
an
need a
infinite
briefcase,
budget.
don't I?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Budget is infinite.
Yep.
Oh my god, Pedro. That's oh my god.
What happened?
He's going out trick or treating.
Oh, yeah,
That
mhm.
emote was just
Very
Oh,
good.
it's
Oh, yeah.
cute.
Yep.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.
Happy Halloween.
You can't
Yeah,
have
no,
scope
every-
creep if the
every-
scope is everything.
Every MMO is massive and way out of scale. That just happens.
You can't make a small MMO.
No.
I mean, but
It's
you say
basically just
MMO,
a
but like
hospital-themed MMO.
the hospital could feasibly
Mini
be
MMO.
like 30 people. You could
Yeah.
rein it in, so it's not MMO. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
MO.
Every single server could have anywhere from like 200 people to like 20.
Mhm.
Are you a small town hospital? Are you on the New York City hospital line? You just got to figure that one out. How do you want to
Yeah.
play?
And then when memberships die down, you just have an in-game lore pandemic.
Downsize.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Downsize.
Mm-hmm.
Have
It's
some
like that.
crap, I forgot what it is. The when doctor screws up. Malpractice suits. Lawsuits
Mm-hmm.
happen. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's what you do
That's
when
what
a
they call
character
them.
gets.
That's when they
Love
nerf
it.
the class. So,
Okay, but
malpractice.
secretly it's actually the cult causing the malpractice suits though, and that's why they all left.
Yeah,
Mm.
fucking vampire lawyers.
Mhm.
Damn.
I like
Get
it.
'em.
That was
Okay.
cool. Thank
Alright,
you.
I'm going a kind of different angle.
Mm-hmm.
So, imagine we're gonna go with player sort of expectations, and we're gonna go with I'm very much playing on the idea of all non-enemy characters you encounter are players. So it's a type of village simulator. You load in, you're sort of playing, and you obviously there's that meta quality of like there is a player behind each character that is obviously not an enemy. But what you don't realize is that your individual character that you're playing suddenly actually finds out that their entire life has been streamed 24/7 and they've just found out about this.
Oh no.
But it's not just that individual character, it's actually all of the player characters within the game have found out at the same time.
Mhm.
So, and this
Holy
is just
shit.
like the introductory part of the game. So what you do is, from here on out, it's now you've got these players, and then you've got another team of players who are the enforcers, who are like, okay, you've discovered this, keep going through your life. You gotta keep doing what you're doing, or else you know, like the game's over. So we have to you may have just found this out, but you've got to. So they become the enemies as well. So what the players in the village can actually do, however, is they can rebel from this game, and they can start to deconstruct the village in order to defend themselves and fight for their own freedom. So you have this one group of players who are the enforcers of rigidity. They are the enforcers of order, and then you have the villagers who are controlled by players as well, and the characters themselves have
really like
discovered that
this.
they are part of a game, and they want to be more. They don't want to be in this village game anymore. They want to be in like Among Us, for fuck's sake. They want to be in something else. They want to take control of their lives. They don't want someone else telling them what game they're in. They're the game developers of their lives.
That's
And
inspirational.
so they're like, okay, we're in this game. You want to force us to do it? Well, this character, like the person has upgraded them as a blacksmith. So like, well, they can use those skills. And then it's like, well, you know what? We can just tear down this building and not use it as a building, and instead build like weapons and walls and use it to rise up against the enforcers.
Yes.
And
So what
it's
can the enforcers do back?
so what the enforcers do back. So this is where the occult comes in, because what happens is you have the enforcers have two lines of attack. They have a direct attack, which is like the enforcers are more like commanders in a sense. They're not like individual foot soldiers. They're the ones that like, okay, we've got to take control of this. Like imagine like the enforcers are around the war table. They're in the war room. Like, and they're like, okay, so we've got the map of the village and everything. Okay, we're gonna send in like a group of slimes from this direction. They'll attack the villagers from here and force them into a corner, that sort of thing. Or you can make
Like
them be
Fable
more
Legends.
subtle. And yes, and
famous
or you can make them be more subtle. It's like there's different ways for the enforcers to go about victory, and you can, as villagers, you can uncover this sort of plot of like why the enforcers are there. Why is there this whole structure of like why does this video game exist? And it's like, oh, okay, this video game is actually like a training simulator essentially for this cult to figure out the best ways to control a populace in order to push them towards a singular goal.
There's like 4 different things that this is referencing that you can't say any of them because it'd be spoilers to say. My brain was like, oh, like this. Oh, like that. Oh,
It's
wait,
just
can't say that.
this is an original idea.
Nope.
Yep,
No one's done this before.
There's no TV
Except
tropes
Fable
page
Legends.
for this.
This sounds
but
really fun.
It's
I
exactly
think
that,
like
that style.
the key for me is in how the enforcers can twist the gameplay as the players get more power. Because
I like to sort of think about it like enforcers can nudge. They can't pull like a rocks fall, everyone dies. Like they can't change the narrative by rewriting things. They can only introduce new elements to try and correct it. So it's like they can go, oh, hey, here's these group of enemies are going to attack, or hey, there's this weather event that's going to make it really hard for them to build shit. Oh, if only they had more buildings, maybe they shouldn't tear down those buildings. Or hey, here's a plague. Here's a new religion sweeping into the town that's
a new religion.
Seems to get them into like different ideals and is drawing away some of the villagers possibly. Into a more
I miss original Fortnite.
like, hey, maybe order is a good idea. Maybe we should just maybe we should just like continue as things are.
You ruined it.
Yep. Now I'm just thinking of Fortnite. Thanks, dear.
Yeah. You ruined it. No,
It's not
just
like Fortnite at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my 10
Well,
back.
I'm sorry. I was saying original Fortnite because you were talking about like the storms incoming
The
and
tower
building
defense
things
thing.
and breaking other things down.
Yeah.
I
It's
get
cool,
it.
though.
I wasn't what I was
like
going for at all.
Fortnite at all.
No.
It's
I get,
different.
I get
Yeah,
really
no,
cool.
I get
I don't think it's like Fortnite at all. It just made me think about that, and I was just like, oh man, I miss Fortnite.
It's like the villagers are playing Valheim, but the enforcers are playing Goddess.
Love it.
No one's playing Fortnite.
No one's playing Fortnite.
And
No one's playing Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Nice.
Do you have a name for it?
Yeah.
Do I have to?
Five Nights.
You don't have to.
5 nights.
5 nights at night.
5 nights at night.
I have a name, but I've
Fortnite, but
honestly
not
forgotten
that
it now
one.
because Fortnite has just like gotten into my brain. And I'm just like
Oh,
angry in my
no.
mind of like, why it's not Fortnite?
5
And I'm
Nights
just
at
like, wait, what
Poggies.
did I think of the name?
5 Night at Overseers.
I,
Freddy's
I
5
think
Night.
it was something.
Yeah.
I think the name I had was something like Overseers or something like that, or like Village Oversight or something like that.
Yeah, I made
I
sure
can't remember exactly the
I
name.
opened up
Mhm.
sticky notes on my computer just so I can write down the names as I come up with them because I can never remember once we get.
I really
back.
should
Mhm.
do that.
It's a good idea.
But
Good. We are playing with 7 people, so it's a
It's a bit
it's
of a
it's
wait.
a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when I
just think-
unintentionally made everyone design an MMO. So it's a lot to
Mhm.
explain.
Hey, I kept
Nice
my
one.
scope down.
I mean,
Um,
yeah, ish.
Hey,
Scary
I've got
too.
like 4 different games. That's a small scope.
Yeah, whatever.
Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
I do have. That's true. I do have to pay for the rights to Dan's likeness, though. So
That
that's
is
gonna
true.
be- That might be.
Dan Bones.
5 forts
Yeah.
at night.
5 forts at night.
Okay.
Where's the Five Nights at Freddy's coming from?
Because instead of Fortnite, it's 5 Night. And so it was like 5
Said
Night, 5
5 Night.
Nights. 5 Nights
Oh,
at.
okay.
It was a little bit of a step. Scaredy.
Do you get it?
Okay, I'll bring my cards down.
Bring
from-
them on down to the
downtown.
Mario Sonic Square.
Come on down.
Come on down. Up, up, up.
Du-du-du-du.
Just like the price is there.
The price
This
is
The price is there.
the price is there.
The price
It's
is
right there
there.
beneath the card.
Shiv is
You just
pointing.
have to know
Somewhere
it.
there.
Gotta figure it out.
Point.
I found
Point.
it.
I
Point.
found
Okay,
it.
so
Hi, Skitty.
the whole premise behind this is it's kind of like a modern day occult fantasy. So it's not like way back fantasy.
Okay.
It's like a modernish era looking thing. And the whole idea behind it is you show up on a plot of land, kind of like an Animal Crossing situation or a Sim situation, and like it's
Yeah.
much like that, where like the appeal is like decorating and like building your little
Ah.
study is what you like. But the whole thing is that you are studying the occult. So, like you're studying all these things, and like you start off with nothing but like your tomes and like some basic equipment, and like you just want to decorate and build and stuff. And the whole idea of it is like you can go visit other people's bases and stuff. Like it's like an Animal Crossing type situation. Very much leaning into that, but it's like an occult fantasy. You're an occult fantasy student, but the whole thing is, okay, well, I guess we're flipping. It's also a treasure hunting roguelike. It's like creating your own
Ooh.
character. So like instead of like getting your stuff from like going to the store and then doing chores for bells and like buying those, it's a roguelike dungeon crawler where you can go to you can like open up a portal to like all your stuff, which you have the tome for, and you can go by yourself or you can bring your friends with you to like squad up and go through the dungeons together as like a team. So like you can do like multiplayer or solo, and when you're going through the dungeons, you're finding like your typical RPG loot and stuff. But you're also like, that's where you find in the dungeons, like a lot of the treasure will be like just your cool stuff you get for the day. That's like, instead of like buying it from a store, it's part of the random drops in the dungeons. Well, not the random drops in the dungeons, and like every day, real life day, like the stores in Animal Crossing would be. So it's like one of those types of life sims.
Sure, okay.
It gives you a new dungeon that it makes, and they're like decently sized, but they're not so big that you're gonna binge the whole game in one sitting. So it is just like, it's a game that you're gonna keep coming back to in doses. So you're going through and you're getting stuff to customize your character, you're getting things to customize your base or study or whatever they call it for you, and then you and your friends, like if you find like one chair in there, everybody gets the chair, so like the loot is shared.
Nice.
But and every time you go through, and like there's different themed dungeons you can go to, so like your dungeon will be different than your friend's dungeon that day, so you can go through each other's dungeons and just like go on the experiences. And then like a lot of the character customization stuff leans into like the RPG aspect. So like if you're getting like clothes or something, you'll find like a cloak of shadows, and it will give you like a little like invisibility move you can do, like everything. So like all the character customization also is what gives you like your abilities and all that stuff. So it's like it's more of a casual experience, so it's not like crazy deep, but like the stuff you can get is like really fun to play with. So like if like someone gets like some cool like potion, like a potion kit, they can choose to be like a cleric for that time.
Right.
So it's like it heavily leans into like the customization also is what leans into like the RPG stuff, and then back and forth. But like the fun is like coming back every day to just see what you can get from your dungeon and see all the cool stuff you can get, while also getting like more, because the whole thing is like you go through and it's like occult stuff in the dungeon, so it's like a bit more of like a dark spookier feel to it rather than like the cutesiness. But it still leans on that cutesy side, like a Don't Starve type aesthetic
Right.
type deal. Spooky cutesy.
This sounds like a great little co-op, like I'm gonna forget that I've been playing this for 6 hours kind of game.
It sounds fun.
Exactly.
That sounds excellent. That sounds cute as hell.
Yeah, it sounds like I want to play that right now.
Yeah.
I want to play it
I
right
Chad
now.
was
play
asking
that
where's
and-
the Kickstarter.
Turn my brain off and just
Spooky.
be like, I want to like wake up at 3 a.m. and like my character has all this crazy shit, and my friends who I was playing with earlier in the day look at my character when they log on and they're like, the fuck were you doing last night? And I was like, I was just like, look, I found the skeleton summoner lich, and like I apparently I had the right stuff to like charm it, and now we're best friends. So
It's
that's
like
just
when
what
you
happened.
log on to Astroneer and it's like, how long were you here for?
Bro,
What
don't
have
say
you
that to
done?
me. Don't say that
I
to
was
me.
gonna say Starbound. Like anytime you
Yeah.
have a Starbound server and then you come back on and everyone's like kitted out, you're just like, what did I miss?
I do want to kind of keep it to where like your dungeon changes every day, like real life day. That way, like it's that like slow progression of Animal Crossing. That to me is kind of a big part of it. Like I want it to be like that slow game that you come and visit every once in a while, so that way Yeah, I want it to be like just as much casual as you can get into like the hardcore side of it as well. But like I want it to still have that like casual game atmosphere to it.
Yeah, I think it's a good fit.
Can I just change my time on my Switch or no? Is that illegal?
I mean,
like, are you gonna like punish the player for doing that?
No, I will not punish the player for playing the game how they want.
What? That's
'Cause
absurd.
That takes more effort from me for something that I don't particularly care about.
Sorry,
like
the publishers
technology
just
or, like,
walked.
game or
Yeah,
anything.
yep, there are
Oh
other
no.
like no. How do we
God, I'm
monetize
sorry.
that though?
Well, I'm not teaming up with Nintendo, so that's for sure.
Oh!
Anyway, the game is called Homes and Homes.
Oh my God, Squeaks.
Oh!
Wait, what? I missed it. What?
Homes
Homes?
and Homes.
And homes.
Homes and homes.
Homes
That's
and
cute as hell,
homes.
Scaredy.
That's great. I
is
love
great.
that. Oh man.
But that's a dream game for me now. I want that to be real.
I want
I'll
that
write
to
this
be
down.
real.
I
Damn.
love
Damn.
it.
Real.
Mhm.
Like, keep your card, Scaredy.
Yeah, I'll keep my cards. I was like thinking, I'm like, where do I set this? And I was just like,
Please go.
I like Squeaks. Squeaks' idea that
nice.
if you change the time on your Switch, you risk attracting the Time Reapers.
Oh, the Time Reapers. Hello.
But they give rare
I-
loot.
Time Reapers.
Just
There we
incentivize
go.
them to fuck with their system settings. That's a good idea. I'm sure
I
the
will.
platform holders would love that.
abilities of that.
My Switch won't know what dimension it's in.
You're just constantly give me the Time Reapers.
Give me the Time Reapers.
I need
Time
them.
Reapers.
I need to make a
Wow.
spooky hourglass. Dang it! It's gonna look cute as hell.
Spooky
Nice.
hourglass.
Excellent. Love it. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
So for
Sta.
mine, right off the top, Akuma's been watching a bunch of Degrassi.
Stop.
What?
Just stop. All right. Who's next?
And we're done. Next.
And that's the game.
And
Um,
also win.
Mhm. So in this game, Akuma of Street Fighter fame
But
is
actually
the CEO of
Akuma.
Hell.
Sorry, I don't.
Actually, Akuma.
I'm sorry to keep talking
He's-
over you.
No, you're absolutely good. No, listen, I know it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to process at once.
Mm-hmm.
So he's the CEO of Hell, and he's been watching a lot of Degrassi. And he's like, you know what? These kids have a lot of potential. I need someone to help run things down here because I work with a whole bunch of knuckleheads. So, in this game, it's a cult fantasy game where you encounter other players. You play as a group of highly diverse teenagers at the mall together.
That's a great
So
card,
every-
Todd.
Thank you.
This
It's
is
one of my
great, Todd.
favorite cards. It's one of my favorite cards.
Highly diverse.
Highly diverse.
Highly diverse. We're talking body type. We're talking ethnicity. We're talking religion. Like, if
But, like,
Sexuality,
they
all of
only
it.
have
if they have
one.
anything to relate to, they're out of the group.
Yeah.
They only have one bit of diversity each. Like, if the kid is fat, then they have to be white. Like that kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh no, they can help that only have one piece of diversity. Only one.
Only one
Oh my
diversity
God.
as the treat.
Oh,
One time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So, yes. So each player in this game, which is the game's premise, is there's only a set amount of players in each season, as you say. So like maybe there's like 20 to 30 to maybe even 50 players, and you're all trapped in this underworld mall. And the goal is you have to collect. See who collects the most pages of Beelzebub's grimoire.
Ooh.
It's a very,
Cool.
very,
Yeah.
very big grimoire. And everyone comes in with one page, and each page has a special power. What power do you ask? Well, what?
I don't
Oh my
know.
It's
God.
mouse and keyboard only, and each key does something different, but can only be pressed once. So each page is tied to a key, and you can only use it once.
I believe you use this
Todd, what the
card.
fuck?
This card,
And the-
I use this card as an example when I'm trying to explain how crazy some of my ideas are.
And this is an amazing use of that card.
I
love
will
that.
say-
I just like, I don't even, okay, all right. I don't
I
even know
will
why this
say-
isn't just a mountain of these at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I will say, like, I had the thought that, like, maybe some pages have more uses than others. And so, like, because the goal is to see how many pages that you can collect. And if you're both, like, the last remaining player and the player with the most pages, you win. you can be strategic about things. So if you have like a grimoire page that's just like everything around me will burst into flames in like in a small AoE, it can be used twice. You can see how you can use that to your advantage, so you only have to use it once, and maybe you can chain it with another page, so on and so forth. I will say, you can make blood packs. You can make blood packs.
You can make blood packs. Look, I know you were all wondering, Onsta, can we make blood packs? I need to know. In Akuma's fucking Beelzebub Grimoire Mall, can I make a blood pack?
Listen,
yes.
listen,
yes.
Listen, even Akuma knows that like any good high school drama has a variety of people in it making the show run. Like, you can have a star student, and that's great, but also you could just have another Riverdale and just have a very strong cast doing wild things. So you can team up with other teenagers in the mall and make a blood pact, and pool your pages together and fight other players and other monsters.
Can I get the ugly Archie characters from Riverdale to team up with the nice Archie characters from the Archie comics and have that be my team?
Yeah, you can have punished jailed Archie and halfway to the back of the Sonic comic Archie be friends and hang out.
They need the Sonic Archie comics too.
Thing. Yeah, and Sonic can show up and it'll be great. But yeah, your duty is to
Sonic.
Oh, go on. I mean, Archie and Sonic, they go way back, but like your duty is to
old friends.
Overtake them all. See if you can be both the last team or last person standing with the most pages. And then see if Akuma wants to hire you as like Akuma's next top model student. That's the game.
That's the name of the game.
That's the name of the game.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, and he'll play like an action RPG.
Student.
Yeah, and if you like an action RPG, like Tales of Symphonia. If you've ever played Tales of Symphonia,
it's just like Tales of
Yeah.
You know you remember the beginning of Dead Rising where all the zombies are lined up along the glass?
Yeah.
That's the publishers right now. They're like,
oh my god,
let us in. We want to play Akuma's next top man. And Capcom's like batting them off. No, it's our idea. It's our idea.
No,
she used our character.
I made this. No, she's our character. You can't do this. You can't get in there. And you can use your pages to do like divine arcs, where it's just like the rays of light come down. And it's just like the twinkle in M. Bison's eye as he just like absolutely demolishes someone with your Grimoire page.
But only once.
I really like that.
Only once. That's a special
press.
page. You might want to save that one.
Yep.
Yeah, you look, look, guys. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
Every page is special.
Ansta has sent me the list of pages, and you are not gonna believe what the page down page does. I mean,
You won't believe
page
it.
down into insert. Oh my god, the game's over.
That's OP.
That's excellent.
It's a winning combo.
It's like those old like Flash games where it's like you would load in and like you'd press a random button and it's like, oh, suddenly like a party hat has appeared. Or, like, oh, suddenly there's like sparklers and like a disco ball and like it's like just random buttons.
Yep.
Yeah, just random.
Like, yeah, woo.
Amazing.
It's fun. We have
I feel like
fun
me and Shiv
here
would be
in
at a
hell.
disadvantage with our tiny keyboards.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yep.
I have like a 75%. I don't have all the buttons.
Yep. Then you're
gotta-
at a disadvantage. Listen, that's part of the diversity of kids in the mall. Some of them have smaller
Yeah,
keyboards.
it's the diversity.
Damn.
One of them uses a typewriter.
It's the diversity. They got the old
It's me.
typewriter. They got the small little keypad. Someone has like a Joy-Con that's on Bluetooth.
Yep.
They somehow managed to get it working with
Oh
Steam,
my
even though
God.
That's hard mode.
Steve
That's hard
hates
mode
the
right
Joy-Con.
there.
New Game
Yes.
Plus.
Akuma likes that. Akuma's like, they belong in
Really
Riverdale.
cool.
I can't believe you used that field card.
I
It was fun. I thought it was great.
I don't know
Insane.
how you're gonna do this, Barry.
Well, there's
Honestly.
one more. We got
There's one
Shiv.
more.
Oh,
Shiv.
yeah,
Shiv
fair.
remains.
I don't either
Shiv
though.
remains.
There's been
I'll
some
move these
amazing
over.
stuff.
I'll move
This
these
round.
back. Ooh-wah. There we go.
What you got, Shiv?
Got Shiv.
Great question.
And so far, all of the producers have said no.
So for mine, let's see. So I know you guys all kind of went or like some of you guys went the sort of MMO route, and I was sort of thinking that originally, but I thought it might be kind of interesting to maybe pitch to you guys a new asymmetrical PvP game.
I'm
like,
listening.
Dead by Daylight kind of style, because I
I'm
fucking love those sort of games. I don't know about you guys,
Asymmetrical,
but
yes.
yeah, it's so fun to like be the big beefy guy or to be the small little guys that aren't big and beefy, and you're like, what will they do? So
Why are you making eyeballs on the
first up,
cards?
it's gonna be
Is that...
I'm looking at them
Oh.
because I do remember
if
what
you
they were.
shift Alt, then it puts an eyeball thing
Yeah.
indicating that a player is, because
so-
that way, because if you looked at someone else's card in a different game, it'd be like, oh, you're cheating.
Oh.
Yeah. So it is going to be a
Nice.
Souls-like.
Nice.
Hey, stop looking. It is going to be a Souls-like,
Sure.
and that's going to tie
God.
into the sort of fantasy theme that we're going to go for. But the villain is going to be watching you constantly and directly limits what you can do. So this is where the asymmetry comes in. So I was kind of thinking kind of like a Curse of Strahd sort of situation where one player is playing like the big bad, and then all the other people, maybe 4 or 5 people in a team, are playing like the heroes. And you can either like separate yourselves and go off and try and like do objectives and I think the aim is that you're trying to get into the big bad's like lair or his castle or whatever. So there's like different objectives that you have to do. Like you have to like, I don't know, fix the drawbridge or like kill his minion, like things like that. And the combat is Souls-like, so it's like you have to be, it's very like deliberate, and you have to know what you're doing when it comes to like classing out and like statting up and stuff like that. But the villain is kind of omnipotent to a degree, like can always kind of floats around on the map and can see what's going on. And then in some ways can affect what's happening. So kind of like in a ghosty, like haunting sort of way. So like maybe there's
Like
a player
Crawl.
who's trying to, so maybe there's a player who's trying to get the drawbridge working again. So they need to like replace one of the winches or something. So they're like working on that. And then the Strahd person comes in and like gives them a little jump scare of some kind. They're like, "Whoa, gosh!" Or touches the winch and like they have to start again. But then there's also ways that other characters can be try and distract Strahd other ways to make him like come over this way, so they can. It's like you can put down like wards and things like that. Or
so it like limits their
something
physical,
that, like,
like
makes a
where the
sound.
player can access. So it's like, oh, you can't see what we're
Yeah.
doing here.
Yeah, exactly. Or they could like maybe one of the things that the big bad can do is set like tripwires or something like that. So they're like, oh, a player walked over there. So maybe a player could figure out that there's like some kind of sensor over here. So they go and trigger it. Big bad goes over there, and then they can run over and help their friend with this other task. So it's very like cooperative in that way.
I'm picturing a little bit of
so it's just like a kind of small scale thing.
I'm picturing a little bit of a Phasmophobia, but you're the ghost.
Yeah.
See,
Totally.
I was thinking like, I was thinking like Souls-like modern multiplayer reinterpretation of like Dragon's Lair.
Oh,
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's kind of fun.
What I
like
was
that.
thinking of, I love that we all have a different idea of what Shiv was
Yeah.
talking about. In my head, it was like the big bad is stuck in like a boss dungeon,
Kinda like
and like the Souls-like characters can do like the more things that they unlock, the more like power that they get, but also the weaker that dungeon like wall becomes, so the boss player can start physically moving
Like,
to
come
other
out and
areas.
manifest
Like
and stuff.
like the normal gameplay, they have to like do little tricks and little traps, like, oh, okay, I'm gonna astral project to this part of the map, but then like as the dungeon like weakens, then they can start actually just showing up in other places, like, oh,
Yeah, like
you thought you were
physically
safe?
actually showing up.
Boom. Yeah.
Yeah,
what I was thinking.
I imagine like the sort of, you can have like the astral project, like floaty omniscient sort of situation. Girl boss dungeon, shut up. Fuck you, man.
Girl boss
That's
dungeon.
funny.
Girl boss, gaslight,
The omnipotence,
gatekeep.
like you can see
Gungeon.
what's going on like pretty much everywhere, but you can't interact as much. But
with
as they
everything.
get deeper into your lair, you can start to come out physically and actually cause problems and even like start killing players and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This sounds
Yeah.
like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I also like I
like
like the idea of having like a setup round where the big boss can like go around the dungeon and set up different traps and like rooms, or even like make the inside of their lair different every time, or maybe it's like randomly generated or something like that. So it's like different every time completely, and you can't
could-
like just go for like one strategy.
Mhm.
You could kill two birds with one stone, where basically the characters, the souls like start from zero. So they have to like go through their stats and character creation, and basically however long it takes them to do that, or like whatever, like maybe it's a set amount of time. The other player has that same amount of time to set up their dungeon. So that way,
that's
Yes,
parallel,
yeah, totally.
the parallel task, so that both players are occupied for the same
Yes,
amount of time.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Yeah, even just like 2 minutes or something. Like it doesn't have to be super complex.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, gungeon made me spit water.
Good, me too.
It writes itself. It writes
It's
itself.
really good. It's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone. Any more questions?
Do you have a name for it?
I can think of his Girl Boss Gungeon now, but that's stupid.
Girl boss, gungeon is a
It's
great name.
incorrect.
Girl Boss Dungeon, yeah. I say
Yeah,
do
sure.
it. Put that on
Sure,
there.
Girl Boss
Put
Gungeon.
that on a
I
shirt.
love it. Thanks,
Now on
everybody.
Stadia. Yeah, exclusive to Stadia.
Now-
Stadia, yeah. I can only
No,
listen
we
to
want
fun
this
of-
game
I
to
wouldn't-
succeed.
Oh,
I wouldn't compromise
it's
on
a
the
good old
name, so
game.
only
See-
Stadia. I wouldn't compromise on the name, so only Stadia would pick it up.
Stadia's like, we got you, dog.
It's exclusive to Stadia and Ouya.
Stadia's Shaq's
Aw.
voice.
and the engage.
This is so
Yeah,
sad.
and the N-Gage.
N-Gage.
Exclusive
Fucking
N-Gage
end the-
version.
What was the T-Mobile slide or whatever the fuck it was? Juke? What was it called?
Oh, I don't know.
It wasn't the juke. Samsung had the juke.
What's the
Samsung.
Juke
Okay,
okay?
yeah, Juke was Samsung.
Yeah. God, what they
Was
had.
it the flip? I don't know. It's some kind of fun verb.
Alright, have fun picking, Barry.
Silliness.
Yeah, good luck, man.
So go back. I would say go back over everything because there's been a bit.
It's
quite
been a bit.
Yeah,
sure.
I came up
Recap.
with a name for
It's a very
mine, by the
Oh,
way.
okay.
Oh,
Top
yeah?
name.
Oh yeah,
Top
go
name?
back.
The name for mine is Aimless Aggression.
Ooh.
I love
Um,
it. Great.
Yeah.
AMAG.
Yeah, Todd had his zombie MMO where you can
Yeah, dude.
spec up in other types of monsters. I like the kind of like base rating aspect to it.
Yes.
That seems really cool.
Mhm.
And of course, passive aggression deity is
That's so
Excellent.
funny. That's a really funny
Passive
card.
aggression.
Thank you.
Made me giggle.
Deer's.
I had people in mind when I made that card.
It sounded real. It sounded
Yeah.
real.
Deer's really sparked
Can I
my
see you, Todd?
imagination. The idea of an MMO whodunit just immediately makes my brain start going nuts, like in a really fun way.
It's like vibrating.
yeah, my brain is
Vibrating
buzzing,
and rattling.
and like a
Mine
spooky.
starts stressing.
Well, I'm not making this
Like,
game.
how
I
the
just get to
fuck do
play
you
it.
handle all of these players and
No, no, no.
plotlines?
I just get to
Who
play
did
it. I'm not worried about that side of it.
Yeah.
That's
So,
true.
yeah.
The
and-
question
and-
is
and-
do you play it or not?
what was that?
The question is, do you make it or do you play it? I guess.
Well, as the judge, I
Yeah.
guess I'm like
It's up to the judge, I'd say.
I'm
Yeah.
like
The judge just
I'm
has
like
the
go
money.
make this game and then I'll play it.
Yeah.
This is the game I
Yeah.
want to play the most, I guess.
The
Yeah.
judge is producing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one that's gonna make the
yeah.
game for you.
I'm
See, that'd
trusting
be-
that you know how to solve these problems. So
Exactly.
Exactly.
That'd be another like good expansion you could do, Todd, is like roll cards of like, okay,
Ooh.
this game like you're judging
Ooh.
it based on as a QA tester, as like
Ooh.
come at it from the line of a producer, come at it from just a standard consumer.
Mhm.
Like,
Mhm.
okay, would this game actually be fun to make? Would it be fun to to program it. It would be fun to do all the art assets for it. Like that way, you could change the criteria
Yeah.
of what wins.
Is this game an asset flip?
Yes, we're gonna use mostly
Asset
things
flip.
from Guild Wars.
Okay.
so-
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's just straight up plagiarism.
Mhm.
No. You're in
No,
talks
we're
with Arena
working
now.
with-
Cove. Mhm.
Yeah, we're working with the creators.
Oh,
of
so
Guild
it's
Wars,
just the
so-
secret world.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
World
Oh,
of
I
Guild
miss the
Wars.
secret.
Alex Mack?
Yes.
No,
the
the
Secret Order of Alex.
MMO,
Oh.
the secret world. It was an MMO that was like a cult type MMO that was a lot of mysteries and shit to solve.
Yeah,
sounds
it didn't.
cool.
It didn't actually work very well though.
Move.
I remember
No,
when
it
that
didn't.
game
It was a
came
good
out,
concept.
I was very excited for it, and then I was like, oh wait, there's not enough game in here.
Mhm.
Anyway, sorry. we're
Well,
getting
it's an
distracted.
MMO, so yeah.
Womp womp.
Oh, no.
Gams, M. Night Shyamalan's The Village, starring a bunch of streamers. Yeah, the like one-sided aspect of the Enforcers sounds really cool. The idea that everyone's like in a shared village environment. I like that aesthetic a lot. Trying to think what else. I had other thoughts about
I feel
it.
it's a style of thing of like I feel like you could toss mine up to either be just like a flat MMO of like it's still going after you log off, or you could make it like a more asymmetrical sort of multiplayer of like, okay, just like this is a real quick one and done like hour-long session sort of thing, or like
Yeah.
like a long sort of game, like a Civ style long game of like one long session, or you could make it continuous. We'd put that up to, you know, the team decision in the end.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think the
Yeah.
comparison was made to Valheim, and I think that is like a real-time ongoing
Yeah.
thing where you're building up
Yeah.
defenses and crafting things. I didn't make one because I was the judge. Scaredies with the roguelite treasure hunting Animal Crossing
Yeah.
cuteness.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, I could eat that up.
Yeah,
Give
I'm
me the
like
fashion.
that one entirely depends on the aesthetic and the mechanics because the idea is rock solid in my brain. So I'm like, how cute are the things that I'm making and how satisfying is it? Because Scaredy talked about the slow burn progression, and that's tough to do. You know what I mean? It's tough to make that engaging and make you feel like you're kind of making progress and there's momentum to it.
Not getting
Stitch, no boobies.
No boobies.
Booby.
Oh no.
Boobies.
Oh, I get it. That's funny.
Trust me, as soon as I made the boo, someone in my chat flipped it and was like, "It's a boob." And I was like, "Great."
Boob. That's good.
Ooh.
Can I smooch a Time Reaper as a treat? Onsta had
Yeah, sure.
Akuma's Degrassi
Next top
Oh my
model
God.
student.
next top model student
So good.
journey through the Mall of the Damned.
Oh.
With all their grimoires.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. This is where I start to struggle with this game specifically. Game Jam is I'm like, I love this feel card so much. If I saw a game on Steam that was like every key can be used once, I'd be like, that's stupid.
Yeah, I would be like, I need it.
Yeah.
I'm
No, listen,
not
like
spending
when
any
I
amount of money
saw
on
it, I
that.
was like, oh no. Like I was actually like, oh no, and then I thought of like the idea, and I was like, this is wretched. Like this.
I mean, playing up to the name, that's an excellent game jam idea. Like I would love a game
Exactly.
jam around this idea, right?
Mhm.
Every key
Yeah.
can only be used once.
Yeah.
But I would never buy a game like that.
Maybe
it would
be-
require
I
some
wonder.
convincing. It would not be a
Yeah.
given.
I wonder if it
I
can
would
tie into
buy it.
VR at all. Like maybe
wanna play
it's
the map.
it's VR and every page has like 1 to 4 uses, where 1 is super rare pages. And
Mhm.
and like 4 is like the very 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 common pages, and so that way it's not tied to keyboard keys. But
Yeah, I mean, but I do like the fact that Onsta that you tied the idea to a pages in a grimoire. I'm like, that's really cool. I like that. a
Yeah.
lot.
Very creative.
That's really neat.
once you eat those pages, it's over.
You can only eat them once. Each page is
Only
delicious.
once.
And yeah, and Shiv's Souls like
Fable Legends.
the Fable Legends.
Roblox
No.
Gungeon.
It's
Girl
nothing
Boss,
like
Girl
Fable.
Boss Gungeon. Yeah, I mean, listen, you have me in
Strat is kind of a
asymmetrical
Girl Boss.
multiplayer. Like I was already sold, so I'm like, I'm a big fan of that.
It's great. Always fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like you have two different games going on, not besides the asymmetrical part. Like you have the sort of Soulsborne style of thing, and then this sort of like, yeah, like dungeon builder, which, yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. I like it. It's neat, but it's like some of the ideas I'm just like, that's cool, and I don't have a lot to kind of ponder on.
Okay,
Fuck.
but who made your brain buzz?
Who made my brain? Well, you made my brain buzz, but
We
I
give it
know.
these.
but
I'm giving it to Scaredy.
Yay, Scaredy!
I agree.
Honestly, I loved all of
game.
these. You guys had some good ones this round.
Had a good thing.
I'm
No,
really
go on.
mad that it's not something that I could feasibly make by myself.
That's a pretty big scope. That's hard to knock out in a
definitely big
weekend.
scope.
Yeah.
Nah, you ain't knocking that. Then you ain't knocking that out in a year.
Mm-hmm.
Homes and Homes is also an excellent name.
Really cute name.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about Goink?
I use this.
Love it, hate it, no opinion.
I'll be right back.
Do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Have a break.
I'll be right back.
Take a break. Have a
I
stretch.
love that with tones.
Everyone
I love that with tones and homes. Also, you could like.
Oh, hold on. There's a hammy. Hold that thought. Oh,
Is it the take a break?
Mr. Donkey Kong. Happy Donktober, everyone. It fires in spurts. Open that gun. It fires in spurts. Open that gun. It fires in spurts.
Oh no!
Thank you, Meta. What were you saying, Cam?
No, I was just saying with like tones and homes, like it immediately makes me think like you could have like like DLC of like a literary expansion to have more like popular literary characters, and you call it like Tomes and Holmes with a L, and it's like got like Sherlock Holmes and everything.
Holmes.
Holmes.
Uh-huh.
Tombs and rooms, yeah.
Oh my
Tombs
god!
and
What
rooms.
if,
Like
what if there's like a little like this is the part of the game where you spend time with all your companions, and it's very kind of very sweet and fun, and you just call that part Tomies.
Tomies.
Like, here's my Tomies.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna hang out.
We're just vibing.
Ah,
Me and my
Mhm.
Tomies.
vibing with the Tomies.
Uh-huh.
This game needs to get
is.
made.
I know. Dr. House Party, thank you for 30 months. An outhouse key, thank you. Draco, 38 months. That's a good winky smiley face. Pikachu Girl, 1250. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. A lot of them are very spooky for the season. Meta Crossing with a hammy. Idea for a game mode, Trend Follower. You have the standard 2-star cards, one remains face down until it's time to reveal the game. So you have to figure out how to incorporate this new element on the spot. The only thing I dislike about that is, unless it's different for every player, is that whoever goes last gets a ton more time to think about how they'd incorporate it. Unless every character every player has their own unique card flip on the spot. I like that though. It's more that becomes very improv heavy, which I'm a fan of. But hey, Pikachu Girl, appreciate it. Thank you.
That
Seen
might
you
raise
chat
the
and
pressure
stuff.
a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd be down to try it, but that's up to Todd.
Well, I mean, I was gonna ask. It's been what, like 4 hours or something,
Almost, yeah.
which is lovely, and I love this. But I'm like, do we need to make it? Do we want to do any variants? I don't know. I'm just like, oh wow. Normally, you wouldn't play this game for 4 hours.
Honestly,
I guess is what I'm saying.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Everything that's coming up, it's still interesting.
I'm
so
good.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm having a great. I'm just giving everybody an out.
No, I
Also, I don't know about you, Todd. I would play this for more than 4 hours.
same. Absolutely same. I feel like it makes me want to boot up Unity. That's the only thing pushing me away from playing it longer.
Look, I guess what I mean is it's not designed as a game that takes 4 hours of your life.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess that's what I mean. But like, yeah, if you just like, this is what we're doing this weekend, then totally, yeah, there's, like I said, there's 500 fucking cards in here, so.
Yep.
And I mean, it's not like a game with an end goal.
No.
You can go for as long as you guys want, which is nice.
Hmm?
So
Also,
as
it's
dedicated as you want to be.
because the kind of game it is, it's very malleable in terms of like house rules. There's a lot you can do to mix it up.
Totally.
Like
There's
something like
there's been
that that trend follower like Metacrossing came up with, or some like lightning round kind of idea.
Yeah, there's a couple of variants that I've written up, but they're not in my normal file, so I don't remember where they went. But yeah, there's like tons of variants you can do. I mean, these games are so variantable. I've been kind of thinking about like maybe I don't know. This is very rough because not rough but raw. But I was thinking like, what if I like went through and added like a handful of like symbols to cards, just like something you could play with in terms of making variants.
Yeah.
But I haven't really decided if I want to make that commitment because it does obscure the immediate function of those symbols, and I wouldn't want that to get in the way of the main game. So I don't know. It's all stuff that's just kind of like in my brain. Since I'm not gonna try and make a paid version of this immediately, like a box version, I might as well just sit here and think of like fun ways it could be played.
Yeah.
And more ideas will come the more I've played it, and I haven't played this game in basically 2 years. So
Yeah. I might have had this exact same idea 2 years ago because I had this idea. I was like, I might have had this before, but a lightning round themed around an elevator pitch where you wind up in
like
an elevator.
Yeah.
And it's like time, but it's literally like could be incorporated also with like you flip a card just to be like, oh, you're in an elevator with a big time game developer or CEO or something, and you know what they're about, and they're about flip the card. Okay, you gotta pitch a game with that and like based off of the rest of your deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you have time on the clock.
We have talked about that one before.
Yeah.
And I think it would be great. I think I would love that.
Yeah, I played Super Fight.
There was also, I think, one I had that was a cooperative one, where the main player only plays one card, but every other player plays one card, and you only make one game.
Oh, as a group.
Yeah, so each person, and it actually adds, and so the last player is adding like the last mechanic and you're trying to not get in the way of all the other mechanics.
Are you waiting to play your card? Or does everyone put their card down first, face down, and you just get more and more fucked as you're like, oh no, what have I committed to?
Oh,
Exactly,
no.
exactly.
That's cool.
This game feels like an art prompt card set my drink and draw group uses called the Reckless Deck, but fun brainstorming rules. I also have I have a game design prompt card deck that has a bunch of stuff like that too. It's very good. It's not an easy thing to say. Prompt card deck.
Prompt card deck.
Prompt is just a shit English word.
It is a little bit like
There's
Super
too many
Fight, but
consonants in it.
part of what I
Too
love
peas.
about this game compared to other kind of I'm not just saying this because Todd's in the call. Like, I adore this game because it is so intensely creative in a way no other card game I've ever played is like. Like, there are card games like Super Fight that allow you to kind of have fun with what's on the cards. And I love a lot of those games and have spent a lot of time playing them. But this game specifically, and I'm sure there might be like a genre of card game like this that I'm just unfamiliar with, but this is just an idea generator, and it's fun to play, and it's fun to hear what people come up with, and having a shared theme to see like how other people interpret the same thing is just so cool. And I that's why I've been every couple of months in the past years, I'll be like, hey Todd, you want to do any play tests for a game? You wanna do some game jam?
Something that I really appreciate about the competition in this game too is that it doesn't feel super competitive.
Right.
Which like I love to be competitive and I like to fight and I like to win because it's fun. But in this, I don't feel the pressure, right? Like I'm like enjoying listening to everyone's ideas and I'm like, oh my god, tell me more. That's so cool. I'm not even thinking about like who's gonna win the round.
That's also
like,
why
that doesn't matter as much.
I
it's
love
more about like sharing cool ideas.
Yeah, and I love that the 10 out of 10 tokens are just like, hey, Shiv, well said. There you go. Have a token.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
just
like, one
why
of
not?
your tokens has achieved flight. I just want to point this out.
Yeah, it can
Wait,
fly.
what the fuck?
Yeah,
Where?
that's fine.
Where'd it go?
Where?
Yeah.
Oh,
Zoom out a little bit.
How did it get up there? It's in my head.
Well, 'cause the appeal and the fun of the game has nothing to do with like winning or scoring or completing a round.
Yeah.
The points
One of
don't
it's the
matter.
It's just having fun with your friends.
It's your
I mean,
your game reviews on the internet, which also don't matter.
Yeah, no, like I said, I didn't even know what it was gonna feel like to play it while I was working on the cards. I think my first playtest was like 40 of each card. Also, the genre cards originally I was gonna have 100 of each card, and so like there's some genre cards that are like in my old set that are very specific. Like I think there was like chess. There's extreme weather survival, loot and scoot.
Mhm.
I had match 3 puzzler, and I realized over time that like a lot of these kind of very specific genres, like they kind of over focus the cards,
Yeah.
and that people, when we were playing, people were already like at least okay, it's a party game, but it's like this. Like people were already doing that on their own.
Mhm.
So I that's why I kind of modified the way that the genre cards work. And honestly, I think it was like the last like chevron in like unlocking the puzzle box that is this game's design for me, where I was like, okay, I feel like I did it now. I'm like, okay, this is at least good enough for me.
Mhm.
This feels like a game. It feels like it did what I wanted it to do, and it really just comes down to, can I make good cards?
Yeah. No,
Mhm.
I definitely think that's because
And
like
you
the
did.
genre cards are some of the most straightforward, but that's 100% the right call from what I can tell. Like I
Yeah.
totally agree that like it pushes you in a direction without putting you in a box.
Yeah, I think, and I like I said with what Gam did earlier, I love a first card genre card because it's a really interesting like different way of setting things up for the other players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Real
Yeah.
quick before we continue, Commander Squeaks, thanks for the bits.
I'll make some
Dong,
water.
get some water. Chemerling, thanks for 9 months. Simple and clean, but it's Mr. Clean with Sora hair. Yeah, I've seen that JPEG. Thank you. Enjoy your Rubiki and your Twitch baby. Spirit Keku, thank you for the Prime sub. Hello. Enjoy the emotes. Welcome. Thank you. And Hulu and Woohoo with 22 months. This game's only 7.8 out of 10 because it's too much fun. 7 out of
Real.
10. Too much fun.
Too much fun.
Too much.
I can't.
Just
handle
making
this
the
much
yeah,
fun.
yeah, too much water. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not allowed to have this much fun.
No.
Not allowed. Not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Illegal.
All right. Yeah, I'm down. Do you guys want to just keep doing regular rules, or do you want to try a variant?
I'm down to keep doing regular.
I'm liking the regular. Yeah, it's not gotten boring yet, so I'm
Down
enjoying
for
it.
anything.
Hooray!
Sure.
I do think that this is like, I think we did a lot more variants last time we played, and I decided that this is the best way to play it.
Sure. I'm down. I'm down to.
Like, just to start.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm definitely down to keep doing regular.
Sweet. Well, I'm good too.
All right.
Ran out of
Yay.
room.
Let's try to get around the table so everyone can have a turn judging before
Word.
it
Yeah,
gets too
and then
late.
I started, so me.
So we got
and
3
then
more
Gary,
rounds.
Gam, Barry. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
How
do it.
do I set up what y'all are doing? Just pick 2 from my hand?
So the way it works is you
One
pick one
from-
card from your hand, and then you pick one card from any of the 4 decks without looking at it.
Okay, so one I get to
Ah.
choose, the other one I top deck.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Top
Switch over
deck,
to my
fucking
actual-
card game player.
More like
Yeah.
top
I'm
tech.
I'm sad that Bath couldn't play. We'll have to do like we'll have to play by like at least play like amongst ourselves so that Bath could play. I know
Mhm.
Yeah,
Bath.
for sure.
I remember having a lot of
Yeah.
fun when Bath played with us 2 years ago.
There's
was so
another friend of mine
chaotic.
who's gonna be mad that they aren't here because
Mhm.
they love this game as well.
It's a great game. I'm excited for other people to get their hands on it.
just
Make sure you
Ooh.
follow
I want
Todd.
to see what kind
on
of
Twitter.
a character
Follow
action
Todd.
game that y'all
Oh,
can make
okay.
me,
Ooh, okay.
hell yeah.
'cause I love me a good character action game.
Like
but
a Bayonetta or a DMC or what have you.
Yep, or like Ninja Gaiden.
DMCA.
Yep.
Or
but
in your
your original
Oh, oh, scaredy.
the perfect kind of thing I was hoping for when top decking on the
Oh my
character.
god, I
Oh,
can't believe
Oh
top deck
boy.
that card. I was just reading that card the other day and I was
Oh.
like, that's a great card.
It's a
Give
good
me-
card.
That's exactly what I want out of a character action game. Give me like someone ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Okay,
Holy crap.
well,
All right, well that's incredible.
Sell me on why I'm gonna love, because the character action games, the character is always the best part about it. So
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Cam's
Thinking
boy.
this one.
tell me on why I'm gonna love this stupid guy, or why he's a part of it.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Maybe this or this. Yeah, this one. All right. Sometimes I just pick two cards and I'm like, this will work, and I don't know what my game idea is yet.
Right. I get that.
And I'm like, I'll
Oh,
figure out as I'm
no.
pitching it.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry. Let me hold on. Pardon
Oh,
me.
it's fine. I was just gonna draw anyways.
How do I reach these kids?
This one has a weird taste on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a Parappa here now.
Okay, real fast.
Oh, good.
Go
He's
with all
believing.
art everywhere.
Real fast, Todd.
Yeah.
I think I just made Nier.
That's fine. Earlier, I accidentally made Death Stranding and change it.
I just want to say.
That's hilarious. You did, man.
Yeah,
You
it's
did just
fine.
do
I
that.
did just make Nier.
Yeah, that's
you gonna
that's like
play-
I think that'll be a fun side game for people who just, you know, again, whenever people have boxes or whatever, they'd be like, I'm gonna just try and make games that already exist with card combos.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got a
this?
decent idea.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I can wing it. I'm good.
Yeah, I got
I'm
this
excited.
too.
Mm-hmm. I am also
Alright.
excited.
Oh god, I'm probably.
Tell me how you're gonna like replace Bayonetta. Who's making the
Okay.
Bayonetta killer out of this professor?
Is everybody good? I don't have a title for this.
No,
but...
I'm still trying to think.
All right, I'll give you.
I will say I'm a little nervous because this is kind of specific.
No.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot you can do with it, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited about. Is like, how are y'all gonna mix it up?
Okay, I'm good.
Let me look up synonym quick.
Cinnamon?
Synonyms.
Synonyms.
Here I come, I am synonym.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it squeaks. Yeah.
Is there not another word for this?
Nope.
Great.
There are no words in the
Great.
English language.
Words
Great.
are fiction.
All right. Well, that's not helping me. So I have no name for this thing. All right.
Does if I say sandwich, does that help you?
No.
What if I say obtuse?
Oh.
She's trying to Google
Thank you for
a
that.
synonym for Nier Automata.
Yoko
Oh.
Taro.
Mm-hmm.
Close
No.
roboto.
Yeah, I was gonna say close machines.
Yeah. All right. So Scaredy, you're wanting a character action game about a retired professor who feels like they failed their students, right?
Or just that
Okay, well,
incorporates
it's
the
also
retired
set in the
professor.
Rapture.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm
God.
just saying,
Oh.
I'm just saying
So-
that's the character that the cards gave us. I don't know what that means. We have to play as them or what?
Scaredy.
Oh, are we
Yes,
going?
it does.
Yes.
Yeah, dear,
Sorry,
dear
I
just
was
went right
wondering.
into
Anything you want with them.
Let's go.
I was
Yes.
drawing Sonic.
Oh,
Okay.
Sonic.
So it's also during the Rapture. You are a retired professor. You feel like it's like the day after retirement. You just feel like you could have done better. You seriously just have failed all your students. And then the Rapture happens and you're like, wait a second. This is a perfect time to actually teach people again because there's no teachers left. So, through multiple mini games entirely of in-lore trivia such as history and math,
The real world lore is called history.
real world lore,
Real world
history,
lore.
Mm-hmm.
you're going to be reteaching all these students and fulfilling that purpose as a professor that you've always wanted in your life and you could never have until after the Rapture and after retirement. That's all I got. I don't have a name
beautiful.
for it.
How are you going to like present these? Like, what am I up against?
Okay, so you know how you go into like the computer lab when you were a kid and you'd play all those like math games, like number munchers and things like that. The trivia games and things like that would be very similar, but they would be presenting
Okay.
questions like during World War II, that war really long ago, but in the before time, sort of thing. But you would be learning as you went. So as a teacher, you're still teaching all your students, and your student is actually also you because you're learning along the way.
Oh.
It's like the world's most extra like
Educational
game.
game. Yes.
You know what? You get points because I'm a big fan of video games as an educational.
You made an
Love
edutainment
edutainment.
character action game.
Yes, I
Love
did.
it.
That's
Edutainment.
amazing.
Amanda Squeaks has a
Name
really
it.
good name for
Nope, I'm done.
Remedial Rap
Squeaks,
Show.
Why are you on this?
Remedial
Rapture.
Rapture.
It's 100% perfect.
it. Amazing.
Oh my
That's good.
god.
That's good.
That's incredible. Holy shit.
Wow.
Magic.
I-
So good.
Can I give this to Squeaks? This is specifically Squeaks' pile. Hold
Sure.
on, I'll
You,
make-
you can make a little square. and-
I'll-
yeah.
Here,
Okay,
we'll put
I
it
need to
over
give
here.
Need to give one to Squeaks as well for
This is-
earlier.
this
Should we have like a
Squeaks'
chat
pile.
box where like we
The
give
chat, yeah.
points
You
to
know
chat?
what? Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
a great
Already in
idea.
the box.
Well, it's not chats though. It's Squeaks.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
so
but
hold
chat
on.
Beast knows.
also has some bangers.
Hold on. Here's
It's
Squeaks.
communal.
Here's chat.
Bazinga.
Okay.
It's its own.
Why is it separate?
Squeaks
Because
are not allowed in
Squeaks-
chat anymore. I'm sorry. So saith dear.
Mm-hmm.
No, look,
Anyway,
it's
I'm
a
done.
communal effort that Squeaks earned those points for chat.
Okay, that's
Mm.
fair.
Team chat.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No.
Todd's deciding this for them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is how my brain works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go.
Lovely.
Yeah,
This sounds
chat
sounds
box.
fun. I look forward to learning about history.
Again.
Wait, well,
No,
assuming I
in
don't
the
get
before
raptured
times.
anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I
you
don't
don't know,
know,
Todd. You might be one of the good ones.
I was-
Citizen
I
of
was-
the
I
chat
almost
box.
made a joke. I almost made a joke.
One
but I
of the
didn't.
good ones.
Oh.
Shit myself.
Heather
Don't
Kelly.
shoot yourself.
Amazing.
All right, I'll take these.
Oh, Killy.
Okay.
Great. Kelly made a visual
Very
for
killing me.
anyone
Great.
whose game goes in this direction.
Good. Fantastic.
Wow.
That's really good.
Thank you,
Thank you
Kelly.
so much.
Wow.
Go ask your mom.
Good news, everyone.
Good news.
I'm a protagonist.
I learned how to combo on the loading screen.
Bad
My
news, everyone.
turn into hand grenades.
Amazing.
All right.
Good news, everyone.
Gam.
I have a
Let's go,
death
Gam.
rate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, character action game based around or involving a retired professor who
Ow.
feels they have failed their students.
Melodic news. That's very
That's
good.
it. I don't
sure
need
is-
to reveal any more of my cards. That's just the game. That's it.
Yeah.
Um,
And you can feel everything.
so
Feel.
I've gone in the direction of okay, so this professor feels they failed their students. It's like okay,
Catch you later,
let's
Pikachu.
go a little bit further. What sort of toll would that take on the character, and what would lead them to this sort of absurd scenario? And then I was like, I have no cards that fit that, or any sort of way I could take this. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna stretch the premise a bit more then.
Yeah.
And so what we've got is we're going to have this professor. They've not only failed their students, but as a result, they feel they've just failed in their profession as a result, and feel like, you know, I don't even know who I am anymore, or like if this career is for me. So what you've got here is you've got like an exaggerated sort of game based around essentially job searching and soul searching. You've got this character running around, fighting hyper exaggeration, sort of like a, sort of like it's a story being told to a child. Like you exaggerate aspects of it to make it more entertaining, or it's like in reality, what he's really doing is just the professor is just going to the job center and just having a meeting with someone and being like, yeah, no, I want this type of job, or maybe this to be. But in the game, what's happening is the professor is having to fight through all of these characters, all of these people, holding them back from finding out what they truly are and what they truly want. And one aspect of this, of how progression really works in this, is that identity becomes a massive factor within the game. Of like the professor feels like chained by their failure. They feel like they're held back, and they start seeking out. Okay, maybe I need to find out what sort of like other professions I can go. So it's like, okay, well, I can't wear my standard sort of teaching tweed jacket to you know, a supermarket job. Like I've got to have different things. So it's like, okay, so progression involves the color of accessories and clothes slowly affecting the personality. So as we progress through this story, you have the character changing their clothes, changing their look, and as an effect, you can actually choose the direction the professor goes in. If you go, you know what, I want the professor to be still a teaching person instead of maybe like a professor. Maybe they can, you know, just teach like a course at a community college instead, or as like just like part-time, or they could teach kindergarten kids, like change, like keep them there, or you could go a complete opposite direction of like, you know what, I want them to join the military.
Whoa.
And it's like you go through all of this sort of thing. Also, yeah, this is the card with the spelling mistake.
That sounds like a demon in
is
Eternal
actually
Darkness.
the villain of the game.
Yeah, I think the retired professor failed to teach me spelling.
Yeah, it's not an English. I mean, yeah, it's an English professor. That's why it's spelt wrong. So that's the first aspect of it. If progression is sort of tied to identity in the terms of exploring the professor's look and sort of internal look as well, of like, what is the professor's goals? What do you want them to be? And the other way that progression goes is, it's not just like the look of that changes the personality, but there are many different aspects you can go with this. And so we're going to design it around everyone currently in the game jam.
Oh my
we
god.
have like different power-ups throughout the game as well.
No, go ahead. Each go through every single person, Gam. Come on.
Yeah.
See, okay, here's the thing. I knew someone would say that, and I knew it would fucking be Deer who'd say that too.
Deer's power up is
None of us would do that to
nitpicking.
you, except Deer.
So the Deer's power up. So the sort of, when we're talking power ups, we're talking like the standard. So the overarching progression is to do with the look. The external look informs the internal look. There's the themes of the game. The sort of power ups we're talking about in combat powers. We're talking about different powers that get you through combat. So character action, you're thinking something on a little bit closer to Bayonetta. So for Deer's power up, it would be something essentially based around one strong punch. It would be, Deer's would essentially be a knockout sort of punch style of like you hit slower, but the hits that you actually deal massive amounts of damage, but it's in a short amount of time, obviously. So it's like hit rate down, hit damage high. That's what we're talking. So you'd have to change on the fly based on that. Then we go to Barry. We have Barry's power up, which instead of boosting the sort of amount of damage you do or the hit rate that you do, instead it would increase your agility and damage based on weaknesses. So it's like, okay, well, you sort of attack an enemy from behind, it'll deal more damage. You sort of ability to block an enemy, you deal more damage. That sort of thing. So we're basing some of these power ups based on just like base stat power ups of base stats change depending on the power up. That's some of these power ups, not all of them, but that's Barry's and Deer's. So Deer's is basically the combat changes from fast-paced, small amounts of damage to you have to slow down and plan your attacks a little bit better, but you deal way more damage, so it has a bit of a trade-off. Whereas Barry's encourages you to think more about where you're hitting the enemies specifically, as well as making you think, okay, so it'll deal more damage dealing to this, so in that case I should probably use these different attacks instead, like that sort of thing. You don't have to utilize it. You of course could just get the power up to move a little bit faster, but that's your prerogative. So scaredies and onsters are what I'm gonna call like the wild card power ups. They're kind of like guest character style power ups where it's like almost like a summon from Final Fantasy. Where you have you're fighting as yourself, and you pick up this power up, and then suddenly it's like, oh, okay, now I've just got a Mega Man Buster, like just a Buster gun on my arm. It's like this. It's this style of like taking elements from other things and incorporating it into this character to boost your own attack or defense in the style. Like for instance, with Scaredy, you could very easily just make it like a oh god, I just had it and I don't know how to put the words out of my mouth. You basically, I don't know what to call it other than like a stop time. Essentially, one of Scaredy's like
Blinks.
possible ones would be that is not what I was thinking.
Just
One of
like
Scaredy's
this.
possible ones is like,
He sweeps
hey,
time.
Stop combat. I don't want to fight anymore. Like, let's instead, like, for the next minute of combat, you're forced to do a farming simulator for the next minute. You have no choice.
Oh, no.
And it's like, you think, oh, okay, so combat's dead then. So, like, you've just stopped combat completely. It's like, no, of course not. Because it's a point of, like, think of it like a WarioWare almost in a sense of like, oh, hey, here's this minigame real quick. You got this farming minigame you got to do. And it's like, okay, whoever, like, you and an enemy are basically in a farm off of like, okay, you've got these things, harvest all of these vegetables within the 1 minute, and whichever's the better farmer wins, and the other one gets dealt a massive amount of damage.
Yeah.
Think of it like a one-on-one sort of like taken out of the battle, and you're given a second chance, another way to sort of deal with all of this. So that's these style of ones. They're sort of like your wild card, sort of like your summons sort of things. To sort of create more of a system of creating a mystery and also variety within the combat itself. You go, so like Scaredies involves, I would say like Scaredies shift more towards those one-on-one styles, like the farming one, like I said, sort of like a WarioWare style, like, hey, here's a quick minigame, do it. Whereas Onsters is more like, hey, here's this thing, like, hey, you're now Knuckles for 30 seconds. Like you
Knuckles
can fly
ability.
around, and that's it. You just Knuckles and you can fly around. Like
Find
you
them.
don't deal more damage, you don't deal less damage. You just fly around, and it's like the professor has no idea what's going on throughout all of this. The professor is like, I don't understand this reference. I don't know what this is from.
Can I keep drawing?
Then we go to Shiv and Todd. So Shiv and Todd's power-ups, I was thinking more in the line of, okay, so we've got base stats, we've got sort of a wild card summons in a sense.
Wild card buff.
So next, it's like, well, where can you go from there? It's like you basically covered all of it. You've got your base stats, you've got summons and such, and it's like, I've got it. You've got these styles of power-ups are, I don't know how to, they're more power-ups that inflict either.
Where did the deck go?
It got hidden in the secret world thing over here. That game.
The MMO, the secret world.
Okay.
So Shiv and Todd's are based around either elements or the enemies themselves. So it's a case of like, okay, suddenly all of your attacks, like now you deal like fire damage, now you deal like electric damage, that sort of thing. Of like, okay, you've got these straight up just elements coming through. You've got interpretive ones of like, okay, depending on who it is, it's like flip a coin, and it's like, okay, if it's Todd, then it's an element that'll help you. If it's Shiv, then it's like, it's an element that's probably gonna fuck you over a little bit just because it'd be funny. So it's like, think of it in terms of like, oh, you're up against like a Shiv, you were very chaotic.
What do you mean?
I want Willa to come out.
Will it come out?
Feel better. You can have a coin.
Thank you. I'm
I
gonna show
don't mean it in you're a bad person, Shiv. I mean it in you're a
Yes, you
chaotic
do.
person.
I'm a bad person who causes bad things.
No,
So
you're
you
not.
have that sort
No,
of thing
sorry,
of
you
like
keep going.
it's kind of like a thumbs up, thumbs down situation of like you either like you get a thumbs up and it's like okay, the boost either applies to you or the enemy in that sort of sense. So you've got elements, you've got other sort of things of like sort of just counteract of like suddenly now you have like 5 minutes less to finish the stage. You have 5 minutes less to get through, or suddenly. Suddenly,
Well, it
the
comes
professor
out.
doesn't want to run anymore. The professor can only walk everywhere. Sort of elements
It
that
needs help.
don't affect, like you have elements that affect combat in that sort of way, or elements that sort of try and change the game as a whole. Of like, okay, from now on, the professor has lost interest completely in history. So it's like, well, any sort of job you were going towards with history, or any sort of theming you were going towards with history, it's like, oh well, that's just gone now.
Okay.
So yeah, that's all of it.
Okay, maybe wrap it up.
I feel like you've been
You
talking
put
for
in so
years,
much
but I
work
love
to
it.
this game. You really worked with what you had.
I don't know what the game is anymore.
I forgot.
I don't remember what the game was.
For gore.
I
Oh my
forgot.
God.
I like the part where everyone turned into Knuckles.
What? I don't remember that.
That was my favorite part.
Knuckles the enchilada.
The Knuckles, the enchilada ability.
Enchilada power.
Thank you, Yam. I have no
Okay.
questions. You answered all of them.
I
No
I gave you
questions,
many,
no.
many
I don't know.
points
I
for
don't
what you had to
Oh, it's
do.
Barry's turn.
And I was just gonna call it Professor Crisis.
Professor Crisis.
love it. Love it.
I love
No, I
it.
have
It's
an image
perfect.
in my head.
Mhm.
That's Professor Layton when he gets old.
No. There you go.
What has happened? Can we get rid of whatever this is, please?
Why'd you add a new one?
Why's the box there?
Can we stop doing
Why'd
this,
you add a
please?
new box?
What did you do?
What is it?
I'm
I
not
don't
going
know.
until you remove the
I didn't mean to
boxes.
add another one.
Oh,
How do I make it?
What's
How do we
happening?
delete it? How do I?
No.
how does it go away?
Nobody knows.
I'm not. I
Oh.
refuse to take my turn until we remove the cubes.
We have to get
They're
rid of the cubes.
intimidating.
They're also hiding
Yeah.
one of the decks.
Also
Yes.
that.
They are hiding the deck.
Who put the? How do
Who did this?
How do you even
Well,
make it cute?
Now they're gray. Now they've molded.
I did because I kept getting distracted by the drawing that Dia was doing.
Oh.
Sorry.
Don't look at
I
it.
see.
Look elsewhere.
okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't because I needed to look at my cards and I couldn't zoom in any further.
All right, Barry.
Yeah. Well, Gam needs to grab his stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Take your coins.
turn.
Take your
Mhm.
coins.
Take your
I nearly did the
games.
thing
You
again.
Like
amassed
you see
quite a bit
Barry's
of
lunch
wealth
money
there.
in school.
Mm-hmm. All right. Listen up. Here's the story. So you are not a retired professor. It feels like they failed you. Yes, you. You're not the
Oh.
retired professor. You are a college student, and you're minding your business,
Oh,
going
please.
off to class one day when whoop, 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 UFOs show up, aliens arrive, they start blasting the city, not with beams of destruction, but beams of like chaos magic. And it means no one speaks the same language as anyone else anymore. So that's part of the part of the theme is my worst nightmare, which is that you're late for class.
Oh my god.
About 4 weeks into the semester, where you're like, wait, I had a 5th class, and you're on your way.
Oh,
when
I've
this
had
happens.
that.
Yeah.
I've had
Oh.
that. Yeah.
And the feel is that you have to constantly interview other characters, but nobody speaks the same language. So it's a character action game. So you play as this college student who's kicking aliens in the teeth repeatedly. You got all kinds of sweet moves. But as you go through, you're trying to talk to other students on campus, trying to figure out what's going on. They got all these little side mission stuff, things to help them out. It's like kind of open hub, maybe not open world. You got a big hub area to run through, help people out, but no one speaks the same language. There's a little bit of the game Heaven's Vault where you have to like decipher the runes that they're speaking, and you're like, what the hell are you talking about? And the main NPC you keep going back to is bada boom, retired professor, feels like he failed his students, still lives off campus in his sad little shack. But you had him a couple years
Tenure
ago.
did not treat him well.
Yeah, he was not treated well. But you go back to him, and he and you are the only people who seemingly can speak the same language as one another. So you can go back to him. He helps you decipher the language. That's just the word shack. He helps you decipher the language. He helps you upgrade your abilities. He's sort of like the main NPC you go back to improve the character action part of the game, as well as the like college campus helping out your fellow student relearn language kind of situation as you punch aliens all over town and all over the campus.
Word.
Ooh, I love it.
Yeah, he's like Rodon
tight.
in Bayonetta.
Exactly.
Nice.
Oh.
Now he looks like Rodon in my head.
Rodon, but slightly older. Yeah. There you go.
Slightly older Rodon.
Old
A
on.
little bit
He's
sadder.
got a cool
After he's
like he's got a cool like black guy like grandpa afro
Yep.
where like
Yeah.
it's just
And
like,
he
shining,
has
shining silver.
He has professor glasses over his sunglasses.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
yeah.
he's a
Just-
scholar.
Yeah.
He's got the really
He's
cool
getting
wraparound
lost.
and
Yeah.
then like
Yeah.
fucking like
Spectacles.
the professor glasses with like the little cord to
Yes.
keep it on his neck.
Yeah, on top of the sunglasses. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I really like that.
And
I love
Amazing.
I had a name and I forgot it. Something about like learn your I don't know something.
I'm imagining
Language.
like in order to like
The language of punch.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm imagining like the most important people that you need to get to are like held captive by like a boss alien, and that's why you're running through each area.
Mhm.
Kind of like a similar not like similar at all to like gameplay or anything like that, but like an aesthetic and like going from location to location is something like a lollipop chainsaw or something.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh,
you
I
Can you
think.
not spoil my game, please?
Oh
you.
no.
Like I was
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
make lollipop chainsaw.
Yeah, each level is
God
like a
damn it.
different, either a different part of the college town or like a different department at the school, and they're themed as
Yeah.
such. Yeah, I think I had Babel in the name of my. It was like Babel Brawl or something like that. Babel
Babel
Brawl.
Brawl.
Or,
Ooh, that's
or
great.
like
Oh,
Babel.
wow.
It was alliteration with Babel. It's fine. It just.
I feel bad for this professor, man. He feels like
Applefish.
he's failed, and I'm like, I think that's pretty fair.
No,
considering
no.
one
But
speaks
he,
your
I didn't
language.
mention he's a linguistics professor, so like he's in his
Mhm.
element, figuring out the
Ah.
language stuff.
Yeah.
He's all
Yeah.
about that. So
You're given his self-esteem's coming back in the
Oh,
this
no.
like apocalypse.
Babel, Babel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Babel,
no.
Babel.
Useful. Babel babble.
Project.
Yeah.
You
Mhm.
know,
Speak the same
you know
language.
how y'all said he's kind of like Ruban but older, and also that Shaq is Ruban.
Oh
I
my
have an
God.
image.
Oh
Yes.
no.
I
Yes,
have an
so it's the-
image.
Oh no.
It's in the living room.
Oh
Oh.
no.
Why does it say
What is
Snoop
on
in the
for done?
corner?
I don't know. Maybe Snoop is also there.
Good.
But there
Snoop is
a,
also there.
There's a movie where Shaq is an old man playing basketball called Uncle Drew. And that
Says
came to
on
mind.
the A is gone, so he's just
Thank
telling
you.
you to leave.
Thank you.
He's just telling you to leave.
Let me go look over
Babel
here.
studies.
Oh, there
Yeah.
he is.
There he
Ah,
is.
There
Mhm.
he is.
I told you.
Oh my God, he's like, he's like he'll teach you what to do, like how to learn new languages, but only if you can make a 3 over it.
You have to.
He's like, I'll stay in
You
the
have
key,
to.
but you have to stay right outside the jump shot. You miss that, I teach you nothing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my game.
Don't listen to what Charles
Yay.
Barkley
I like
tells you.
Thank you.
Shut
I
up,
like
Charles. You did great.
Thank you.
I like that you centered, or like you had you used the one card to inform the other in terms of like, okay, like the retired professor is a specific kind of professor, and it's gonna wrap this other card that maybe otherwise doesn't make sense in this kind of like game setup, and you made it all one big shoosh.
Yeah,
I like that.
I thank you. The moment I realized, like, no, the professor's the guy who helps you out and gives you the stat upgrades and stuff. I was like, yep, there it is.
Gives you the upgrades.
Mhm.
That's like the level up in this game that happens at some point for everybody, is like realizing, like, and I mentioned it before, but like really integrating, like, oh, characters can be any significant character. It doesn't have to be the protagonist or the villain. It can be anybody, and that can inform your whole game design. It's really, I don't know. I'm glad that everybody like comes to that like realization in a fun way every time I play.
And Deer's just having a
Um,
good
Yay.
Yeah.
Dears,
Oh, it's so
God.
cute.
enjoying
This is a
multiple
sun
types
shower.
of weather at the same time.
Many weather
Stan
conditions.
is
It's
no,
also
it's me.
hailing,
I
apparently.
Oh,
have
it is
to-
Sta's turn. Go, Sta.
Yeah, I have to get into the mode of thinking about this now because now I'm just thinking about Jack telling Charles Barkley to shut up. Oh
Mhm.
no! Oh, the power of game jam. Okay, I'm going in. I'm going in. Okay, there's some cards. Let me get in on the zone.
Just there you go. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
So this is a character action game with a retired professor who feels like they've failed their students. So you're an old professor, been teaching for about let's say 20 years, and you feel like you failed your students. You're retiring. You never really got to connect with your students. You've always been just out of touch. And the students are just like, he doesn't know what TikTok is. He doesn't know anything. Like, eat shit, old man. and so you don't have any tenure, you don't have anything. You're retiring, you have nothing. And so you just feel real empty now. And you go to get lunch with your old friends, your old, and I mean they're old. They're just old. That's
We're talking ancient.
we're talking dust.
He's getting walkers.
And you're just like, man, I just don't know what to do. Teaching was my life. Students were my life, even though they didn't really care. I don't know what to do. And they're like, you know what? You should put yourself back out there. It's not too late for you. Maybe go to the clubs and go meet some people. and you're and you're like, you know what? You're right. And so you, the old retired professor, go to the club, dressed in your Sunday best, and can anyone guess what happens? Can anyone guess what happens?
No.
They meet Jack.
You meet Knuckles? No. You get turned into a vampire.
Oh my
You know what?
god.
This does sound like something that would happen in a character action game. To be fair, this is very on brand for the Reddit.
Yeah, you're like, I've been to the club before in my youth. I know how young people party. It'll be great. You go into the restroom and you see a trendy looking young lad, and they're like, "Hey, you want some of this, Grandpa?" And you're like, "What do you need?" You get bit, and you pass out. And okay, here's the kicker. When you wake up, you'd expect to wake up in a awful shitty alley, right? No, you wake up in a warm, wonderful home surrounded by very lovely vampires with high diversity.
Oh,
It's important.
And when you wake up, they explain to you what happened and that you're one of them now. And you feel more lost and confused than ever. But they're there to comfort you and listen to your tale of how your students don't respect you anymore, or did, period, how you have nothing. And they're like, you know what? You should get your life back. You should reclaim your life. Get some closure. It's gonna go out there and literally, you can live forever now. Take your life back.
Go get him, champ.
Go get him, champ. And you, the retired old vampire professor, are like, you know what? You're right, new vampire family. You're right. And so you go out there and you go to the playground and you're like, you know what? Fuck them kids. And this game turns into a battle of the playground to beat up the kids. You beat up the youth and get closure on your life. And when you beat the biggest kid on the playground, the biggest third grader on the playground, you get closure. And you feel great.
Beat up the children.
Yeah, fuck them kids.
Oh my god.
Shiv, Todd, you better up your game. I'm just
Wow.
I have several working titles for this game. One is just Tekken 8.
Kids.
Not just Tekken 8. One is
I
Tekken
regret
8.
sitting next to Onsta.
Shucks Chuck says
God,
how Nosferatu got their groove back.
Ooh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's good. I like that one.
Yep.
That's gonna be added to the. I'm gonna get like some points
Oh.
for chat. Someone get
The
some.
Oh, no,
Squeaks has
No,
points
don't-
for Unsta.
Don't
There you
combine
go.
them, it turns them into the
Oh my
same
god,
token.
thank you.
Oh.
Another one of the working titles, aside from Tekken 8, was Alpha Bite Soup because kids love that
Oh.
shit, I guess.
That's good.
And then the last one that I had was K through 8, but the K looks like fangs, and it's like through 8.
Nice.
And then there's maybe blood on the side,
K
maybe.
through 8.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I love
beating
it's
up
like
the K through 8. Yeah.
I love the idea of like you walk into like a game store and you see a game box with just that on it, and you're like, what the fuck?
What? Huh?
So
Yeah,
bloody.
you just see like a 70-year-old dude just with like a zoom in on a fist on like a child, just like
It's
front and center, and you look
You're like,
down and it says
the-
E10 plus, and you're like, that can't be right.
Yeah. You're like, wow, Tekken 8 looks
got-
wild.
Damn.
It's got like the stock photo of like a Hide the Pain Harold like on it,
Oh.
with, like, but he's got like fists up.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Imagine, like,
That would
each
be so
area
good.
is, like a different lord of the playground is like someone you have to go
Yes.
against. There's like the
Yes.
sports,
Hunter
have,
of
like,
the
a whole level.
class.
The 4 lords of the playground.
Head hunter of
Yeah.
the class. Oh my
Mm.
god.
And like the
that's
final
good.
boss of each area is like heavily themed into it. So like the monkey bars kid is like really nimble, like he, like
Oh
With
my
the Super
God.
Saiyan.
and stuff.
What we do on
He
the
flies, like,
playground is
dodgeball, and
very
he just like
good.
helps you with
Yeah.
dodgeball,
Mac
and bones
Hog.
you out, like all this kind of crap.
I
The
also like
nerdy
that.
punch.
Yeah, I also like the idea that like the game just like begins as like it's kind of emotional and like very like sad and like very touching, like maybe like a Yakuza game or like something similar, and then it just completely just turns into like a brawler where you get your life back and
But it's
like
like
take
Mhm.
kids off the slide.
You've made
Like, there's no
essentially
reason
From
why
Dusk
these
Till
kids
Dawn the
fight
video
like
game.
I was about to say the exact same fucking thing.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Oh no! Oh, but with Vampire Grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's great.
Someone asked if they were vampire
It's-
children. Squeaks was asking. I believe they're
Vampire.
regular children, right?
They're
Yeah,
just
they're
regular
regular
kids.
children,
Yeah.
but there might be
Regular
like a
children in
secret.
Halloween makeup to look like
Yeah.
vampires.
They're just playing.
Remember, this is a character
It's wearing like
action
clown
game,
white.
so, like,
Uh-huh.
they can
Grandpa.
be anyways,
Oh my
just 'cause of
god.
the genre.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Scaredy, what was
whatever.
that? I couldn't.
Oh, yeah,
hear
what was
some
that?
of
Oh, I was just saying, like, even if they are just normal kids, they can be like insanely powerfully OP just because that's what character action games usually just become.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be like that girl in Battle Royale who just keeps getting up,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and you're like the fuck. That's
Damn.
what
I-
they'll all be like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also like the idea that like the kid. Oh no,
That's
King of
good.
the Kill.
That's good. This.
I like the idea too that like the kids start to get wise a little bit like halfway through, and they start dressing up in like little Halloween costumes. So you have this like little 8-year-old that looks like a rude magician trying to fight
Mm.
you in like the sandbox, and
Mhm.
he's got like a plus 15 defense buff on because of his nasty little cape. It's great.
I
But
love
because
it.
it's an action game, stats don't matter at all. So you
Yeah,
just
it's true.
You
just throw him
I
across the
just
playground.
imagining an old vampire dude just air juggling children is just
He's doing juggles.
Extremely good.
and just like
Oh.
S,
Mhm, yes,
like
Tekken 8.
DCBAS, sucktacular. And it's got fangs.
Mhm.
You're like, yeah,
Amazing.
fuck them kids.
I want to see. Yeah, I want to see like vampire grandpa professor do like a psycho crusher. Just
Hell
send
yeah.
like
Just
an 8th grader
body,
into
yeah,
orbit.
body in 8th grader. Just
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
it's good.
Hell yeah.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
In
Oh
the
man.
music room, he gets like a guitar type thing, like
Oh,
Dante in Cry 3.
Oh no. It's like, is that vampire? Is that old vampire doing reccas in the music room? What is going on?
Yes.
Did he just
Okay.
do a tatsu?
Yes.
Oh,
And,
Take
and
your
the
shit.
band, in the music room, the band was like playing live to your combat.
yeah. And you get a mini game where you punch a car to death.
Of course. Oh my god.
You have to.
Oh my car.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Shiv.
Thank you.
Shift turn.
Let me grab these.
I'm excited to
Yeah,
see what
you're my nerd.
If you better be beating up children.
Oh, if you
better
I
be-
don't. I'm not gonna win, but you
if you
know.
put all the tokens on top of each other, it
Listen.
changes them all into the same token type.
Yeah, because they're not different tokens, they're just two-sided. Yeah, it'll just flip them up It'll just flip them over
Oh.
because these aren't these aren't different tokens. It's just one token with a
No,
different.
no,
back.
the same token. Just flip.
Oh.
So
I'm
it'll
excited
actually
to
flip
see
it up
Shiv's
to the
game.
right side. So 50 just turn. All those 50s just turn into 10s.
Even if Shiv's not excited, I'm excited for Shiv's game.
I'm excited too.
Okay,
Me
so
too.
I'm zoomed all
good
the way
morning,
in.
everybody.
We're all the way.
Welcome to my
Morning shit.
Good
welcome to my
morning,
PowerPoint
Shib.
presentation. I'm the
coffee
retired
drinker.
professor. Is the twist? No.
Oh.
So we've got a character action game with the retired professor who feels like he's shit and has low self-esteem and such. But instead of this manifesting into what you would expect, which is just like having low self-esteem and kind of becoming like self-depreciating and like that sort of thing, it's actually gone the other way, and he's started to take it out on the world, and he's turned into like this like
Revenge.
crazy sociopath who is decided that his students that come to him are gonna have a battle to the death.
Hell
And what kind
yeah.
of professor, like, what is his area, his like subject, his area of study? The art of photography. So it's going to be a photo competition to the death.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
So you're going to go through, it maybe would take place over like a semester. So each week is a different type of photography. So you start off with like the basics, understanding how a camera works. Then we're going to go into like film versus DSLR, and then we'll talk about like tropes of like just art in general and how that goes into photography, like composition and like things like that, and then different genres like realism and abstract and like learning how to use Photoshop and things like that. Another little twist that's going on here though is that we are in future America. So it is it's actually like we're in a post-capitalist like Star Trek kind of society.
Oh, okay. I like that one.
Scarcity, communist utopia.
Yeah, it's great. It's actually really cool and fun. It's not like a dystopian sort of thing.
The opposite of your last
so-
game, then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it. So the character action part is you to try and get the most sort of unique shots and interesting things. You need to start doing some Assassin's Creed shit, like jumping around up buildings, scaling walls, breaking
Okay, I have an
into
extremely
like
important
trespassing
question.
into stuff. Yes.
Can you take pictures of rats?
Yeah, of course. You can take a picture of
Okay.
whatever you want.
Done.
It's just
Done.
like a big photo taking mode, basically. Done. Thank you so much for
Pictures of
funding.
rats.
Each
Done.
Him.
Pictures of rats. Rats with pizza.
Pictureofrats.com.
I love
Mhm.
Pokemon Snap, but it's about like how terrible America is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you're trying to you want to impress your professor because he totally is like he's a very artistic soul, right? So you're trying to be like this like picture of this rat eating a pizza represents the fall of mankind. So you have to like pitch your pitches to them in the presentations at the end of every week. So you don't die. And maybe there could be like a multiplayer thing with this. So like your the fellow students, you're like voting with your fellow students like against them.
So it's like
but maybe like but maybe like the end result isn't necessarily what the students pick. Like it does come down to the actual professor in the end. And not to go with the asymmetrical multiplayer, but maybe it could be like your friend if you're like you have to try and impress with your cool photo taking skills in a video game.
I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but instantly my mind just went to like the professor is Werner Herzog.
Oh wow!
Steam reviews currently say mixed. Game too hard.
Game too hard.
I never get positive feedback from my death professor, and I die in the first round.
Right.
Yeah. At first, I was kind of thinking of this as being like a Danganronpa sort of thing, so you get to like know your like fellow students and stuff. But I think it might be more interesting to make it like a multiplayer game where you play with other people and you're just like competing in this competition. Yeah. To try and not die. But one of the big things about it to tie into the character action thing is that it's not like a photo mode where you can just sort of like adjust everything, move around freely, like have a free moving camera. You have to find the perfect spot in the world, wherever you are, to stand and take the photo. Or like maybe you have a tripod or something, but like you can't just like float around and get the perfect angle and stuff. You have to find a good spot,
Mm-hmm.
like that sort of thing.
Cool.
But you can
Hell
parkour,
yeah.
so it's really cool and fun. Yeah.
Parkour.
Parkour.
Yeah.
Parkour.
Any
Character
questions? I
action
think
is
that's it.
like less combat and more like okay, button, time this press. Okay, dodge this thing. Okay, you have to
Yeah.
jump over this thing. Right.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
more about like exploring and like scaling the world and like in
You're
this
in
like
just, like-
sort of future
into
utopia, but like you're
It's
in
a lot
this
of,
like death
crazy
battle.
environment stuff. While also,
Yeah.
like, if you run into someone, it's like, oh shit, you fucking.
Aw, nuts.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Maybe it's like
I
a,
like
a
it.
population control thing, like everything that you do when you're like not to reference a Logan Paul movie, but he did a movie called The Thinning, which is like a similar sort of thing.
What?
What are you?
Where like the kids like the whole thing is like when you're in high school you like take a test. And if you do badly then you get killed by the state.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
okay.
It's,
We
like,
need to take a
actually
step back.
Terrible.
Cool. I don't
We
want to
need to-
unpack
we need to
that. I
take a
want to
step
move
back.
on.
No,
Okay.
no. I need to just ask one. Like, was that a joke or is he actually in movies?
He's like one of the main
Yeah,
characters.
it's called The Thinning.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
a
we
YouTube
can
movie.
move
It's not
on.
a real
YouTube.
movie.
Oh, okay. Phew. That was a close
Yeah.
call.
But yeah, that's my story. Do you like it?
Yeah. Good
You had me
story.
until you said
no.
Logan
Sorry
Paul
for-
movie.
Sorry for bringing up Logan Paul. I didn't mean it.
Yeah. Can I take back my 10 out of 10?
No, I don't know. It's
Scrap
mine. It's mine.
No,
Oh,
the
no.
thing is, like, there's a character in the game modeled after him, but he's really shit, and you can
And
just kind of
it's
beat the shit out of him, and he's just like kind of cries afterwards.
Hmm.
Like,
Oh,
I'm
no.
a baby. Okay, I'm one more time. All right, thanks everybody.
Good.
for
Good work.
listening.
Did great,
That's
Finn.
fun.
I like the idea of a photography.
Did you have a name for
like,
your game?
battle game.
DSLR
Eddie,
or death.
DSLR.
DSLR.
There it is.
We did it.
I
Excellent.
like it.
We did it.
No, it's DSLRD.
Dear. Ooh.
DSLR, D's nuts.
Get it.
It's
Oh,
there it
VRD.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's every day. All right.
Sounds fun.
Todd,
Why do you keep coming back to Logan Paul?
I keep looking at chat. They're talking about him.
Mm-hmm. This is what you've done.
For some reason.
Todd,
I don't know
what's your
why.
game?
It's
Todd.
me. Okay.
It's Todd.
All right. So, in my game, my character action game, featuring a retired professor who feels they have failed their students, you do, in fact, play as that retired professor. However, this isn't just enjoying your retirement and, just like, oh, well, maybe I didn't do a great job, but at least I can live the life that I was working towards with my family and stuff. And, I really can, I've built something, even if I didn't do a great job, I do, I feel entitled to the life that was earned. Nope.
Oh,
Nuclear
no.
winter apocalypse strikes.
Amazing.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
strikes. Now, thankfully, your professor survives, but in the mostly tattered remains of his home, he notices when searching about trying to see what survived, this very special watch that he wore every day whenever he was teaching is glowing with this iridescent prismatic hue. It just draws the eye. You're like, what could that be? What is this? I never did this before. So of course, thinking nothing of it, he picks it up and
I'm loving the sound effects.
a massive energy infuses within him. He does not understand, but he feels his muscles ripple. His eyes, cataracts fade away. His hair, massive, luxurious, voluminous.
Todd's done market research.
Oh, he's looking so hot now. Oh, ooh, ooh. Retired?
It's a Super
Why?
Saiyan.
Oh my gosh. And he thinks to himself, well, clearly something has happened here. I don't understand. Oh, the bars are coming out. But he knows that he must use his newfound energies and powers to search for survivors, because this is, he's like, well, shit. I had my one shot and I failed, but now I have another lease on life. So He checks his computer. Oh shit, everything's down. So thankfully, a nearby neighbor of his is a fellow professor. Now, both of them just happen to share discipline of sociology and humanities, and that was what he taught. And of course, this is a nuclear winter, so it might come into play when communities start developing. The two of them, they both survive, thankfully, and they get to talking, get to sort of thinking about how are we, how should we go about this? How should life develop? And for a while, like a couple of weeks or so, they make sure that their space is protected, is safe, and they kind of tie up as many loose ends as they possibly can from the safety of where they are.
Mm-hmm.
However, when they travel into town, they realize it's become a clique hellscape. Everything's sectioned off by all kinds of survivors of different cliques.
That kind of clique.
I thought you meant like a movie.
Yeah.
No. A
Adam Sandler's.
Yes, a college clique hellscape
Yeah.
of all the different
QUE
survivors. Because
clique.
of course, this is a college town. I mean, you're a university professor. You're not going to move far away from there. And everything has been sectioned off. Turns out, you didn't realize this when you arrived, but turns out some of those very same students that you feel you failed have survived and are the leaders of these different cliques.
Ooh.
And that is why the game has many bosses, each with their own zones, and you can access them in any order.
Mm-hmm.
Except the very first one, the student who you feel you failed the worst, the student who gave you that watch. They're trying to hold their control of the town center, right at the center of town, while all the other cliques have taken to the outskirts. And so that's your first arrival. You see them and you think, hey, there they are, we should meet up. But immediately you're met with violence, crossbows, guns, large rocks, report cards attached to bricks. It was just all and out. You're like, well, okay then. And so that's when the combat begins, and you got to get in there, break in, and in the middle of this process, your friend gets captured. Oh no, they've been imprisoned by your former student, and you're like, what could have done this? How could they be like this? So of course you have to defeat them, and you defeat them and release your friend, and they come to their senses, and it turns out that the energies are affecting everybody differently. So everyone's sort of powers are manifesting in different ways. And when you defeat them, your magical watch absorbs those powers, and each different professor, spoiler alert, there's professors being captured by all of the students, will teach you how to use that new ability. So, having defeated your very first student, the game opens up. Math, physics, history, specifically Korean. Why? Because I'm doing it.
Yes. This is my game.
Mm-hmm.
You've got physical education, cooking, and wood shop, because that's probably the one that was going to survive. It's apocalypse. It's convenient to the story.
Yep.
And the way that it works is, each time that you challenge a new area, you get a new power, and that power helps you in the fight. So, like, for instance, the physics student who's captured that professor, they happen to live in this very large tower that was off. It was let's say it was a lighthouse, and of course it's still nuclear winter, so the construction isn't so shoddy. However, they've tried to shore it up. So you use your knowledge of physics, rudimentary though it may be, to take on their actual physical location, and that's how you work through the level to come up to the boss fight. And that's kind of like the frame of reference that boss design comes from. It's like, okay, how I have to punch the walls to get blocks to fall down from the ceiling to actually hit my opponent, because I can't get through the front. Like, they've got some kind of really strong shield instead. So that's how it works. That's the game, and it's called Class Dismissed.
Oh,
Yeah, that's great.
The ribbon on the present.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, the bow.
The cherry on top.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Man. I'm just gonna.
What was?
Yay!
It's a good name.
Yes. It's very good.
Any questions?
So much
concerns?
to it.
Mhm.
Look, I went last. I thought through everything. As much as I could.
Everything.
Mhm.
Interaction game for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely like I'm just imagining in my head. It's kind of got it does have a little bit of that Suda 51 vibe of like, look, it's reality, except we tweak this one thing and now everything's weird a little bit.
Everyone's
It's also
obsessed
got,
with
like,
this one thing.
yes,
Mhm.
and
Even
it's
though
got like
they
a little
should
bit of
not.
like it's got a little bit like Beautiful Joe of the like
Mhm.
energy, like Sentai, like shit is kind of crazy. Like we're activating a power now, kind of thing.
I really like the leaning into like the subjects kind of thing where like everywhere you go, like you're learning a new subject type thing that you can add to your arsenal. Like your equipment is like the knowledge leaning into
Yes.
like what he used to be. Like I really
Yeah.
like that side of it.
I'm
Yeah.
imagining the other
I feel like if I
professors
made one, that's what I would do.
Dr. Light in Mega Man X, like these holograms cheering you on. You like talk to every now and then. I don't know if
Yeah.
that has
Bunch of
anything to do with your thought of it, but that's just what appeared in my head.
Here's how you do a Hadouken.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely did have it. Like I said, it was a little bit of Suda 51, a little bit of Mega Man, and a little bit of like Ninja Gaiden in terms of just like absurd. Like, okay, the story's starting now.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Suda flavor. The
Yeah,
Suda flavor. We need more of it.
yeah,
Best
dude.
blood security.
I think all the weapons
Yeah.
and like abilities would be super fun. Like I was thinking that the math professor has like a multiplication ability. So like if you like punch, you can multiply your fist outward in a wide space or vertical, like outward in a narrow space. And like there's all kinds of different like the physical fitness professor has a dodgeball that you can do all kinds of like it's kind of like modifiable by the other powers.
Mm-hmm.
Scope's way too big, but it'd be really fun.
Yes.
Listen, scope is no object.
True, isn't it?
At
No
this point.
Man.
object.
Maybe that's what I should call this game.
Scope is no object.
Right.
Maybe it could be like the sub, like the
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
dude.
second
Write that
title, the
down.
subtitle.
Okay, so to
Game
go
Jam.
through
Scope is no object.
through everything we have. Deer had retirement edutainment spectacular.
Mhm.
Can't remember the name of any of these, by the way.
I didn't have a name. I couldn't think of one.
Okay, maybe that's why I don't remember yours. Gams was job hunting, old man job hunting retirement simulator to the extreme.
Mhm.
And then Barry had no one speaks sing language sad help old man game because translating is hard.
Yep.
Sad help old man.
I didn't make a game.
Correct.
I didn't do this.
Onsta gave us a lot.
There's
Onsta
a
gave
lot.
us the adventures into
Fuck
the
them kids,
deep
Tekken 8.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like the child punching simulator, which
Yeah.
That is what Onsta designed.
That is what I designed.
Jeff gave us the photography royale,
Mhm.
and then Todd gave us super old man Sentai knowledge is power.
Yes. Absolutely. That's the back of the box quote in
Yes.
verbatim.
And who won? Who wins?
I'm torn between like honestly the last three we got because like Todd's very much has like the what I think of when I think of character action being like the just bananas narrative and character moments.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The Suda
It's really
51
weird
flavor.
shit.
Feels like something that I would 100% play in a realistic like this feels like something that like someone is probably gonna make down the line one day.
Yeah,
Like, decided they
I-
wanted to make the next Bayonetta, but it's about an old man.
I could totally see Suda
Called it
51
early.
doing that, and just like I could just see him just like at Nordstrom, just like studying tweed jackets. Like how how do I upgrade this character? What kind of customization options could I add? To the
Mhm.
skin?
Yeah.
Oh,
Monsters sounds like the one that I would just have the most ridiculous cackling laughter while playing. Like I would have more fun with just the silliness of that, like than I can imagine with like a lot of things.
oh
But
god.
I also really like just like a kind of exploration and like movement focused type lean on it, with like a multiplayer character action thing, because there's nothing really like that, and I can see that being like really fun and cool. but I think I'm gonna go with Todd because I
Hooray!
really
Oh, Todd, you did it!
Yay!
I gave you
God.
education.
Teaching
But I
the
gave Gary a
fan of
buff ass
entertainment.
professor.
Mhm.
but I don't think of mini games when I think or like pop quizzes when I think of character action.
Also, Todd has a Korean language level, which I love.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, that's great.
It will be very fun.
No,
Mhm.
all these though I thought were fun. It's just Todd's is the one that had like the clearest vision of in my head, and I'm like, oh, I can see this. Like, I can see this game in my head. I can see myself like having fun with this.
Mhm.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's why I use sound effects.
I'm
effects
gonna
are
take a
effects
moment
ahead the
to
punch.
refill water and use the restroom.
Yeah,
Everybody-
Have fun.
So I'll be right back.
Yeah, raise or lower your liquid levels as necessary.
Mix your
Yep.
liquid levels.
Everyone, listen
Also put your
carefully to
cards in
Spyro.
your
That
cards.
was really fun. I liked all of those games.
Oh, whoops.
Character
My
action.
favorite part was when Gam talked for a long time.
I
No, I'm
definitely
kidding. I actually really liked yours, Gam. It was great.
I
Look in the living
forgot
room, by the way.
Job hunting.
I forgot what
Oh my god.
what the goal of the game was at first. I was like, wait, what? But I forgot. I like the color changing job hunting. It kind of reminds me. That's amazing. It kind of reminded me a little bit of like, well, I guess maybe it didn't remind me of it, but so that card that you had, the color one, changing your personality, was inspired by Da Blob in that
Yeah,
when
I
you
thought so.
pick different
Oh.
colors, it changes the music you have. And that kind of like is where that came from. So I like how you integrated that, and you pick like 2 cards that are extremely adaptive and open ended. So
Yeah,
I
it was
I,
I'll
cool.
be honest, this was me
Your brain was working
throwing
well.
away cards because
Yeah,
I was
but
like,
you
I
picked really hard
can't think of
cards.
anything solid enough with the good cards that I have, and so I don't want to waste them. So it's like, well, these are the 2 weakest out of my hand, so I gotta think of fucking something.
You did think of
something.
something.
Yeah,
It was
look.
fun.
And now I am physically exhausted from that fucking whole 20 minutes of improv. Oh.
You did great. Do you have a quick
Mhm.
lay down if you want? Good night, Gam.
Good night,
Gam.
Gam. Everybody say
Miss
good night, Gam.
Good
Jeff,
night,
it's
Gam.
1
Damn.
p.m.
Good
Yep, take a nap.
night.
Good night.
Night
That
night
doesn't-
is a frame of mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why
It's
Bayonetta
night
is
somewhere.
out all the time.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's true.
God, I just want to
Yeah.
play Bayonetta right now. Oh my god.
Yeah, I
miss
know, right?
Bayonetta.
Now I'm just like in the mood.
I'm so excited to pilot kaijus by dancing aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really like thank you, chat. I'm really glad everybody's getting so into this. It's been
I love
very,
creative.
very fun.
This has been very silly.
Yeah, I love
Creativity
it.
are delightful.
I
Mhm.
definitely like. I think that like the ideal amount of people for this is probably now. I'm thinking it's probably closer to like 5 rather than 6, even. Just
Yeah.
because that like I feel like 4 games you can keep all the novelties of everyone's like presentations in your head. But I guess if you do
Yeah.
have people who like don't say quite as much, then you could probably fit in more people. But we all like to elaborate on our ideas, which is great. I think it's
Mhm.
really fun. But it's one of the things where it's like, okay, well, people table balance is also important.
Yeah.
I mean, how
'Cause
often
We
are
all
you gonna
do
get 7
like to
people
do a
together
30-minute
anyway?
pitch.
Like
Yeah.
we lean into the game really hard. Like we play this game like really hard into it because we're just like all creative types.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It means like we're kind of the audience that works well with this kind of game, but that also means
Yeah.
the audience that will make this game take longer than like different
Yeah,
Yep.
probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's fun though. We build
Yeah.
narratives.
This is also what I'm like playing Werewolf though. If we don't have a timer set, I'm like, I will argue for hours.
I'm back,
That's
by
great.
the way.
Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Hi.
I can't play.
Look
World.
at
I
Jim.
love this so much. Gam, did you make this?
Mm-hmm.
It's very good.
Gam, I hate it. It's
went to
amazing.
take a-
I'm glad that you
I
made
miss
that
him.
card
Yeah, I
work.
mean it.
That card is actually on like my unsure list.
Which one? Oh, the photo.
The photo contest to the death.
I think that's a great card. It's really interesting. It was like making me
Sometimes I
think.
really like the specific ones because sometimes the specific ones
Yeah, me
get like
too.
they like stew up like an idea because they're so specific. I'm like,
It's-
oh, this is a good foundation.
When it's a more specific thing, I think it's nice because it's like
Like, I
it
struggle
limits you a
with
little
the ones
more.
that are too open-ended. Like if things are too open,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
when I really struggle.
Yeah, I
I
was
think
definitely
like having
trying
the
to.
sort of like specific boundaries makes it a little easier to be able
Limitations.
to narrow your thoughts a bit more. Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
I definitely was like trying because some of the cards are like very open and some aren't, and so I was
Yeah.
definitely wanting to make sure that like there's a variety, but specificity is much, I think, is much more precarious than a broad idea for a game like this because you know you're doing in the default way you have 4 cards. So a vague card can kind of take the form of just like, well, you know, I'm just going to use a little bit of this card in my idea. Whereas a
Mhm.
specific card,
Right.
if you don't, you know, it's so specific, you kind of have to use all or most of it in the idea. So I think that's why like I'm more interested in making sure that the specific cards are winners, you know. So
Mhm.
I'm glad to hear,
Mm.
and I mean, and hear as I did that the idea actually like, okay, you could totally work with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the photography thing on its own, I think is like it's super specific, but I think it can be used in a lot of different places. Because like if you put it in a horror game, that'd be a completely different context than like an
Oh,
action.
that's a
game.
Yeah,
good
like-
point.
Oh, that's
When
true.
I first got that card, I was like, oh, like Fatal Frame. But then
Yeah.
I
Fatal
was like,
Frame.
but we could do more with this.
Mhm.
Yeah, or you
Yeah.
can make it like a puzzler, like a Pokemon Snap type scenario, or
Yeah.
just like
Are we ready for an Onsta Judge round?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. Do y'all want?
Also do the thing.
Do you want like a regular prompt, or do you want like a fun one?
Fun
the ones that
one.
monster
Yeah,
problem.
we
Make
want
it
Onsta
stupid.
Mhm.
tier shenanigans.
Give it some spice.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, since you want fun and spice, here's your first card. Right here.
Uh-oh.
Right here.
Lots of text.
Speaking of specificity.
Yep.
All right, and the second
Oh, I
card.
love this card.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I'll let's see. Let's see.
Let me
I'll
read
let-
it out.
There you
It's a
go.
character card. It says an astronaut that's been drifting through space for thousands of years after being cursed with immortality.
That's a starting point.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Get your meat with.
Mhm.
Meta
And-
fun smile.
For fun.
Mhm.
Now I'll let y'all point me in the direction of the second card. What do you feel that I should pick up?
I think you should go
Genre.
Well,
to
you did just say feel.
feel.
Oh, that
Yeah.
feel. Sure,
I think
agree.
I
feel.
love theme.
Feel? All right. Let me go
Yeah.
grab and see what the hell that was. Oh wow! Oh, this is. Oh, here you go, everyone. Here you go.
Oh no!
You have a pet which travels
Alright.
with you at all
What a
times.
combo!
That's a great
Yeah.
combo.
Beautiful.
That-
I feel
That's
bad
great.
for the pet being
Alright.
they're like. Well, maybe it's better to be an immortal pet than an immortal sentient being. I don't know.
I mean, what if
Yeah.
the
Who
pet's
says
not
the pet's
immortal?
immortal?
It doesn't say what it's
No! Don't say that.
Oh, see now you got your bones for your game.
Oh my
I mean, it
god!
can
game
be.
bones. Yeah, the bones of that
bones.
fucking
Uh,
pet.
Get the bones for
Game
your
Bones is a
game.
good name for this game as well. That's another good
Mhm.
alternative.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what everyone does.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Everyone's doing great.
This is
Hmm.
exciting.
I'm gonna go a little esoteric. There we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna
No,
get a
feel
little
free.
bit weird with this.
Yeah, get weird. Get as weird as you can.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm. You get extra
Oh,
points
boy.
for
They're
how weird it is.
cute.
Deer went to bed.
I love them.
Mhm.
Just asleep.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
Good night.
He sat in the rain and then stared at the stars and then watched some TV and went to bed. So
Aww,
Yeah, that sounds like a night.
it's so sweet. I get it. Me too. All right, I'm ready.
And then you rip
Yes,
fat
you can.
clouds out because he's a
Everyone,
Hey.
are you
Is everyone
ready?
ready?
We would never. He's
Sure.
sober.
I'm ready.
All right.
I got my plans.
Okay.
Oh.
Deer, are you ready?
yeah, I am.
Can
Oh,
I
that
just
was
start?
fast.
I'm sad that I don't want to use this team for this card for Onsta.
Oh.
Aw, that's
Aw,
an
beans.
Oh,
It is.
no, nuts.
I'll give you a token for drawing it.
Alright, thank you.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
The 10 out of 10 economy is free flowing.
Free flowing.
Worthless.
Don't say that.
Okay. Go.
I'm
Okay.
gonna move this just a little bit so I can screenshot this one.
I'm moving it. Don't mind
No,
me.
you don't have to.
I'm moving it. Hold on. There you go, buddy.
Talk about it.
Thank you.
Picture.
I needed to get deer in bed as a.
Oh, did you?
I've just been posting these to Twitter while people talk.
Yeah, it's be great. All right, go ahead, Dia.
That's me.
I don't go first.
No, it's
Scam.
Cam.
Wait, who? What the
Me.
fuck? Oh,
I've just been waiting.
I'm lost.
I like waiting for everyone to be
Alexander
ready.
Hamilton.
Oh, hold on a second.
I'm
Hold on a
ready.
Thanks
sec.
for the Alexander Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr.
How
Phil,
many times can I say Alexander
donating in
Alexander
support
Alexander Hamilton
of this
Alexander
theoretical
Hamilton,
immortal
Alexander
astronaut.
Hamilton, Alexander Hamilton, Alexander
Yay!
I hope
Can we get a
things work out.
GoFundMe for this astronaut?
We have literally infinity to
Oh.
raise our goal. Thank you, Mr. Phil. Appreciate it.
That's fucking funny.
I believe in us.
All right,
Bring our boy home.
Eventually.
Gan, what you got?
Okay. Everyone's all happy.
Mhm.
No, I
Everyone's
don't-
all happy and
Not
excited.
for long, I guess.
I think this
No.
Not
idea.
for long.
Yeah,
Never
right.
happened.
Picture this. You've got an astronaut.
Mm-hmm.
And they are drifting through space for thousands of years after being cursed with immortality. They've been drifting so long that they can't even remember what it was like before being on this journey, really. All they remember is that they were an astronaut, they are human, and they have just been sent flying through the sheer power of gravity and the order of gravity. They're joined by a single pet, which travels with them at all times. This pet starts off with them on their journey. It's a small alien type creature, let's say. It sticks with this astronaut. The astronaut doesn't really know if it's real or if it's just a figment of the astronaut's imagination, but it doesn't matter because this pet stays with the astronaut for a long time. The astronaut does not know how long, as time is a concept that is lost to this astronaut now. You go through all the stages of the pet's life. The pet joins you. It's young and naive and looking for adventure. It's looking for a companion to go through life with. It becomes older and familiar with the astronaut. It may leave temporarily, but always comes back in the end. In the end, the pet dies, and
No.
There it goes.
its lifeless
No.
corpse still
No.
follows the astronaut, forever
Oh.
tethered on the astronaut's path.
Oh.
But
no.
it gets worse because the
Oh, does
astronaut
it
still
now?
isn't sure whether this pet is actually real or not.
Oh.
The pet's corpse decomposes over time, very, very slowly, obviously. And as it decomposes, it's clearly its corpse. It is a corpse, but it is still alive in the sense of it still acts alive. It still talks to the astronaut. And you're unsure whether if this is just a natural part of the alien's sort of
Wilson.
lifespan or whether this
Jesus.
is just, again, part of the astronaut's imagination.
Gam
And
hasn't
it's sort of
flipped
a-
over a card yet.
No.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
You
no.
have this
Stressed.
pet, a symbol of the organic, a symbol of
Picked it up.
of pure organic evolution, and you have the astronaut, the culmination of. That's the wrong card. Sorry. The culmination of the hubris of human technological advancement.
Amazing.
Hubris.
You have this astronaut, the peak of human ingenuity, the peak of what we can accomplish, and what goes wrong when we accomplish these things. You have this astronaut who cannot remember even what their job was on the rocket or space station, or whatever they were on, moon base. They don't remember. All they remember is they are in some type of astronaut suit. They are human, they think. Therefore they are.
Oh.
And there is this pet with them, and they are on this eternal journey through the universe. And you have this sort of constant questioning of going through various emotions. Of the astronaut has gone through various stages this is this pet. If only I were more like this alien, like unchained, unshackled by what I've been forced into through the development of my species, through this sort of astronaut adventure, blaming themselves for going through it, blaming themselves for the pet's death, constantly questioning whether any of this is actually real. Which gets to what the actual game is about, which is, as you're going through this journey, you obviously need to entertain yourself and the pet. So what you do is, it's basically like a kind of a pseudo mix of an I Spy type game that you play with the pet, as well as a godlike simulator. Think a sensory deprivation chamber. You
Oh my god.
you begin to enhance your own senses. You begin to see things that may be there, they may not be there. You're an astronaut flying through space. Are you human? You think you are. You could also be a god, and these things that you're creating out of your own imagination, it could actually be there. The game never tells you. It's up to you to figure out for yourself.
Fucking time.
Wow. This is a Hideo Kojima game.
And it's not based. There's no true win condition. There's no true loss condition. All there is the feedback you get from the things you create is what you see in the distance, which would be linked up to other people as astronauts going through their journeys, sort of examples of things they've created, which again could be, hey, there are other astronauts on this exact same journey, or it could just, again, be a figment of your imagination, as well as the pet's reaction to the things you create. Like, you could create a Mario 1-1, and the pet, like, gets excited and sort of, like, runs through it and starts chirping the theme to Mario. Or you could make something that makes the pet sad and makes it withdraw into itself and not really want to engage with the things you've created. But yeah, that's the game.
If anyone needs a pick me up, I drew deer pooping.
Thanks,
I'm sorry, the idea of a pet being dead floating through space with you for eternity is a lot.
I mean, I admire the level of detail and how long it goes on. I do like the Kojima-esque aspects of it.
It really felt like it was being narrated by like Attenborough, I felt like it was just a slow zoom on the dead pet corpse. The entire time you were talking was just a slow zoom on this corpse with like a Martian-esque like speeded up, like he's like going around trying to like do things for this fucking pet corpse the whole time, and it's just zooming and zooming and zooming, and your heart is just like.
Yeah, I was picturing more Zero from Nightmare as well, Belmont. My brain was trying to make it nice.
Kind of.
Trying.
The thing is, the pet goes through these stages. Like, you come back in the game and it's like, oh, the pet's like as you're sort of flying through space, it's like, the pet's normal looking, quote unquote.
No.
And it's like,
no.
You know, parts of it just sort of disappear. Or as it goes through, they start growing back again. Like, it goes through this cycle of creation and destruction, all organic in nature.
Maybe I should have given you the theme park card. Maybe I should have given you something happier.
No, trust me.
Okay.
Mine's not as depressing.
Okay, you got a wide range.
Yeah, it's a good prompt. Oh my god.
That was amazing and articulate despite the depressing nature of it. And that's what we want.
There's a lot of meat on those bones.
Yep.
You gotta gnaw on that ham for ages.
You gotta grab your tokens.
Get your token.
Yeah, man.
Get your tokens. Get them out of there. All right. Now, gamers. So I'm gonna try to pivot things into a lighter tone.
We're pivoting.
We're pivoting.
Mhm.
So, this game is a point-and-click adventure in the vein of the old, like, kind of like LucasArts, you know, Monkey Island kind of thing. Maybe a little bit of Sierra in there. You know, point-and-click adventure game. You click around, you look at stuff, you solve puzzles that are infuriatingly complex. Hopefully, they're not that bad. You play as an astronaut that's been drifting through space for thousands of years after being cursed with immortality, as you do, and you have a pet with you who's also immortal. I'm gonna throw that one out there too. The pet's fine. The pet's been hanging out with you. You've been
Thank
in
you
like
for specifying one way or the other.
you've been in cryo sleep, so it's not like you've been sitting there twiddling your thumbs. It's fine. But this is the premise of the game. As you're cruising through space with not a single direction in mind, you bump into a crossing guard who takes their job very seriously. So you're floating through space, and then you bump into this giant, like, barricade that you could, like, fly above or below, whatever. But it wakes you up, and he's like, hey, you gotta pay the fee. It's like 3 space bucks. And you're like, I don't have space bucks where I'm from. We have Earthian dollary dues. And he's like, I don't know what that is. So you need to earn money to pay to cross this empty expanse of space. So you get dropped off at a space station, and nothing makes any sense to you. It's been thousands of years. Alien civilizations have come and gone in that time, and you're like, I don't understand. There's just like holograms and shit. I don't understand what's going on. You see one thing that is familiar to you, one thing that you decide to gravitate towards, and you get a job at the food museum. Because, of course, it's been so far in the future that food doesn't even need to be a thing anymore. So they're like, remember food?
Relegated to a memory.
Remember people used to... We had mouths and you put stuff in there? Yeah, kind of Space Quest vibes. So you get a job as a janitor at the food museum, and then you kind of work your way up within it. And your main goal is to earn 3 space bucks to pay the toll and continue drifting through space with your pet.
Let me just add this
Who
to
you
yours.
Yeah, there you go.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Bonus.
Perfect.
Bonus.
We get a bonus points for that. And so you gotta go around and there's like people that come into the museum. You explore the space station. Trying to solve little puzzles and stuff. And your pet helps you out with some of the puzzles. They're kind of running around. They sniff out crime. It's a good time. You know, upbeat vibe is the idea. Which is, I had that vibe was independent of anything Gam said. I was just like, oh yeah. I got it. And because
But
it's
where's the depression?
Where's my
Is
depression?
that the
Where's
publisher
the
notes?
existential dread,
The
Barry?
people
Where's
want
the
to be
loss?
sad.
Yeah.
I don't have a name for it, but in the vein of old graphic adventure games, it would have a ridiculously long title of like, you know, Spaceman, Frank Fancy Butt, and the Realm of Possibility. You know, like some stupid something like that, where you're like, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's part of a franchise. Is there part 1? No. This is part 1. It starts with him already cursed in thousands of years of immortality, so.
Yeah.
Also, because he's immortal, that plays into some of the puzzles where you're like, oh, all the air's been sucked out of the station, but like you're fine. You just have to float around and figure it out.
Yeah. You have to go. You have to get electrocuted a couple times.
Yep. You gotta like arc some electrical current using your body.
Does the astronaut and the crossing guard have like playful banter that makes you like them both?
Well, yeah, because that's the opening cutscene of the game is you stopping, and then he's just like, hey, you need 3 space bucks, and then that's how you get the characterization early on.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's all I just wanted to make sure that there was some good banter.
Oh yeah, lots of banter,
Good
lots of
banter.
dialogue options that are, you know, the classic LucasArts writing style of like 3 different punchlines or 4 different punchlines to choose from.
Yeah.
Your choices don't matter. It's just about the puzzles and the story and the character and the world.
I'm
So there you go.
excited to read the
like
flavor
it.
text and how the food is described from the perspective of like an
Yep.
entire like space civilization that has like
Mhm.
doesn't need food anymore. Like I look forward to like the pragmatic descriptions of like what foods were a complete waste of time.
Oh yeah.
Because flavor
There's
is not relevant.
They've
to them
given
anymore.
up on them.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
all the little placards explaining like what a hamburger is just like a breakdown of its like what are the molecules that are in it. Maybe while you're working in there, they get like a new shipment from a loaner from another museum, and you have to write the placard yourself and like explain what a hot dog is, and you're like, Uh-huh. Or it's just like a ketchup packet, and they're like, explain, you have 5,000 characters. Please explain what this is to our patrons of our
Define
museum.
a hot dog that does not also define a taco or sandwich. Go.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff like that.
Amazing.
Yeah, fun little
Incredible.
gimmicks.
It sounds fun. I like that you only need 3 space bucks. That makes me.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
why. That I'm just like I like that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, it feels attainable, right? But then it's just like, oh my
Mhm.
god, I just need, like, haven't gotten a single space buck, and I've been playing for 10 hours.
Oh my god, who killed Toad? I just looked back. Who killed Toad?
Toad?
It was the culprit's right there.
No, Luigi's out
Well,
for
the-
vengeance.
okay.
Forget the
Who
game.
drew,
Who killed
drew
Toad?
Toad?
It wasn't me.
Who
that's for
shot
sure.
I
Toad?
don't know.
Toad,
No, my
Toad
Toad
said,
is still fine. My monster did a Toad, and they're fine.
It was me. I did it.
he's gone.
Alright.
now.
Well, I'm
Todd,
very
why'd
proud
you do
of
that to
Toad.
Keegan?
Well, thank you.
No, that's look. I was setting it up where Luigi is the protagonist of Gam's game and Toad is his dead pet.
Oh,
No.
this is the game.
Todd, there's no protagonist.
Okay, so if anyone needs
there
to pick
is or
me up,
isn't.
There
you
is
here?
no protagonist.
Oh God.
That's nice.
That sounds really fun, Barry.
Thank you.
I would play that.
Yeah.
I like
Actually, I would
it.
watch you stream that.
Yeah.
Be like, wow,
Is it
that's a
me?
stupid puzzle. I hate that.
Yep.
You gotta have, if you're making a point-and-click adventure game, you need to have at least one stupid puzzle. That's just like,
Yeah.
what kind of moon logic nonsense, the mustache on a fake ID is this?
We'll have a burger puzzle, and like you'll be like, okay, this is a burger, and you'll be like, that's not a burger, and it's because like they're so far in the future that they think only a specific like combination in order of ingredients is what makes an actual burger. So
Mhm.
you have to actually get the whole combination in order correct, and you don't even know that, and you're just like fucking mad.
Yeah. There's like a single book in the library that explains the answer, and you're like, what the hell?
Yes. Or like some hieroglyphics of like
Right.
how first the bun was hunted.
Mhm. It's cave paintings of
In olden
Amazing.
times,
Yeah.
the bun used to be hunted regularly.
Free-range
Mhm.
bun.
And it
Bun
evolved.
used to
it
be
frolicked
hunted.
wildly through the plains.
Amazing.
We
Yeah.
tamed the
Free-
bun.
All right.
Scary.
Free-ranged buns.
That's mine.
Thanks for that image, dear.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pellets. All right, Scaredy.
Okay, so
Take us to town.
the idea is you are an astronaut who's you're just like an immortal dude. You're very wise and you're very learned.
Mm-hmm.
You're drifting through space for thousands of years. But like it's not like just you floating out there. Like you've just been traveling in your ship from like galaxy to galaxy. Like, and you're just kind of like you've chosen to use your immortality. Like you learned how to build spaceships. You learned space travel. You learned all that. Like that's in your past. You are thousands of years old, millions of years old. And you eventually reach the point where you learned how to like build a ship, and you're just drifting through space in your ship, and you've been doing this for ages, and you're just an adventurer, and your life's purpose is just to experience the world and just go around and see what's going on across the universe. And along with you is a robot companion you made. He's like, you're very wise, like serious man. Sometimes you'll crack like a silly pun or something, like you have a bit of like a dad sense of humor, and then you have a very dry, sarcastic robot friend that you made. And he's like a little, like he looks like a little CRT that's kind of floating around, and he'll like talk to you and be like, no, I don't understand that. Like, he's one of those,
No.
and you're just like a little duo, and it's an adventure game. Okay, well, I didn't mean to put that way. It's an adventure game, so the whole idea is there's like you end up in a new solar system that you haven't explored before, and then each planet is like its own little hub area, and when you go in there into each hub area, like you're going around. It's like more of a puzzle adventure, like a lot less like a Legend of Zelda fighting things. There's no real like combat, and it's all about like solving puzzles, going through places. Sometimes you'll go to planets that are purely forest based, and like you're like interacting with the animals, and everything that you do is like all the puzzles you solve are going to be like decisions that you make. Like sometimes you'll help one thing, but that'll require you to screw over something else, or sometimes you'll like address, like it's all about like the choices you make and the ramifications they'll make years down the line. So you'll like for example yeah, and like I took the inspiration from like Dragon Quest 7, and it's like that's a time travel story. So like you'll go to a place in the past, you'll witness a story happen, and then when you go into the future, you'll see like what the results of that being. Like my favorite being like a love triangle that you solved, and you don't see the end, you don't really solve it, you see most of it until like right about the end, and you're like, hey, we should get out of here, this isn't our business. But then if you go there in the future, you see like the what happened to them through context clues. Like you'll find like two people's graves together to see like, oh, they ended up together in the end. And like I'm thinking like something kind of like that, where it's like you go there, but like everything's like
Peter
decision
Molyneux.
based, and sometimes if you help with like this is very Peter Molyneux, isn't it? Sometimes if you choose to help one person, you can't help another group, or like sometimes you can help one person, it doesn't affect anyone else other than them. And then just like after you do what you want, you can be like, are you done with this time? So you'll like fast forward to the future after you go to rest or whatever. After you've done your things, you'll see what happens because of it, until you're done with your planet and you're just like, I think I'm done with this planet, I'm done exploring here. And then you go on to the next one, and it's just like a series of planets that you go through, and then after you go through them all, you just go off adrift. It's like just kind of like a fun adventure with like just this sarcastic immortal man, like this like goofy immortal man he's very wise, very smart, and his sarcastic robot buddy he made, and you're going around just experiencing the stories of like the things you find in the worlds that you show up in, and just seeing like, I like the idea of like it's a perfect way to experience like extremely long form storytelling in a much longer scope than you can normally get in a lot of stories. Because you're immortal, you can see like some really like
Right.
maybe you'll see like the results of a story after 100 years, maybe you'll see the results of a story after like 1,000 years, maybe you'll see
Right.
it all the way till that planet burns up.
Mhm.
I really
I
like
like
the idea of
this.
like, being able to explore like what actions you take will result in down the line, in a way that like it's kind of hard to do in a traditional narrative if you're not lasting forever.
Yeah.
You're a bit bystandery, but you still are helping people, and like you're not like saving any worlds or anything. It's all small stories, and like how they're going to grow into big ones. I love the idea
Yeah.
of like smaller scale stories over long forms of time.
I
I
like
love
that.
that
I like
stuff
it's
too.
like it's like a reverse of like Fallout, where it's like you go somewhere and it's like, oh, somebody must have died here, and instead it's like you go somewhere and it's like, hey, could you let me out of here? I swear, like I was jailed, I was wrongfully imprisoned, and then like you
Yeah.
come back and it's like it's not just, oh, somebody must have died here. It's like, oh, he killed all the guards.
I like the idea
Yeah,
as well. It's like
I did this.
like even just doing the example of like, oh, you meet like one of the first people you meet is like a couple, and it's like they're having an argument, and like you pick a side of like this person's correct or this one's correct, and then
Yeah.
like
You're like, this
like,
person's stack is
years
higher.
down the line you find out whichever one like you sided with becomes like the dictator leader of this army.
Oh god.
Yeah.
It's like just
no.
snowballed, like
Mhm.
gradually gotten into this massive thing of like it's not like they're an argument between like military generals. It's like no, they're just like high school lovers, and it's like just
None of them
it just
same as
snowballs
Ellen.
over time.
Oh
Mhm.
no!
I like the idea of there being like one big scale one, and then like several really several smaller scale
Right.
stories to follow.
Totally.
And then like I like some of them are going to be happy, some of them will be sad, some of them won't be either. And the characters are very matter of fact about it, and they're like, yep, they're very wise when it comes to their commentary toward it, like whether it's happy or sad, and like, yep, that's the way the universe goes, and that kind of stuff. But then
That's
like
the way it goes.
robots will be like, organic life forms are stupid.
That's the universe for you.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
Sounds
it.
Mhm.
I love the traces of like in both the smaller stories and the like here's the section of time passing and there's different decisions that can be made from that. It's one of the things I like the most about certain Tales of games, especially Tales of Symphonia, because it has those, and it's just like, oh, you really get to explore your options and like taste a bit more of the world building than in some other JRPGs by just like let's see where this thread goes and I can personally affect it.
Mhm.
Or just
Yeah,
like,
it's
hey,
like,
here's this. Oh, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, it kind of got me thinking about like an old JRPG tactical game that I never finished because it was really hard. But like,
Ooh.
Record of Agrest War, like the whole idea was like every chapter of it was like you would end up like living with and settling your life down with another character, and then every chapter of the story is like the next generation of your family line.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah, that's
I
cool.
wish I got
Sick.
far into it, but that game was incredibly brutal, and I got stuck in like a death looping like.
Ooh.
Death is very punishing in that game, so like I just couldn't get out of that like brutal punishment.
Do you remember what it was
a cool idea,
called?
though. I wish Record of Agrest War 0. It's apparently
Yeah.
considered one of the hardest games on the Xbox.
Yeah, I've heard of that
That
one.
game,
Listen, I'm here for it.
What
I could not get very far into it, sadly.
is? You're not done. You have a card still.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I explained the whole idea. Friendship limit. Oh, right. It was going to be metaphorically, friendship has little
Good
magic
card.
powers of the
Good
Uh,
card.
friendship
Yeah.
literally metaphorically has magical powers.
Literally.
Yeah.
Magical powers.
the magic of being like I wanted like a reoccurring theme of like the French, like the closest thing that our universe has, like bonds are kind of a magical thing, and they're like the closest thing we'll find to it, which I want to be like kind of ironic because like he doesn't believe in like real magic even though he's cursed, and he's like, this is what real magic is, and he's like, you were cursed, I don't know why you're like
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pedantic.
yeah.
Love it. Sounds like I
Excellent.
that seems like it could be really really fun.
Yeah,
Especially
it's
like
a very
the ride
narrative
for
thing.
it. Just kind of ride as much as you can, then you finish the game.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Hell yeah. Listen, I'm down.
Is it my
Next.
turn?
It is your turn. Shiv.
Yeah, it is. Go,
Oh,
Shiv,
beans.
go.
All right. What did
Who's
I
drawing
do?
next to me? What are you doing?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm the
Oh,
Okay.
drawings are happening.
They sure are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just waiting for my turn. It's okay.
Up.
Go get him, Shiv. Show
Yeah,
me
yeah,
what you
yeah, 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 yeah,
got.
Yeah.
Show me
yeah.
what you got.
Oh, that's
Show
I'm
me.
awake and I'm still here. I really
Oh,
have
shit.
enjoyed everyone's stories for this one, just by the way. I think it's really cool. I'm enjoying how everyone's different takes on the astronaut. I think it's neat.
Totally
So
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say Toad really likes the feel card. He's a big fan.
Yeah.
See, he's like, wow.
whoa! I love those pets. I love cats. They're my favorite.
I think he just
So-
I think he just sees the other toad on the other side who's dead.
Oh my god, he's fucking
Oh,
dead.
no,
Oh.
Oh no!
The flavor.
Oh no!
Okay, so an astronaut that's been drifting through space for thousands of years. So you are this astronaut. You are going to play as the astronaut because I think that's the most interesting thing. You left civilization a long time ago. It was it's like super duper in the future. We've all figured out how to live forever. Like immortality is not really a problem. It's just a thing.
Mhm.
Like you can still die, but like not of old age, right?
You're not
it's only
invincible.
if you are killed by someone. Yeah, exactly, right. So
Yeah.
that's what's sort of happening there.
Mm-hmm.
You as this astronaut managed to escape Earth as, not to go back to an apocalypse, there's a theme coming through with my stuff, but there's some kind of apocalypse and the world is destroyed and you're seemingly the only surviving human, and you go out into space in your rocket ship and you're like, all right, I'm gonna have my little adventures. You have your adventures. That's not really part of the game though. And you end up, after thousands and thousands of years, you come back to Earth. You just like end up coming back into the Milky Way galaxy
Yeah.
with your pet. By the way, you have like a lizard and he's cool. His name is like George or
Lizard!
something. And he just
Oh
kind of
my
hangs
God.
out. He's your best friend, yeah. Who's also
Sure.
immortal.
Shiv.
And he has his own little mini astronaut suit. It's really cute.
Fuck.
So-
I am- Let me
Thanks,
just.
Monster.
And
Oh,
just.
two of them. Wow.
Oh,
Thank
there's
you
so
so much.
well.
Oh, three.
frick.
Wow.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god.
You
That's
have me
amazing.
at Space
Thank you so
Lizard.
much. Thank you.
That's the bio lizard
That's
from
the whole
Saga
thing.
Adventure 2.
No, so you arrive back at Earth, and you realize, I think like you don't intend to land back on Earth. Like you crash land, like something happens with your rocket ship. You crash,
Ooh.
back on Earth, and you wake up and your rocket ship is destroyed. So you're stuck here
No.
essentially.
No.
But it's not the Earth you remember leaving behind. It's not this like
Oh.
wasteland apocalypse. It's actually
Apes
come
have
back
taken over,
around.
right?
They've taken
No.
over.
It's actually turned into a Tolkien fantasy. So
Oh, this is Middle Earth, not regular Earth.
yeah,
Mr. Frodo.
It's in some ways gone like back, but also like maybe like something's repeating. But there is like magic on the Earth now. instead of science and technology.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to kind of understand that, or your plan is to like try and rebuild your rocket ship so you can head back out, because you don't really belong in this world anymore, right? But then you're like meeting all these quirky characters, sort of like halflings and elves and such. You're learning about magic and things. And through learning about this magic, you discover the way that you're going to repair your rocket ship, which is actually colliding it with other objects and vehicles and such. And slowly you work out how to put a spell on your rocket ship to make it so that anything that it touches will combine into it and make it like a new, like start like.
I have
it's
a
kind
question.
of like you guys, yeah.
No, just if it's a Tolkien-esque fantasy world, what kind of vehicles they got other than horse-drawn carriage?
I'm thinking like horses.
Oh, like you can hit a horse and then you have a horse sticking out of your ship.
You apply the
Oh,
horse.
yeah, it's kind of Melon
Wow.
mentioned Katamari. It kind of has a Katamari kind of vibe to
Calamari
it when you're trying to
horse, like
rebuild your thing.
Nobi boy.
But it's also like, do you know that there's like this like browser-based game where I can't remember what it's called. It's like alchemy something, but you like have base elements basically, and then you just like mix things and mix things and mix things and mix things. Yeah.
Little God?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
There's a couple
I don't remember what
versions
it's
of it.
called at all.
But you have like
you just, like-
stone and air makes a thing, and then add water and that makes a thing.
Yeah.
I think that's
yeah,
Doodle
exactly.
God. Yeah, it's Doodle God.
Doodle
Yeah,
God.
that makes sense.
God.
Little
I'll take it.
alchemy.
So it's kind of like that kind of thing where you are trying to kind of speed through the fantasy like pre-technology stage of Earth and get your rocket ship back to normal, so you can head
This
back out
sounds
again.
fun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay.
But then also like you start like making friends, and there's like a party with like a dwarf and elves and stuff like that. Yeah.
Ooh.
And maybe
You
there's like
hang
a
out
big
with
bad of some kind.
There's always a
and
big
then,
bad in
but then you
fantasy.
also learn that like but then you also learn that like technology is not all about like, you know, the big technology and like leaving the Earth. Like maybe the Earth is like, it's good that it's gone back to this state of like
Back in time to magic.
industrial revolution.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I love
But then
it.
there's, you know, obviously there's bad things about magic too and things like that. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Nice.
There you go.
there's
Todd.
that.
This is
That's fun.
fun. I
I'm
like
not-
It's just like
this.
Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts.
Smash the big bad.
Banjo
but it's in Lord
Kazooie
of the
Nobi
Rings.
Nobi bolts.
Yeah.
How dare you.
You got it. Any questions?
This game tastes good, Shiv. I like it.
It's good
Thank you,
mouthfeel.
Austin.
Mhm.
This
Yeah.
Nom, nom,
mouthfeel.
nom, nom.
Definitely.
And there's a lizard, and it's really important.
I
Mhm.
love the lizard.
Have you named the
Yeah,
lizard,
what-
or do you get to name the lizard?
Yeah, his name's
that's the
George.
thing.
George.
Ooh.
Okay.
Is it?
George.
Does the lizard perhaps? If I could just maybe, just postulate, does the
How do you spell
lizard
George?
maybe get affected by a magical spell so it can talk?
Yeah.
Sold me.
And he's like,
Oh, I need the lizard to be able
he
to talk.
doesn't. He
and I
doesn't
need-
gain any
Talking
intelligence.
lizard.
He can just like voice his little lizard thoughts.
Right.
Okay, wait,
no,
wait, wait.
Yeah, I could go for like.
can talk now. I'm a
That's
lizard.
what I want.
Wait,
Mhm.
bonus
I can go
points.
for like a
Bonus-
mealworm right now, dude.
The
Could you
sun
give me
is
a-
warm and
you can
Who
Who
comfy.
voices the
Mealworm.
lizard? Who
Me.
voices the lizard?
Huh?
Is it
Mhm.
Todd?
It's Danny DeVito.
I'm
Daddy
technically
DeVito?
always in the sun.
Danny DeVito is good. Danny DeVito is good. I
Mhm.
was secretly looking for Idris Elba, but Danny
I'm the
DeVito is also
lizard man.
We got Idris Elba to be the voice of our not very intelligent lizard.
Yeah.
He mostly
That's
just
the
talks
amount
about
of
the sun
intelligence.
and bugs.
I guarantee
Oh my
you that
God.
lizard has the same IQ as Knuckles. It's the same job.
It's fair. That's fair.
This is far and away the most points.
Can I?
Look at this. You got a 55
take-
or a 200 and 300 out of 300, I think.
There's a
300 out of
space
300.
lizard, Todd.
I
Mhm.
get that.
There's
I'm
a
not look.
space.
I'm not
there's a
being
DeVito
critical. I'm
space
saying it
lizard.
happens.
It's a spizzard.
Look. I support it. I support it.
That lizard came from the
Oh,
moon.
this is a lot. How do I take all of these?
Okay,
Give me.
Todd.
you can do this. Zoop. You just
Zoop.
hold it down, and you'll pick the whole thing up.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh.
that's how you. Oh.
Thank
There you
you.
Oh, sorry, I gave you the other
Oh,
card in your
I
hand.
dropped
Oh,
one.
there you go. There you go.
Thank
There you go.
Stinky brain
Mhm.
lizard.
All right, your turn.
Stinky Brain Lizard. That's his
Mhm.
name.
Oh,
Oh,
two
it's
genre
fine.
cards.
Ooh,
Who's
double
genres?
dutch.
Let's
Genre.
go.
Who's genres?
Two genres.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
What's the card say again? All right, okay, I remember. It's been a sec. Okay, so my game you play as the astronaut who's been drifting through space for thousands of years after being cursed with immortality. And unlike perhaps in some of the other stories, you have not yet met your pet in this adventure. You are drifting, literally being rebounded and swirled around by gravitational fields of planets, just in a sheer constant loss of a battle with probability. You haven't run into anything, nothing to anchor your proverbial horse to. Nothing. It's just been desolate airspace wasteland. You've been starting to hallucinate all kinds of lovely stories for yourself to keep
Ooh.
yourself occupied. And finally, after years and years, you don't even know where you are. You don't know how far it's been, but you land at an abandoned space station, and you're able to collide with it without exploding. And you work your way through the doors. Thankfully, it still has its own residual power, which is solar powered. So thankfully, it's still kind of going. And you slide the door in. You get in there, and you can finally just experience a space around you for the first time instead of just nothingness. You take that in. But of course, you start to explore. Is it safe? What could be here, et cetera, et cetera. And you discover yourself a little creature. His little head pops out, boop, and he's like, what's going on? And this creature looks suspiciously like Apom, just because that's the easiest way for me to describe it. He's like a little monkey guy, and he's like a little alien.
Todd is playing straight into Onsla's heart.
Well,
Yeah.
to be fair, I also loved Apom before I knew Ons loved Apom.
Yeah.
Hey,
To be
real
fair.
quick,
What?
Barry, do you know what APOM is?
I know what Apom is. It's a little purple monkey
Mhm.
Pokemon.
He's
Okay.
got
Big
grabby
ol'
hands.
hand, yeah.
Oh.
Big
He's got a
hands.
hand
Rubber
butt.
on its
Yep,
tail.
hand butt.
Just making
And
sure.
yeah, he's
Thank
great.
you.
Love him. So
Oh.
you discover this creature, right? And like you speak. Oh my god!
Apom!
The economy has crashed. I repeat, the economy has crashed.
Inflation is coming through. Okay, so you're trying to communicate with Apom, and like you can say something like go, and he'll be like huh, and he'll kind of just go in a direction randomly, and you try pointing. He's like, okay, I think I get it. And you fumble through your tools. Oh, you have a laser pointer. Do you do a laser pointer? He's like, oh, okay, and he goes to that. Okay, so we can kind of interact here. Some time passes. You do what you can with what resources you have to start fixing up the ship.
Mhm.
And Apom, one day, I'm just gonna call him Apom because it's easier that way. He brings you back a tattered book. It looks really, really old, ancient even, like leatherback binding, like it's really high quality despite being super old. And what it says on it is the god of forgetfulness. And of course, you have no idea what that means.
You forgot.
What does that mean?
You open the page, and you see the first page explains, oh, the god of forgetfulness is a god that governs those who forget that which is forgotten and those who have been forgotten. And it's so dramatic. And you turn the next page and it's you. You turn the next page and you see the Apom. And the next page is empty. But that's weird. And that's where the game starts.
Mm.
So the way that the game works is you and your Apom have to you're staying inside of your space base, but turns out you have a series of communication tools like a screen and a little like robot arm that you can give to Apom to operate, and you're gonna send Apom out using the map technology inside the space station to find ruins and like little asteroids and small planets around you to explore. But since you can't actually go yourself, you have to operate Apom like you might do a Hey You Pikachu.
Oh no!
Oh.
So you have to yell and you have to use specific terms that he'll understand while doing
Oh my
gestures into the
God.
camera screen. You have to gesture and you have to you can control your character's limbs, hands, and you're trying to make the right shape so he'll understand. And then use his little mech belt that you're gonna give him with the laser pointer, so you can be like, there, go there. I think there. That looks like a ruin. That looks like a hieroglyph that we could understand. And he's like,
You
what?
know what this actually
Cliff?
reminds me
I love
of?
cliffs. And he
I
runs
just-
up a cliff
yeah.
instead, and you're like, fuck.
Hey y'all, Apom. Oh my
It's
god.
a Team Ico game.
Yeah.
When you're
Yeah.
commanding the little Strawby
Slash Guardian.
and Bug Snacks, that's
Mhm.
exactly what it
Like,
reminds
go
me of.
into
sure.
the fucking
Rolling around
hole.
with
What
the-
are you doing, you little
Yeah,
strawberry?
Please.
That's yeah.
Please.
I
That's
think
very similar.
Hey You Pikachu is the best way to interpret the rage difficulty card.
Yes.
That is
Absolutely.
the most valid way to interpret that card.
Yes.
Especially when I was a kid and we didn't own the microphone.
That's
Oh,
That's
no.
impossible,
I
Jackal.
Dang.
owned the microphone and gave it more time than he did, and
Mhm.
I still raged at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I chewed on my microphone.
Stop eating everything.
I'm sorry. I was 8 and I was bored.
Amazing. Okay. Okay, but we're not quite done yet.
Mhm.
We're not quite done yet.
Mhm.
So, Apom does will try to get you as much as he can, scavenge as much as he can, and now that you've got a base, you can actually start to create a little life for yourself.
Ooh.
And you're trying to understand why you're in this book. And it turns out that there's all kinds of people in the area, as you will meet through Apom's extravagant and extroverted shenanigans, who can actually interpret the book. And so you turn your space station into a shop.
Ooh, that hustle.
So while you're collecting the artifacts to progress yourself and uncover more pages of the book, as the proximity to those artifacts reveals the information, you can also sell the rest of the material so that you can get new equipment for Apom so that he'll be better at being able to scavenge for you. Like, for instance, he might go to some planet where there's like a giant boulder and you see like a glint right in the corner, but you're like, oh, he can't get it out, or he can't get in. And so later on, you know, you give him a little like drill dozer punch, boom, and he can like break the boulder open, and then you can explore this new area.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And
I love
and
this.
the game is called Forget Me Astronaut.
Oh,
Yes!
Dude.
Okay. Okay. There we go. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Slow clap.
That's my band right now.
Man,
Wow.
Mhm.
I think my favorite
Oh
part
my
of that was
God.
like everybody being super into it, and then you announce that it's like a Hey You Pikachu, and everybody groaned. except for
Everybody got so
Onsa.
bad.
I got
Yeah.
my still
And
into
then
it.
Onsa was like, yeah!
Let me yell at Apom.
Let me yell at Apom and give him a
I
little
want him
bell
to
that he
not
has
listen to me. That's part of the fun.
I want him to not listen.
so can we agree that Onstead literally just simped for Apom over here with these movies?
Don't use that word. It's terrible.
Can we agree that
you, I
Todd just won this round?
Yeah.
That's,
Todd,
Also, that's
Todd knows
me.
me too well.
you can't bring up Apom.
Okay, my bad. I didn't know Apom was
No.
on
Deer's gonna be actively reworking their game to be about Apom in real
No,
time.
I'm not.
I know.
I'm not. Okay.
Thank you for drawing me, dear. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
There's a
I
Todd.
like I like that I'm upside down to
Oh.
me.
Yeah. Because I was using your Steam icon as a reference.
I love it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so Yakuza, all right?
Oh yeah.
Yakuza.
What is your favorite
It's
part of
already a
Yakuza?
game.
The story,
Uh,
right?
Yeah.
What is your second favorite part of Yakuza?
brick shit
Doing
house of
weird
men.
side quests for
Crane
strangers.
games.
Also crane games.
Kart racing.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Target racer.
So, okay.
Yeah,
so we're gonna
Kartza.
set the stage.
yeah, carts.
And an astronaut a long, long time ago was given immortality by being stabbed with a knife, let's just say. He's been hanging around in space or whatever, runs into a spaceship that's been left around, and he opens it up and realizes that there's a dog inside, and he's like, well, fuck. They just left this dog out here. So we start taking him, we slowly, like, float our way back to space, back through space, back to Earth. And we find out that that knife that granted him immortality, is actually on Earth, and everybody wants it. Okay?
Oh.
So, you and this dog float back down to Earth, having learned from his radio with the knife and everything, that the immortality knife, everybody thinks it just gives immortality, it actually also takes it away. So, you extremely want it, and you realize that actually it is the main prize of an underground dog racing circuit. Okay? So, you and your dog...
Are the dogs driving little go-karts, or are they just running?
I mean, they can, you know.
Yeah, that's what I am.
You know what? You know what? It is a dog go-kart racing circuit. It's
Yes.
both.
Oh,
Right.
Thank you.
Gotta
So,
be humane.
you
They have their license.
and the dog enter all the races in order to try and win as many as you can so that you can lose your immortality and just live your life with this dog who might not have much longer to live. He's been in space for a really long time. Or alternatively, in the end, you might just give the dog immortality and hang out with him for the rest of life. You don't know.
Just stab your dog a little.
Yeah.
A little dog.
So yeah, there you go. Just some underground racing with dogs, a knife that everybody wants, and it's called Extraterrestrials.
Extraterrestrials.
That's good. That's
All right.
great.
I hear a
So you're gonna
pun,
call
I go to the
Musume
bag.
with a knight.
There you go.
You're a fun. You know what? Fair.
Yeah.
I've actually.
You hear
yeah,
a
I think
pun.
I have the same
I go to
rule
the bag.
governing me.
You hear a pun.
Yeah,
You
you're
go
a
to the
pun.
bag. Mhm.
Somebody
Show me
brought
the
this up
Musume.
in chat. Zizzy brought this up. Are the dogs like the horse girls?
No. This is like a
Okay.
real dog. Like
Real
Russians
dog
up a
situation.
dog and forgot about it.
Okay.
Oh,
like
no.
Tokyo Jungle.
Yes.
Interesting
So-
that you would make
Oh.
Realistic ass dogs.
Realistic ass
So there's
dogs.
you literally found a dog in a spacesuit in a shuttle that was just left in space, and you're like, oh, I'll take you home, buddy. And you
It's
become
Laika.
friends with the dog.
Laika, no.
Mhm.
Like
yeah.
It's like a
I
what?
thought you, yeah, I thought you weren't. You hadn't finished your sentence yet. But
Like
that
a
makes
the
way more
cosmonaut.
sense.
Laika.
No, Laika the dog.
Like a the
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cosmonaut.
like a the dog
I
what?
figured it out.
Like a the dog.
Barry, the
Uh,
dog's not Italian.
This is
Neil Armstrong.
Russian accent. Like a the dog.
Neil Armstrong.
Hey, Direct.
Oh my
Thanks
God.
for subbing. Welcome.
Bork
How you
Lightyear.
doing? Enjoy the emotes.
These are good.
That
Oh, thank
that does
you.
sound that does sound a lot of fun. I gotta ask though. I need more details on the kart racing. Are there power ups?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good, awesome. Well, hold on, let me just give you another one.
The main part of the
up.
game,
No?
aside from just enjoying the story, is literally just the racing. Like I said,
Okay,
it's the
great,
best
good.
part of Yakuza.
Good. I don't know about the best part of Yakuza, but
It's one of. It is one of.
It's no rugby, baby, but it's up there.
Yakuza
It's
does a lot of
also-
things right.
The
That's
go
the only
kart
thing I
and
know
the
about
cabaret
Yakuza.
games and Yakuza 0
Same.
are mwah.
They're great.
I could play.
They're so Yakuza 0 might be one of the perfect games out there. Just
Yes.
perfect game.
Onsta, you have a decision to make.
Oh,
luck.
decision.
Oh
shit.
man, what a really hard decision. I wonder which one.
You
was-
should-
I won.
You should choose
Oh,
mine.
listen. Listen, Gammy had a very good, depressing, existential astronaut.
No, I
Hideo
don't mean
story.
like that in a way of like, oh, Onsa's not going to. I mean it in a way
No,
of like,
I was
it's,
recapping.
you have to choose Todd's.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
Todd's is
We're
Todd's
recapping
is
him.
amazing. Todd's is amazing, and it's really good.
do the
I loved
recap.
I loved Barry's Space Quest shenanigans, where you get to be a fun little guy going to be like, let me pass. I'm gonna flirt with you, crossing guard. Let me pass. That's
Yes,
where
you can
that's
flirt
where
with
my
him.
mind went.
It doesn't
Nice.
work because that would skip the entire game, but you can try.
Yeah, listen,
He gets confused when you flirt with him. You're like,
gets
you choose like flirt, and he just goes, what?
He's like, what?
Like,
And then he gets
like
it,
not
2
like
years
that
later.
insulted. He's just like confused. Like A, that you would flirt with him. B, that someone would flirt with him while he's on the job. And it's like,
Mhm.
what?
Yeah,
It
he takes-
completely like just exits everything. Like they have to take a step back to like think about what just happened, and it lets
Yeah.
you get past.
No, he just
It's
goes,
like-
no
like-
one's
I love that for him.
no one's
He has so
floated
much
in space for
integrity.
thousands of years. My God.
he has so much integrity that he like has to write up a report on it. Like, was
Yeah.
fraternizing during work hours. I
I
apologize.
have to write myself up about
I'm
this.
sorry. Listen,
I like the idea
I'm
that
bit.
he would be like, he'd be like self-aware, and he's like, no, that I can't do that because that would end the game. Like,
If
it's
he
just like
flirty
this-
asks you to leave the premises, and then you're like, the space, and he's like, yeah, you have to leave all of space.
literally,
Please
when you were talking about them, even though it largely was not about them, I just thought of Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth, and
Mhm.
that was my impression.
Yeah, sure.
Also, they're married.
For the sake of
So they're married.
helping me win, yes, that's exactly
Yeah,
what
I
it
give you an
was.
extra 50 points for that. Thank you.
For something you came up with. Thank you.
I just agree to this stuff Monster says.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really like
Just
Scary
smile and wave
Moves,
to it. Sorry.
because it had like RPG elements that I especially really like to have in RPGs, like the little interweaving storylines that you can personally affect and then see the details of much later, and also like have your own personal like touch on the overarching story. I like that a lot. I also like the dynamic between the robot and the astronaut. Very fun. I deeply enjoyed that. I super enjoyed it. It's literally like I have some big contenders, and that's in my top 3. Shiv, I love Nobi Banjo Kazooie Nuts and Bolts fantasy astronaut
Thank
time.
you so much.
I liked it a lot. I liked it very much. The fact that like there's if anything has Katamari elements in it, I am extremely biased.
The visual of a busted up spaceship with a wiggling horse sticking out of the
Yeah.
side is
Yeah.
very strong.
Wretched.
It's
Like,
very good.
It's like when you
Great.
roll up people in Katamari and they're like screaming
Yeah,
and
they're
they're
just
trying to break away
wiggling.
from the ball
hmm
and they're just wiggling, but like they're stuck on there and you know it's over for them.
That is
I love
definitely where that card came from. That card is like, how do I word this so that I don't get sued?
hmm
Yes. How do I word this?
The not
so,
Katamari card.
Keita Takahashi will not come after me.
No.
Todd,
I feel
you
like
did...
Keita Takahashi would love to play games. Yeah.
Oh, he
He
will.
probably
Oh,
would.
can we get him?
Yeah.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try.
Buddy.
Oh, look what time it is.
Hey,
Sorry.
Stinkmaster.
Stinkmaster is helping me judge. Todd did kind of just make a very catered to imperfect game for me. Like Apalm was there. There was a Hey You Pikachu mechanic, which I did love. Hey You Pikachu. It came with a periphery that I did love to chew on. And also there's a factor of it where I don't have to do anything. Apalm has to do it. Like Apalm has to go get the stuff for like me to sell to make money for my ship. And
Mhm.
like I love the title was very good. The title was like, exceptionally good. Forget Me Astronaut.
Thank you. I was
Mhm.
very proud of it. I was
Mhm.
like, oh, this is it.
It's like you logged on. You understood the assignment. You logged on.
We love a Team Ico game in space.
Yeah. What the, it has Apalm in it.
Mhm.
It does have a little bit of Ico flavor, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
What
Echo
else?
and
And
Last Guardian. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I want to
Oh,
play
wait.
Echo.
Apalm not doing what you tell it to do.
Mhm.
He's a little guy. He's a little wily guy. He's cheeky. He's great. He doesn't have to listen to anybody. I'm not gonna
No,
stop.
he really doesn't. That's
Mhm.
yeah.
He's great. And also I love Yakuza. I love everything about Yakuza. I love anything that I can gamble in. And if
Mhm.
there's underground races, that means I can gamble. And I also love a
100%.
little dog in a spacesuit. I love
Yeah.
a little dog.
This is
Yeah.
good notes of places that we can't go with Onsta around. This is a lot of gambling.
Mhm. Don't tip me with gotcha. Don't do it.
Mhm.
Listen, I will happily take you gambling. It's fine.
No, don't actually take me gambling. I'll lose everything. Don't do that. But this is hard. Oh, it's genuinely hard. It's
Mhm.
genuinely hard. But I think the winner of this round, because I love a screaming, vibrating horse.
Congrats, Shiv.
Yes! Vibrating horse for the
bonus.
win.
I did it
Screaming,
finally.
vibrating horse bonus.
I got one.
You made
Thank you
Uma
so much.
Musume and Katamari shake hands.
Mhm.
Congratulations.
No, I didn't.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
playing my game.
Mm-hmm.
Play
Yay.
my game.
Well
Everyone,
Have
done.
we got
great
one
work. Todd, I'll be paying you for that idea later.
Fantastic.
Yep.
It's money in
Thank
his
you.
coffee.
Mhm.
I appreciate that.
I would love to make sure that Shiv gets around to judge. You guys down for a rapid fire round? Because we've been going
Yeah,
real long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
rapid
let me
fire.
let me
do
do a
that.
pee real quick,
Yes.
and then yes.
Do
This
we
game
want to
is
have
fun.
like make it true rapid fire and like have like we only have
my
2
God.
minutes max to?
Yeah, either we could actually
Team-
put time on the clock or just be like, do it as fast as possible. But maybe
Yeah.
as a backup. Like, you don't
I-
need the full time.
Mhm.
But then,
I'm down
Or
for
like-
like a 60-second timer or something.
yeah,
Yeah,
like real,
maybe we have
real
a
quick.
limited amount of time to explain it too. Like maybe keep it to 3 or 4 sentences or shorter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think giving you like a
Oh,
minute
no.
or 2 minutes, and then if you need less time, then even better. Just you're
That's
literally in
good
an
too for me,
elevator with a
personally,
guy, and you're like,
because-
buy my game idea.
Yeah.
It's got APOM
Yeah.
in it. APOM.
Hey, Paul!
Do you like Abram, right? And I was just like, yeah!
All right.
It's her favorite.
Hand me a blank check, and you'll see me in a year and a half
Yeah.
times 4,
Mhm.
Or you won't.
or you won't.
Just,
Maybe I'll leave.
Goodbye.
Maybe I'll just go to space.
Mhm.
Alright.
Mhm. Time to go to
Um,
space.
Fast round is good for me because I will forget the first one by the time we get to the last one. I don't know how you guys are remembering everyone's.
We have to look at the cards to be like, oh yeah, it was that one.
take notes.
Oh,
Mhm.
right.
take
You took notes? Oh,
That's
that's great.
GDC
I have
elevator pitch
blue
round.
brain.
Mm-hmm.
I have to.
I like hyperfocus.
Get
Why
into
you
it.
watching deer poop?
I was just looking.
Mm-hmm.
It's cute.
I was admiring the fact that you
Mhm.
actually did a drop shadow underneath the
Yeah.
head of the one with the watering can.
Dear finally
Because
potty
I
trained. We're
realized
very proud of
that
him.
like if you have like a color and then you go in with like a darker color and then you go back to the original color, right?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
You can erase with it.
Mm-hmm. Make very specific
Oh.
edges.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's good.
Cool.
I have never wanted to play video games more than
Mhm.
right. I just want to go. I
Pretty
want to go
bad,
play
right?
like. I want to go play like Bayonetta. I want to play Stardew. I want
Mhm.
to play fucking Blinks the Time Cat. I want to
I
play
wanna
all
play-
these games.
I want to
Mhm.
fucking
I
play
play
Katamari and
Katamari.
Ico.
Yeah.
I wanna
Mega
play
Man
Ico.
Legends.
There's so much. Everyone's been doing a fucking phenomenal job.
Really, though.
honestly. These have been like.
These are
Ugh.
invigorating. They're
I
incredible.
hope like I said, this I will try my very best to get this taken care of soon so that it can be in people's hands so that they can actually like play us with their friends and stuff.
Mhm.
And I'll make
I
sure
already
to I'll
played
make
it
sure to
with
write the
my
rules
friend.
up nice and clean and make sure we get some
Yeah.
variants in there and everything and like I said, and look, if anyone has ideas, like feel free to I mean, well, I guess I don't know, I don't want to steal anyone's ideas. But
Steal them.
if it's feedback or something,
Mhm.
once the game is available to people, I will listen to it.
So,
Mhm.
quick rapid fire. What's the
Yep, we're
genre?
gonna do. So I picked the genre out of my deck, which is gonna be board game.
Oh
I think that
wow,
would be
full
interesting.
circle.
Oh, I love
Perfect.
that game.
It's a board game.
It's a fun way to wrap it up, I think. And then the
Oh.
theme I have pulled from the deck, which is going to be a movie theater where all the audio is performed by volunteers. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Wow.
Alright,
So maybe take your time on picking your cards, and then I'll set like
Uh.
a minute timer for everyone. Can you put a timer in?
Yes.
Yes, there is a
Timers in
timer
this deck.
object.
Could you-
let me see
Someone do
here.
that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
the timer, whoever's the host can spawn an object.
Oh, yeah,
That's a
it's-
clock. That's
Hmm.
a timer.
Boop.
You just put like a minute on it.
I don't know how the
Whoa.
a timer.
That's an
Timer?
actual.
I'll
clock.
set it to
Yeah, but you can set
I'll
it to
set
timer.
It to 60
What?
seconds.
Oh, just 1 minute? Okay.
I,
Let's
yeah.
do 90
What the
seconds.
fuck am I? How am I?
Okay, sure.
I'm excited.
well,
Well,
that's
wait,
why
don't
it's
start
like
it
3
yet.
or 4 sentences. Damn.
Stop. Stop.
How do you start?
No,
how do you
I
restart
don't mean
it?
the time. I'm looking at the
I'll-
two
I'll-
cards.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's already a pretty closed loop.
How the? Yeah, there's.
It's
What?
I.
Yeah.
Do we want to ditch the theme? I think it might make it a bit too small.
Oh,
huh?
oh, oh,
Oops.
who's
Uh,
eating?
Well, now we've.
That was me.
Oh, jeez.
I might
jeez.
change it to something else. What do you think?
Sorry about
Okay,
that.
then do whatever you want,
Yeah.
Shiv.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
ditch
yeah,
it.
yeah. It's fine.
I mean, you could just do another theme.
Or do
This is
whatever. It
that
doesn't
one
matter.
was weird.
Here we go, Cam. Here we go, Shiv.
All right. Well,
Okay, that's good. That works.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Make it work.
Oh no.
Oh no is right.
Oh.
Some
Oh,
of
no.
my ideas are cursed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's the better part. That's the best part.
Hey, don't
More
touch the
cursed
don't touch the clock.
All right, sorry.
No, it's okay. Just once if you left click it, it's gonna go.
Oh, okay.
oh God, I don't think I have anything.
Okay. Okay.
I've
We'll,
never
we'll, we'll pivot to
Good
this
Christ,
now.
trust in this.
Well, I lucked out.
Who went first last?
Me. So it's
It
Barry.
was Gam.
Okay, so Barry goes first. this time.
I'm ready to rock whenever.
All right.
Whenever.
I think
Is
Steady's still
Steady ready?
picking.
Oh, I have nothing good for this.
Just do something dumb, and just stretch it.
I'm excited. Let's go.
I do love everyone in chat going, wait, Todd made this? And it's like, yeah, I did.
Todd made
Yeah,
this.
Yes, he does.
So we settle in 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's a good good chunk of time.
Sure. I'll get my cards ready
All
to
right,
go.
we're all ready.
Is everyone ready?
Do you?
No,
Yeah.
no, just
Is
go. I will.
No.
think about
It's
this
gonna
for
be
a while.
fast. I'll give
No,
you.
I-
Give you
No, it's all
time.
good. No
My
stress.
problem is I have nothing.
Well,
Then
fine.
just draw some new cards. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
have. I want
Yeah,
you to have
get
fun on the
some-
last
get
round.
some
Don't.
new
Yeah.
cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go over here.
Yeah.
Up shit.
Thanks.
Go.
Give it.
Go. Hold on.
Oh.
Go
Oh.
over there.
You can just
Oh.
put them in
Go
the
over there.
spare player slot.
Well.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
God.
They went to space.
Oh, there we
Mhm.
go.
Okay,
I should make
cool.
the card game.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Why did
You
it
should.
do that?
What? Because no, only some of them return to your hand because some of them fell off instead of going into the slot.
I think well, yeah, I think you're right.
I wish Sonic were here.
Did you just draw 7?
He is. He's under
He's
Todd's
down there,
card.
look.
I'm trying not to. I promise.
Just hit like 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I brought Sonic.
Great.
Okay.
Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Sonic. Hi, Sonic.
Where's Sonic?
My best friend.
He's right here.
Huh?
He's right here.
Oh, on my cards.
Yeah. There.
No.
Oh.
There he is.
Not on your cards. He's just
He's
looking at them. He's
Mhm.
reading.
He's-
All right. There.
Cool.
Sonic.
All right.
You have a pair of
Go ahead, Barry.
All right,
Ready?
ready?
Yeah.
Tear it up.
Hi,
What time is it?
nice to be on this elevator with you. So I have this really cool
Nice
idea
to meet
for a board game where it is the basement laboratory of a mad scientist who is
Ooh.
secretly or very publicly interested in becoming a fashion designer. So the goal of the board game is to go around collecting scraps of fabric and various supplies and tools in order to create the perfect fashion of your dreams. The twist, of course, is that every time you interact with an
Yeah.
object, your hand is replaced with that object for 5 minutes. And the game only lasts 5 minutes. So the first time you touch anything, that is your hands for the rest of the game. So if you grab scissors,
yeah.
you're Edward Scissorhands. If you grab denim, then you got denim hands.
And
So
you're Mario.
and then you're Mario. And the board is set up in such a way that certain avenues, it's kind of like some like Candyland nonsense, where like certain avenues are cut off depending on sort of what hands you got in that situation. If you don't touch anything, get to the end, you did it, but now you don't have any fashion. And there's a point-based system.
Okay.
And then the winner has the best fashion and really good hands. And the game and the board game box has a bunch of like fabric and like play scissors so you can put on your hands like big gloves, and it's fun for kids and stuff.
Got you. Yeah. Fantastic.
I yield
Thanks
the
very
rest of my
much.
time.
Hooray!
Okay.
Yay.
Nice.
I don't know how to reset it.
It's
I
called
got the rest of my time. Fuck you.
it's mad fashion.
Nice. I like that.
Very
That's
good,
great.
Matt.
Love it.
That's
Very
great.
good, Pat.
Very good. Rubber. All right, Sketty, you ready?
Fantastic. Here you go.
Okay, so my game is
Go.
called Planet Panic, and it's called that because every player gets a prompt at the start of their turn, and then their friends have to like watch them do stuff as they are given a prompt of like, hey, prototype this kind of silly invention that we need done, and like that's what the cards are going to be, and you have to use random things that you find around the house, and you only have like 10 minutes to make it, so your friends get to laugh and watch. They'll also take a picture of you and post it on social media. That's not really a rule of the game, that's just always what happens. And you have to make the noises of like the current things that you're using to attach things together, and also you must somehow incorporate that into what you're doing, holding, or wearing. So like, for example, if you're using duct tape, you have to wrap like some duct tape on your hand or something like that as you're using it, or like if you're using paint, you have to mark yourself with paint somewhere. But because you're on so limited time, you have to quickly put together and function like what this prototype of like the silly thing you're doing. So like maybe it's like an item that will like help hide your drink from others, or maybe it's something that will like make you draw better, and then it's like supposed to turn into like another type of like quick fast pitch thing like what we're doing now, but instead it's like you're making a prototype of like some dumb invention that's to solve a problem that you're given on a card.
Yeah.
Planet Panic.
Did you write all that down?
Wow.
No, that's just me going fast.
Jesus.
Yeah,
The
you speak it like
enunciation was
a
impressive.
minute. That was amazing. Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate it.
Man, you were kneeling.
Charity. I'm gonna need like a minute to set my cards up because
Half of my time will go to putting my cards down.
I want to get them just right.
All right, you ready?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, restart it.
How do you
Wait. I got it.
Okay, so my board game is a game about dark entities projected from within a deep black hole. And you think that they are very scary, but in reality, all they really want is to have very great, wonderful corporate jobs.
Right.
Like they want to be CEOs, they want to own businesses, they want to have cafes. So the board game is about them going to job interviews and trying to complete their career goals, getting degrees, getting certifications, all that stuff. The terrible thing is, because they're just dark matter, just real goopy lads, anything they touch does stick to them, and that just becomes their hand for about 5 minutes. So it's also like a character acting sort of exercise as well for them, to really use what's around you and make it like effective with your gestures and your motions, and really see if you can sell it to the corporate overlords that are in your way from owning your own company.
Yeah. Cool.
And it is called,
What's it called?
Incorporeal.
Oh my god.
The other one was
really good.
Corporate Shadow, but Incorporeal sounds.
Or neoliberalism.
We did it.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for helping move my cards.
All right, Todd.
Nice.
I don't know how to reset.
I'll reset.
Oh, I did it.
I reset. Yeah. Okay. My cards are here. A zoop and a boop. Well, I didn't start yet.
No,
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Okay, you just gotta right-click it, timer, and then right-click it, timer, and then press the button. There you go. Okay. All right. So my game takes place after the Great Depuzzling. So it is a board game, and you know it is obvious. It's still a video game, but your characters are physically on a gigantic board. And in the middle of the gigantic board is this lovely, super like toy, like very physical, tactile seeming like physical object that you can climb on. And the way that it works is you're on each space of the board, you have a chance to get like a different kind of object turned into your hand as per the game's mechanics. However, in this version, when your hand is changed, that object comes to life. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to like pick the right object that you think when it's animated will help you climb into the object and solve the puzzle on the center of the board as quick as possible. So you're touching, you're grabbing, like, oh, okay, maybe I want like a grappling hook hand, and then it like comes to life, and it's like shoo, just flying around, and like you're trying to control it with your arm, stop it, and pull yourself into the puzzle so you can get back in there and recover your glory as the world's most renowned puzzle master.
Oh shit!
And what's it called?
Repuzzle the world back together. And it's called
Puzzle Master Repuzzle the World.
Repuzzler.
Repuzzler.
Good.
Twizzlers.
I love it. I was entertained.
I like it.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
I like using the letter P in it because it's punctual. It's just very like.
P.
Puh.
How do
I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh wait.
I
So,
go.
Okay.
you know that board games are getting old. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna turn into a battle royale. Also, what we're gonna do is you're not gonna start with absolutely anything because every time you interact with an object, your hand gets replaced with that object for 5 minutes. So, as you know, in battle royales, the ring keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Because the longer the game goes on, in real time, the faster it gets.
Oh my
because,
God.
of course, you're going faster and faster and faster, trying to get to the middle of the board, trying to kill off all the other players, and all you can do is touch a gun, and maybe now your hand is a gun. But there's so many twists and turns to it because your backpack that was your arm could just be gone, and all of your stuff just gets dropped. Or you could be in the middle of a firefight, and that 5 minutes has been up, and now you have no guns, so what are you gonna do? There's no guns around you. Maybe you could touch a tree or something and smack him with a tree. Who knows? It's full of thousands of possibilities, and that's all I got. I don't have a name for it.
That's really exciting and fun. I like it.
Yeah.
This is
That's
a board
called
game.
herding.
It's not
I'm very
a board
excited.
game.
No, it's definitely a board game. It's fine.
That's called
We
attempted
have to make
manslaughter.
it good for the teens, okay?
For the teens.
I don't think your game's gonna be approved to be legally sold.
Stop it.
Stop.
Stop it.
Okay.
Okay.
Why does it keep? Okay, whatever. Go.
Okay. Board game where every time you interact with an object, your hand is replaced with that object for 5 minutes. So, what the point is, every single player in this is a janitor with grand ambitions. You start off as a janitor. Each player wants to be something more than just a humble janitor. And how do they go about that, you ask? How do they go about that? What is their grand ambition? Why, of course, it is to be a professional sports player. They want to be in professional leagues. So what you do is, as you go through the board, you collect objects that allow them to continue through their sports to become a pro. You collect footballs, you collect soccer balls, you collect baseball bats. You collect them all because this janitor is going hard and is going the distance.
Distance.
It is a competitive game, as you can tell, with a board game between multiple people playing the game. The aim of the game is to be the first janitor to be drafted into a professional team. How do you do that? By boosting your stats, of course, within that sport. You get your baseball bat, then you go to the baseball fields and you roll the die. Do you win a game? Yes, you do. Do you win the game? No, you don't. You got to try again. You got to go back. You got to get the baseball bat. You got to go back to the fields. You got to get again. But here's the thing: as you go back and forth between the two, everyone else is going back and forth between their objects and their sports as well. There might be a punch-up, ladies and gents. There might be some action going on here.
This is my floor. I need to get off, please.
Time's
Great
over.
janitor draft.
That's I was actually going to call it like
So, we're
janitor
gonna call
draft.
it.
Yeah.
We're gonna call it.
That's great.
I love it.
Am
Okay,
I allowed
so-
to mention, because apparently it was confusing that it wasn't a board game, that like the things that you find are on cards and stuff you draw. You still have to play the
That
freaking
made
board
sense to
game.
me.
Yeah, no, it works
Okay.
as a board game.
I like it
Kat
better
was
when I get
confused,
actually.
and I was
picture
like,
that.
like
oh
Catan.
god. Yeah.
Okay,
Scaredy
so
craves Violet.
I'm gonna do this by just putting together a short list over here, just real quick, of my favorites. So I'm just gonna drag your cards around a little bit.
Okay.
So I really liked Gam's one. Obviously, I really liked Dia's one, and I really liked.
Really like everyone.
I'm gonna choose between Sketty and Monster.
Everyone.
I like
let me
the
draw a
idea
fridge real
that
quick while you're
collecting
there.
more of an object makes you better at the sport.
Mhm.
How many footballs do
Yeah,
you
yeah,
need?
yeah.
to
It's
have?
the kind
Yeah.
of thing of like as you go, like you get like a +1 modifier each time you've grabbed it to your die roll. So
Oh my god,
at first
you know what it
you roll a
sounds
die
like?
and you have to get 6 or plus to win a game. So it's like, but every time you get the baseball, you get to add +1 to your die roll.
I get
You know what it sounds like? The question of how many baseballs you have sounds like how many Nirvana songs can you name?
Oh, you're a
Sounds
true
like-
sports fan? How many footballs
How
do
many
you
baseballs
I
do you
just-
have?
I just thought this shirt was neat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought the ball in the show was cool. All right,
just
so
look
this
like
is
a
the short list is kind of like when you're on like on like Drag Race or something, and you're like, all right, these 3 people step forward. So Dia, Gam, and Honestly,
Yeah.
please step forward.
Yay!
Everyone else is dead.
What do I step?
Rip.
Where do
And
I
I-
go?
In the battle
People get,
royale.
like, panic.
Gam, I really
You go into
I
the
love-
battle royale.
you go to the battle royale. It's Hunger Games though. Gam, I really like the idea of like living out the American dream, but like it's fun and cool, because that's what the American
And
dream is being very poor and then becoming a sports person, and I think that's very fun.
Sports person.
Right? Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's the American dream, all right.
I mean,
I
Not
think,
wrong.
I think
the
that's
only,
beautiful.
the
And
only way out.
I could imagine myself like playing that as a board game. It sounds like a lot of fun. So I really like that. Dio, the energy that you had in your pitch was very moving, and I enjoyed that. And I like that your energy in the pitch reflected your feel card of like, I feel like it's going very fast, right? And I thought that was cool. And I like the idea of somehow making a battle royale into a board game. I think that's very interesting. Onsta, I'm always endeared by like scary creatures or like existential Lovecraftian creatures, but they just have like career goals. They just want to like work in government, right? They just want to have a cushy life and a good like 401k when they retire and be able to leave
Like it's
a nice house to their kids and stuff like that. So I find that very endearing. It kind of right. It's like Octodad vibes, and I like it very much. Of course, I can only pick one. So the one I'm gonna have to pick is.
oh,
This
sorry.
is very intense when looking at just the picture of Eyebrow Dog instead of the game. Like, this is very good.
I think Gam. It's Gam. Gam wins.
I was gonna say, Onsta, yours is like King of Tokyo, but it's instead of fighting each other as monsters, they're like all dressed up in tight suits and tie.
Just kind of job interviews.
It sounds great. I would play that now.
I work in part time, like the cafe. Like I'm gonna
That
get
was
up
so
there one day.
fun.
Yeah.
Who's the winner of Roll? Who got the most cards?
Me.
Oh,
Todd with
I think
2.
Todd or... Yeah,
Well,
Todd.
that's cheating, Todd. So.
Whatever you
what do
wind
you
up with.
what do you want? What'd you say? What'd you say, dear?
I said, how many cards did everybody wind up with? I'm curious.
Everyone has 1, and I have 2.
I have Todd. I don't have one.
Oh, Deer has. Sorry, everyone except for Deer.
Thank you.
Todd, we went around the table once, meaning
Yeah.
everyone would have 1 card, except you have 2, meaning someone doesn't have a card.
I have figured it
Wait, how
out.
do we tell how many cards we have?
I gave everybody the card that the judge played down. So your card is next to you, Onsta. Or it
Oh.
was at some
Where
point.
it says feel, right
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
over
Unless
here,
that's
over
Scaredy's.
here.
Well, Scaredy has 1, and
I
Onsta
put
has
mine
1.
back. Yeah, I had 1.
Yeah, and I had 2.
Well, it looks like the sun is setting on this field.
Oh,
So-
look at
I
that.
feel like it's been setting for a while.
Oh,
It's been
wow.
setting for a little bit, but
Not if you don't put your camera that way.
Exactly. So it's probably
Right,
time for
that's
us
a
to
good
wrap up. Hey, everybody, go follow Todd and find out
Thank you for making
if and
the
when
game.
he releases it
Seriously.
on Tabletop Sim, and maybe a physical printable version, maybe a version you can buy someday would be really cool.
I
So
would
go-
love to do a version I could buy someday. It's
Mike,
definitely,
get out of my chips!
no
Yeah,
pun
bro.
intended, but it'll be in the cards. The print and play and the tabletop one, like tabletop, obviously, I mean, look, it's right here, right? So
Mhm.
I just have to go through. I'm gonna revise any cards that I want, and then yeah, I'll let everybody know. It'll probably be through my Twitter. I do have a website. It's just toddlyenough.com. So it'll be on there, but it'd probably be easiest just to see it on Twitter.
Yep.
But either way, yeah, it'll all be there and like all that. So
If I'm smart, I'll add a link to the YouTube description of the VOD whenever there's a way to get it.
Yeah, and then
So-
don't forget, if you buy on my Twitter, I have a coffee set up for myself.
Mhm.
So if
Give
you
Todd
feel
money.
like, yeah, it would help. It would
You
help
can-
go
you can
to
subscribe.
eventually getting this made.
Oh shit.
Everything's dancing.
Everything's
Oh my
spinning.
God.
You subscribe to Todd's Twitch, even though he doesn't stream. He's got good emotes if you want to. Yeah, there you go. There's a Kofi there.
Holy,
oh,
the game
God.
is breaking.
Yeah, that's like slowing down my
Oh.
FPS.
Yeah.
and Everything.
Just flip it. Just get
I
rid
have
it
heard
and
of that,
flip it.
Brielle. I haven't played it yet, but yeah.
I can't flip it. I can't flip
Oh
it.
shit.
She won't let me
Dan's
flip
back
it.
at it again.
Crocodile.
Dan took a break,
Wait, what?
and he's back at it again at Odyssey runs.
Oh my
Again?
god.
Let's do it. Let's say hi to Dan.
Madman.
We'll flip the table before the raid goes. Thank you all for hanging out and joining.
Yay.
Shouts to Todd, of course, man
Thank
of
you.
the
Money.
day. Yeah, there he is.
Give Todd money.
There he is.
There he is.
Oh!
Oh god, he's
Yeah.
so loud.
They're real loud.
Oh my god.
Hey Todd, flip the table.
All right, where how does the game flip? There it is.
There it goes.
Yes.
Hooray! There goes
There
the
they
server
go.
bots.
That's the best
Thank you
birthday
guys.
party
Thank you guys for
ever.
playing. I'm glad you guys had such a good time.
was
Or
really
I
excuse me,
love
you guys had
this
such a good
game
time.
so much.
Oh,
I
it's really
legit
awesome.
want to do an actual game jam where we make some of these ideas someday.
I think that would be
yeah.
That'd be
lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I
think
don't know
it'd
how
be
to make
fun.
games, but I'll try.
We'll learn. We will
Look,
all
game
learn
jam-
together.
Look, you can do game jams in teams. One person
Yeah.
can do
Yeah.
some making, and then
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
can draw, so you could participate in that way.
Mm-hmm. Lots of ways.
I'm
Hey,
glad-
Xavier,
and,
thanks for
I
29
hope the
months.
chat had a good time. It seemed like chat was like either like going in on ideas, or they were just maybe just listening. Hopefully.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, it's a very conversation-heavy game, so that's why I'm excited for people to get their hands on it because I know people asked about when we did it 2
Yeah.
years ago. So
Breathe again.
go do that. What's our raid message for Dan? I don't know.
Gwink. Gwink.
Send-
No, it's not Gwink.
Gwink.
send
No.
them-
Quick.
Gwink.
Wahoo.
Gwink.
I mean, it's
Wahoo.
Mario, so he's not gonna have Gwink.
BLG.
He doesn't have it.
I don't
That's-
care.
There goes the raid. Great.
Wahoo.
Hey, VOD watchers. Thanks for watching. Check the description, and maybe I'll have updated it if there's a link in the future. And if I forgot, let me know, and then I'll try to update it.
I'll let you know.
Stay great. Yeah, I would hope. Stay great, VOD watchers, and
Yeah.
see
Have a
see
good
you
sleep.
next time. Good night.
Mhm.
Goodbye.
Ah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.